be believable.
Our copper-infused fabric, made with the most advanced materials for superior support and lighter than air comfort.
It's just relaxing all that tension that you get.
Wow, oh, that feels great.
I've tried a lot of belts in the past. Nothing like this.
I have a history of back issues, man, and this is really hard to believe what I'm feeling right now.
An orthopedic-designed alloy support panel and 4 built-in flexible stabilizers to help improve alignment and promote better posture.
Usually when I have long triathlons, there's pain. With the belt, there's absolutely no pain. For me, it was like, okay, is this really happening? I really haven't felt anything like this before.
The all-new Xback from Copperfit, the most effective, breathable, customizable support for relief of lower back pain you will ever wear. Guaranteed or your money back. Get yours now at getxback.com for only 2 payments of $29.99 or call 1-800-520-4518. Order right now and your shipping is free.
This is by far the best support that I have found.
You feel like, you conquered the world and it's life-changing.
The all-new Xback from Copperfit. Feel the difference.
Behind this curtain is an outdated bath and shower. Imagine transforming this eyesore into a beautiful jacuzzi bath remodel in as little as 1 day.
Are there a lot of design options?
Yes, Jacuzzi has stylish shower walls, designer colors, and premium features like soft closed doors.
Call right now and Jacuzzi will waive installation costs with no interest and no payments for up to a year.
Just step right into your easy entry shower by Jacuzzi. We have durable grab bars, grab shelves.
This is a great safety feature. I love this.
It's really beautiful. The quality of it, I'm blown away.
Best of all, it's from Jacuzzi, the most trusted name in water for over 70 years.
Call or go online now to jacuzzibathremodel.com. We're waiving all installation costs, plus 0 interest and 0 payments for up to 1 year.
Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-760-4654.
We're back here on Fox Weather with our extended coverage for severe weather. You're taking a look at Blanchard, Oklahoma, where we do have a decent amount of cloud cover still through the day today, but don't let that fool you. We have the possibility of intense severe weather over the course of the next several hours. On the right side of your screen, the new Fox Weather Threat Zone, a product that we rolled out this week, giving you a quick glance at where we're expecting to see disruptive weather, right? We've got elevated, high, and extreme. This is a product we've developed here that we do, in fact, calculate a magnitude of threats. We bring into account everything: tornadoes, giant hail, winds, flash flood potential. And, well, we scale it for you and give you kind of a one-stop shop product where you take a look at this and you can tell, well, southeastern Oklahoma, definitely a zone in that high risk for danger this evening. But as we lift things up into the Kansas, Nebraska area, elevated risk continues with that threat for small hail as we go through this evening. So get you through that. Severe thunderstorm watch, in fact, is in place. This runs through 9 p.m. Central Time across central Kansas and then into parts of northern Oklahoma, just off to the west of the I-35 corridor, where we could see up to 2-inch in diameter hailstones. There is a cold front that is just about working its way across parts of western Kansas and Oklahoma. It's a bit diffuse, but it's definitely there as a trigger. We do have a dry line a little farther to the south that will be really kind of something that we have to watch for closely in further developing our severe weather risk for the next several hours. But small risk of a tornado. I do think that hail and wind is the primary risk here. But there's a look at one warning, one storm we've got our eyes on here in northern Kansas, just along Highway 36 outside of Center in Osborne and Smith counties, about 1.5 inch sized hail, and you can see that hail core developing there between Center and Houston. So we'll watch for that closely, again, being aware of where we're driving, parking our vehicles. But the greater risk this evening is going to come from tornadoes. Expecting a tornado watch to be issued before the end of the hour. The zone here, southeastern Oklahoma into North Texas. We'll see how expansive this watch becomes. It will kind of give us that first clue of the Storm Prediction Center. They're also working with the local National Weather Service offices out of Norman. Dallas, I'm sure, is also in the mix and conversation over towards Shreveport, where, we do have Tulsa. Many people in the zone, and we have been just staring at the atmosphere and the parameters. Take a look here. Hey, below me, Fox Weather Storm Tracker, Corey Gerken is out, and he's under blue sky, and I think that's a very important piece to this because we haven't had much in the way of blue sky across our threat zone up to this point today. Sulphur, Oklahoma, this is where our Fox Weather Haley Meyer is. She'll be joining us in just a bit. She's got that real-time look out of the Fox Weather Beast and has been under some decent cloud cover. She's traveling from the northern tier of the state of Oklahoma. She was over in Enid, where we now have that confirmed EF4 damage from our tornado 2 nights ago. But as we take a look at our current conditions, there's that blue sky and sunshine that Corey has found himself under. We have a warm front that will continue to lift to the north. And I think in terms of today and what makes it so unique in getting that severe weather potential, it has a lot to do with this boundary, this warm front that is going to continue to lift. It's common to see kind of low-hanging clouds, a little bit of mist in the air on the northern side of a front, but it's underneath of that where you have just an incredible amount of energy surging to the north. The warmth, the moisture, the daytime heating, we've got a little cumulus action. You can see how they have been forming across parts of North Texas. You can actually pick out the front with that line. I'm drawing it where we have that boundary of cumulus clouds right within that zone. So if you live there and if you're going to be you'll be with us through the evening, we've got our eyes locked in on that boundary because any supercell that starts to pop on that, that'll be definitely one for us to watch. Widen things out just a little bit because I am noticing a little bit of a dry line here popping up some of these storms. You can see that here outside of Stamford and Monday towards Graham. We've got one storm too. You can actually see how quickly the mid-levels, as it grows, just shears apart the top of that storm. We'll see how that comes together. That dry line sharpening just a bit, definitely a signal that we do have an atmosphere that is starting to become much more buoyant, and we have that lift that is going to promote that storm development. Another piece to this is underneath that warm front. I mentioned the moisture advection, right, as that begins to lift in from the south. A telltale sign that you do have an environment that is maybe a little more ripe and primed for supporting and sustaining a supercell, you look for things like dew point pooling. Think of it quite literally like the deep end of a pool. And you have kind of a deeper layer of moisture in the atmosphere. And right now in spots like Ardmore, I mean, look at our dew point in the mid 70s just about, and even more moist still just to the southwest across the county, the northern county there. So we'll have to watch for some of those zones down here along parts of the I-20 corridor as well. But then in terms of that storm suppression, this is what's kept things pretty quiet up to this point. That eroding away, and look at that storm energy building. Again, just underneath that front. The boundary will be something for us to watch. If there is any initiation south of that boundary, could still certainly be something that promotes, a very intense storm. But we are expecting, again, the supercell initiation likely within about the next hour or two. So it's important today that you make sure you have ways to receive alerts. We'll get you through this evening. We've got full extended coverage and, of course, eyes on the ground with our Fox Weather Storm Trackers and our Fox Weather Beast. I'm here with radar, and then we've also got Ari Sarsalari coming up this evening. But let's take you back to Thursday, the powerful EF4 tornado that devastated Enid, Oklahoma, just skimmed past a nearby U.S. Air Force base. Clay Bowden captured this amazing video of that tornado and came on Fox Weather to tell us about his experience. Take a look.
So we knew weather was coming, and a couple guys were checking the weather on their phones, and we were actually warming up our dinner. And we had heard that there was circulation, so of course we wanted to go see what it was looking like outside, and we watched it actually form in the sky and touch down on the ground, and we happened to get some really amazing footage of the tornado as it passed by.
I'll say it's absolutely stunning. And Clay, you're in Oklahoma, obviously. Have you ever seen a tornado this close before?
No, that was a first for me.
What did it feel like, sound like? I mean, when you look at this video, you're like, oh, that's awfully close.
A little close, my friend.
Yeah, it was very close, and you could definitely hear the wind. And as you can see in the video that was spraying that water back on us, it was definitely an experience.
So I'm looking at the color of the funnel cloud itself. Did you notice how it was just kind of morphing into different colors and shades every time it went over a different patch of land?
Yeah, as it hit, I'm not sure what it hit right there, but it knocked up a bunch of dirt and dust into it and turned really dark and grew quite a bit bigger.
Yeah, and you had mentioned too, you had alerts on your phone when this happened. I mean, knowing that there's a risk for a tornado, what's going through your mind when the alert comes in? You know, oftentimes than not, you don't see it right in front of your eyes.
Yeah, and a lot of the times, you know, they're just unpredictable. You never know if they're actually going to touch down or what they're going to do. So we just wanted to go get a peek, and just being able to see it and watch it was amazing.
So once it was done, did you guys all run out there and see what it did to the to right there at the Air Force Base?
No, so it hit kind of right on the edge, and what I've heard is that there's no damage on base. But it definitely hit a community and tore up some houses outside of base. But we didn't see any damage on base.
I'm just trying to think. What did you do for the rest of the night? Was that like, all right, shift's over, I'm done?
There was a few people that stuck behind, but some of us left. It was a little tricky getting back to Stillwater because there was a really bad accident on Highway 81 going south, and I believe the road is still closed.
Oh, wow.
Just bad damage done there.
Okay.
And Clay, you know, going into this weekend, once again, and another risk for severe weather, what's your thought process going into tomorrow into Sunday, knowing that, you know, you just experienced this less than 24 hours ago?
Just going to stay aware, watch the news, and hope nothing like that happens again.
Download that Fox Weather app, my friend. It's free.
Of course.
We will have it for you as well. Clay, it's a pleasure to talk to you, my friend. I'm glad you guys are safe, too, but incredible video you picked up. Clay Bowden out there in near the Vance Air Force Base. Good stuff, Clay. We appreciate you, man.
What an incredible account there. So looking at Fox Weather, Corey Gerkins, windshield, where we do have some blue sky. Now, I took a note of where he is in Oklahoma, Medill. So that is south of where our Fox Weather Beast is, but note the blue sky and those towering cumulus in the background, or really, I guess, the foreground. And, you know, we are expecting to see more scenes just like that. That's really kind of the first signal that we have that buoyant atmosphere, the atmosphere that is wanting to grow these storms and grow them quickly. So, Corey, he's hunting, I'm sure, trying to find that perfect position to give us that vantage point of maybe perhaps some intense twisting storms as we work over the course of the next few hours. And unfortunately, this isn't done after tonight. We are going to keep the severe weather threat going this weekend. Come tomorrow, Sunday, we are tracking yet again another potential storm threat in the plains. Large hail, damaging winds, and tornadoes will be likely for some of the same areas. You take a look at our threat zone for tomorrow. Now, we do pull that level 3 threat zone a little farther to the north, but centered back over Kansas. This is a zone that took, well, a lot of action over the course of Thursday night. And yet again, here we are closing out the weekend. Kansas City also, too, in that level 3 threat zone up to just about Omaha. We see the level 2 threat zone, Oklahoma City down the I-35. So this is where that warm front really starts to lift up to the north. So what's happening tomorrow compared to what we have today? Well, moving into tomorrow, that warm front really established is going to continue to lift to the north as it would like to do, right? This area of low pressure, that too will continue to strengthen and deepen as it lifts up to the northeast. Dry line, that will form as we work our way into the afternoon. That moisture fueled energy is going to continue to lift underneath that warm front, and then we have our cold front. That cold front, too, is going to be something that we continue to follow. It's there, but again, a little diffuse today. Will be a little bit more of a prominent feature getting into tomorrow, and then I do think that dry line, that is going to be the zone for us to watch as these storms could initialize getting into the afternoon. So the supercell potential, the twisting of those storms, which then could lead to that tornadic threat, note is highest closer to that dry line boundary and then underneath that warm front. So that's what lifts it up across parts of northern Oklahoma and into Kansas. We have that higher confidence that we could again see perhaps some intense tornadoes up to EF2 possible. But the one thing here is that there will be some storm suppression. So that cap in place for tomorrow, does that keep things limited? It's a little bit of a messier atmosphere as well as that warm front lifts. Maybe we do get some morning showers and clouds that kind of keep things quiet. But again, as we work our way into the evening, we'll have to watch the dry line. You see that start to fire. It could be isolated coverage. But again, it just takes one to move over a community, and you want to make sure that you are in that safe place and you are best prepared. We unfortunately do continue this into the overnight and into Monday, bringing millions back into the threat zone to open up the work week. We are here on a Fox Weather Alert as we continue to track the dangerous severe thunderstorm threat in the plains this evening, capable of producing monster hail and strong tornadoes. We're going to check in with our exclusive storm trackers after the break. Keep it here.
What if more water just happened? With Cirkul, more happens. More flavor. Just dial it up. More drinks. Just refill. Again and again. More water, all day flavor. Grab one bottle and get up to 6 drinks throughout your day. Cirkul, just more water.
Things at work don't always work. But with Easy Cater, the food always does. Connection unstable? Easy Cater always comes through.
And I think it's looking pretty good.
The presentation drags on. Easy Cater keeps things streamlined. Client canceled? Easy Cater always shows up. Every day works better with Easy Cater. Learn more at easycater.com.
Identity theft has become the country's most frequent crime.
I opened my account and $30,000 is missing.
$21,000 just gone.
Every 5 seconds, another American becomes a victim of identity theft. Every 5 seconds.
My accounts were being emptied, money was being transferred everywhere.
The question now isn't if your data's at risk, it's how to protect yourself once it's been exposed.
The police didn't believe me. The banking institution didn't believe me.
So what can you do to protect yourself and your family? The leader in identity theft protection is LifeLock.
Once LifeLock got involved, everything changed.
With LifeLock, if your identity is stolen, they'll step in and fix it so you don't have to, guaranteed. Our highly trained U.S.-based restoration specialists contact institutions, dispute fraudulent charges, close compromised accounts, and even procure legal support far beyond the capabilities of your bank or credit card company.
LifeLock pursued this case further than I ever would have imagined.
If you call right now, you'll get LifeLock for just $9.99 a month for your first year. All LifeLock memberships include the $1 Million Protection Package. Our members receive reimbursement for stolen funds and personal expenses, like lost wages, as well as coverage for lawyers and experts up to $3 million in total.
When the bank refused to reimburse my stolen money, the $1 Million Protection Package came through for me.
Our restoration guarantee and $1 Million Protection Package are included in all memberships with no additional fees. Plus, LifeLock now includes protection against scams.
I think it's natural to think that you can do this on your own. You can't.
Call 800-710-4587 and use promo code GET35 or go to lifelock.com/get35 to join today.
Here on a Fox Weather Alert, we are here covering a severe weather threat this evening. Fox Weather, your severe weather HQ. I'm Jane Benar. I've got Haley Meyer and the Fox Weather Beast with me. We're looking at a Brandon Kopic's windshield as he is in Wynwood, Oklahoma. A little blue sky starting to pop. That's definitely a feature. Haley, I'll bring you back in. I know you are now in Sulphur, Oklahoma, a town that is unfortunately quite too familiar when it comes to tornadoes.
Yeah, absolutely. So Wynwood, just for perspective of people who are curious, I'm just throwing it into some Google Maps here. It's about a 24-minute drive just off towards our northeast. So we're very close to Brandon's general zone. We've been chatting with him earlier today, but we do all of our own forecasting. We're deciding where to go, and a lot of times we just bump into Brandon while we're out on the tracking site, which is actually really unique. But Jane, you mentioned Sulphur, and when we first got here, the tornado damage is still here, and it's extensive through the downtown area. So I know that behind the scenes, you guys were able to pull some video. We had Brandy Campbell, who was live reporting on this tornado as it happened. And it was rated eventually as a high-end EF3. The winds were estimated up to 165 miles per hour. The path length was about 15 miles, and it was on the ground for roughly 25 to 30 minutes. But what's great about the Fox Weather Beast is we have a roof camera. And so our roof camera, I can switch from my POV and show you what we're seeing as we're traveling through Sulphur. Notice some buildings that had to be totally repoed, starting over. Some spots that are back to normal. And then notice how we still have a couple of these other buildings here right off to our left-hand side that are still dealing with some more significant damage. Our driver, Keith, he's from the Oklahoma area for the most part. He's lived here for a long time, so he's almost like our personal tour guide. He knows everything about these areas and about these roads. But you can see how we still have these brick structures that have yet to be rebuilt. And I think that really tells the story that when you have a significant tornado that rolls through, Jane, it is not a week's recovery. It's not a month recovery. In this case, it's been 2 years, and we're still not fully back to normal. And you can see some structures, I think in some cases, just totally left to start from scratch. Overall, though, I will say Sulphur, it's a great little city. It looks fantastic, but the remnants of that strong tornado are still here. And so I think just it's another visual reminder to people who are tuning into Fox Weather. When we say violent tornadoes, that's what we mean. And I think Enid was another prime example of what tornado damage can do, but how you can survive it. You just have to know where your tornado safe place is. And you have to, if you don't feel safe in your own home, go shelter in a friend's home if you think that they have a more sturdier structure. Actually, speaking with the folks over in Enid, over the last 24 hours, we were there almost fresh off the scene right after that tornado. They were telling us that they just ran over to their neighbor's house. They knew they had a cellar and they didn't. And that is really what eventually caused the miracle of no fatalities. Unfortunately, the same can't be said for the Sulphur tornado. I believe there was at least one tornado or one fatality. Showing back up to the roof camera here, I'm going to flip it over to the left-hand side, just again showing you the remnants of what was a very thriving downtown metro. So, Jane, that was just something I thought was unique, a unique perspective for our Fox Weather viewers. But Brandon's shot compared to our shot, very similar. We have a little more of a haze in our sky, but we can see the definition of the clouds. Nothing that is really catching our eye too greatly right now in terms of a storm that we're going to jump on and latch to over the next couple of hours. But we do have a couple of towering cloud tops. Still have a little bit of a cap to erode away, but as we've been talking about earlier, once that initiation happens, it's off to the races. One thing we're slightly concerned with today, just in terms of storm tracking, is when we have all of this available moisture, they can become rain-wrapped fairly quickly, and so that'll be something we keep in mind that can elevate the danger of not only folks who are in an area, but also for a storm tracker. If a tornado becomes invisible, but you know that there's something violent just around the bend, that's a big concern. So a few things that we're watching out for, but the highest parameter space, I would say, for a stronger tornado is going to be right around 6-7 central. So still within the show, still when we're rocking that girl power, but obviously we'll be tracking these storms even later on when Ari Sarsolari comes and joins. I just love when we can get all of these severe weather nerds together and really show folks across the U.S. and people in the Southern Plains and educate them on how to stay safe during severe weather. So this is really day 2 of this outbreak. And one thing to keep in mind, this Sulphur tornado was back on April 27th of 2024. That date, April 27th, 2011, April 27th, 2024, and we're right in that same time frame. Today's April 25th, the 26th, we have a significant tornado risk in Kansas, and then April 27th, we also have an elevated tornado risk for St. Louis, southern Illinois, and into western Kentucky, western Tennessee. So it's right at this time and this date that has a all too unkind and unfamiliar ring to it.
Yeah, I agree. You know, unfortunately, we have this saying that weather repeats itself. And when you find, you know, a particular date, that does become quite uncomfortable when you're looking at an environment like we have tonight that could certainly produce something intense. You know, watching this warm front lift to the north, Haley, and watching kind of more of that blue sky start to reveal itself, those storms, or not quite storms just yet, but the clouds beginning to kind of bubble, it really just speaks to, I think what's been so unique is, you know, we finally got a weather balloon up there this afternoon, thanks to the National Severe Storms Laboratory. But, you know, in terms of getting that read on the atmosphere and just how unstable it is and how much, you know, shear we have in place in terms of also, too, just storm relative helicity, right? The storm relative twisting that's going to come with the maturing of these supercells. I think that's what's really impressive, how it will be able to sustain itself in just an environment that is fueled with heat and moisture, the two really most important parameters when it comes to kind of getting these storms on the board.
Well, what really stuck out to me, too, we briefly hopped out of the Fox Weather Beast. We had to clear off our 360 camera before we jump back on with you guys. And I was just noticing, wow, it's really hot. And then when you pulled over our current conditions, it looked like we had 91 degrees outside. And it's so interesting, especially over in Enid, and then when we were in northern Illinois, when you have this warm front, it's so hot the day leading into a severe weather event. And then right after the storm comes through, a lot of times it can be a crashing cold front or a dry line that comes in, and you're freezing the day after. So in Enid, I was very, very cold in the morning. And so this is what we talk about when the weather feels like there's severe storms along the way. In Norman, when we were traveling this morning, I didn't quite get that feeling because of that extensive cloud cover. Going to take a little bit of extra time to erode that away, which then limits the daytime heating. But certainly here, I mean, you feel it, it's palpable. And I think even with folks around this area, when they see the Fox Weather Beast, they say, oh, I know why you're here. We've got our plan. So I think everybody who are in storm-prone areas, they have that feeling as well. It doesn't just come from meteorologists. When you're tried and true in severe weather country, you also get that sixth sense.
Oh, absolutely. And so I think today is going to be that day that, you know, tap into that sixth sense and make sure that you get to a safe place quickly. And of course, you've got eyes on the ground. I've got eyes on the radar as we track things out through the course of the next few hours. Haley, we'll be checking back in. Let's talk about what's still to come this weekend, but also, too, on Monday, because Monday is a day that severe weather does move into a different corner of the country, per se, right? As this storm continues to move on, we have the Midwest back into the fold. Sunday for tomorrow, we do highlight parts of the plains. Yet again, Kansas City comes into play, where we do have maybe a little more of a conditional risk, but still the possibility that tornadoes are likely, large hail, gusty winds. And then come Monday, this is the day where really kind of, you know, when you use the analogy of, you know, baking a cake or something of that sort, right? That's the day where really everything comes together. And you've put the icing on it and you're sticking the candle in and we're getting ready to light it. Because I think come Monday, warm front's fully established, cold front is driving in, and that area of low pressure is deepening and lifting to the northeast. So Chicago, enjoy it. Now it's a little colder. Hey, now 52 degrees, winds out of the north. That will change as we work into the start of this week. In fact, as soon as tomorrow, that warm front will continue to lift into the Midwest. And then as we move our way into Monday, this is what that zone is going to look like. That warm front kind of collapsing a bit through the Mississippi, but the cold front will come driving. And that is going to be the main factor in getting these storms up on the board. That area of low pressure, maybe bringing that additional spin, our dew points surging into the mid-60s. Again, daytime heat will be a feature as this extremely strong jet streak does continue to lift this storm up into the region. So with that comes, again, the risk that we'll get the twisting thunderstorms, the high sheared environment that will continue to take us through this risk. And this has shifted a touch. The mid-Mississippi, we are back into the zone on Tuesday as that cold front continues to track east. But again, heads up here, we're going to continue to keep tracking these storms this evening, starting at 8 p.m. Eastern. Fox Weather's Arisar Slurry will be joining us to track these storms as well. Our storm trackers out in the field. We'll be right back.
With inflation still on the rise, you can't afford to throw food away. So here's a smart idea that can save you real money. It's called Robo Seal. Instead of storing food in regular containers only to have it go bad in just a few days, you put it in mason jars and use Robo Seal to create a vacuum seal that keeps food fresher, longer, even weeks after you stored it. It still looks and smells like the day you bought it. The secret is the powerful motor that quickly sucks out all the air, creating a sealed chamber where food stays fresh and no mold can grow. Here you can actually see it working. And hear the results too. When it comes to keeping food fresh, air is the enemy. So it makes sense that removing it preserves freshness. And that means snacks and cereals that used to get limp and stale will still crack and crunch, no matter when you stored them. In fact, it works with any size mason jar, whether big or small. That's right, Robo Seal can seal them all. Preserve juicy jellies, jams, and marmalades. Reseal jars for perfect pickles or olives. And prevent valuable veggies from spoiling. Stores cereal, cookies, and other dry goods. And keep herbs like parsley and oregano fresher longer. Act now to get your Robo Seal for just $29.99. It comes with 10 lids designed to fit any size jar absolutely free. Robo Seal is backed by our 10-year total satisfaction guarantee. It ships fast and free from right here in the USA. But wait, act now and you can get a second Robo Seal for 50% off. Don't delay. Order yours today.
To order your Robo Seal, call 1-800-510-5004. That's 1-800-510-5004. Or go to buyroboseal.com. So call 1-800-510-5004. That's 1-800-510-5004. Or order online at buyroboseal.com. Order now.
You've already heard about all the benefits you can get by adding some extra steps to your day with Ellipse. Strengthen and tone your muscles, passively burn calories, increase your range of motion, flexibility, balance, and mobility, stimulate healthy circulation, and loosen stiff leg joints, reduce swelling in your legs, ankles, and feet, and alleviate leg cramps, plus calm restless legs. Let's take a look at Ellipse in action. Say hello to Rhonda.
Hi.
How's it going?
It is going great. Honestly, this is the easiest exercise I have ever done. It is so smooth and relaxing, and I feel like my legs feel great. I can feel the blood circulating in my legs. I absolutely love it. And this is exactly what I need for my long 8-hour workdays.
You have no idea how many times I've heard that same opinion. That's because it's the truth. Call now and get your very own Ellipse. It's time to add some extra steps to your day and stay active even while enjoying your favorite seated activity.
Hello all and welcome back into Fox Weather. We are live storm tracking not only in our Fox Weather Beast but also back in studio showing you live conditions over in Blanchard, Oklahoma. Temperature 69 degrees, feeling like 69, but it's that southwest wind pulling in some extra moisture in the heat. We officially have our long-awaited tornado watch. Earlier at the top of the last hour, Jay Minar and I, we were breaking down the fact that we had a mesoscale discussion with a tornado watch imminent, and here it is for northern Oklahoma or northern Texas and portions of southern Oklahoma. But we have got you covered every step of the way, not only today, but tomorrow through your weekend with extended coverage. As I mentioned, we are here in the Fox Weather Beast, currently in Sulphur, Oklahoma, but we have the wonderful Radar Minar, who is also back in studio in 1211. So couldn't ask for somebody better to partner up with this. We've got expert radar analysis, and then we're also showing you what we've got live. And I think there's no better connection, Jane, between radar and a visual. Because sometimes radar can be deceptive, and you have to be able to use context clues in order to determine what storm could be the storm of the day, and maybe one that you don't have to worry about, right?
Absolutely. And you out there, you know, getting that visual representation of what I'm looking at, and basically, you know, sometimes 3D, but oftentimes, you know, it's just a flat map, and we're putting together all these different skills that we've both learned in school. But that tornado watch being issued, I think is certainly notable. The fact that we could see EF3 plus in intensity. And when you talk about the number of people at risk here, 10 million folks underneath this tornado watch till 11 p.m. Central Time. And it does, in fact, include two major metros, the Dallas-Fort Worth and Oklahoma City.
Yeah, I think the Dallas and even portions of central Texas was an interesting trend over the last 24 hours of these supercells that could develop and be tornado makers. If you head further into central Texas, a little less intrigued by the parameter space there, but still the fact that they have a chance at seeing some of those stronger storms develop and they extended the area under at least some level of a severe weather risk south speaks to that. But today, yes, that tornado watch till 11 p.m. Central Time. So that also means that we're not only tracking storms throughout the daytime, but also the nocturnal tornado threat, which is a challenge for us in the Beast sometimes, working with lighting. And a lot of times the only thing that can illuminate these storms and give us a visual, which is so imperative when you're live tracking, is lightning. Something that we really relied heavily on when we were on that tornado emergency over in Enid, Oklahoma. That happened on Thursday. That Enid tornado, if you're just tuning into us over the last couple of days, was eventually rated as an EF4. That was officially announced yesterday at a press conference from the National Weather Service. So this week has been able to produce violent tornadoes, the strongest tornado of 2026 so far. And yes, they're highlighting that strong, violent tornadoes are possible today. Just reading a little bit off of that tornado watch, the primary threats, just verbatim from the SPC, saying a few tornadoes likely, with a couple intense tornadoes possible, intense meaning EF2 or stronger, widespread large hail and isolated very large hail events to 4 inches in diameter likely. So if you're unsure, trying to think about, okay, what does 4 inches mean? 4 inches equates to a softball. So if you are a sports lover, go back into your garage, see if you have a baseball and think it's even bigger than that. And it'll be even heavier than that, especially as it descends from the upper levels of the atmosphere. They're also noting that we have scattered damaging winds likely with isolated significant gusts of up to 80 miles per hour possible.
Yeah.
Now, what we're looking at over on visible satellite, something that we've kind of been tracking, I have a different visible satellite pulled up larger on a different iPad here, some agitated cumulus clouds that are riding right along that warm front. And that's going to be something we watch for over the next couple of minutes, we'll say 20, 30 minutes. Right now, the game plan is we're going to start to drift a little bit further west and possibly slightly more towards our northwest, where our surface low is, and that acting as our triple point. So think a little bit closer to the I-35 corridor. We're already seeing some thunderstorms develop south of the Red River, so near Wichita Falls, out towards Graham. Those storms are going to have a good time to cook and to develop and eventually be traveling closer to the I-35 corridor and potentially be some of the storms we track through the Dallas-Fort Worth metro. Our goal today is to not get beyond the Red River. There may be a time where we do and we cross over, but we likely won't be taking the Beast over to the DFW spot. But we are expecting to take these storms at least to the southeast of Ardmore. One thing that we are a little bit concerned with today are I think they're called the Washitas. Am I correct, Jared? The Washita Mountains. The Washita Mountains. That's the word for it. So, yes, we're in the plains and we're in the plain states, but there are some geographic features here, and the Washita Mountains could pose a little bit of a problem for us. Those are just off towards the east of McAllister, and that's going to be something that gets very hilly and can not only create a bad visual for tornadoes, but it also means that the road network is a little bit more of a challenge to navigate, not as evenly grid spaced. Right now, you can see how those storms are firing along that boundary near Wichita Falls and just off towards the east. That's the dry line initiating. But notice how there's a little bit of a bulge, and that small bulge is our low. That low eventually going to move more so towards the east and northeast, and that'll be when our storms really start to erupt. The supercell potential is only climbing. We are in that moderate to high parameter space. The wind shear is certainly elevated. I mean, even now, just looking at the sky, I'll even toss it to our roof camera for folks. I'll try and broaden it out. We're still in sulfur, but notice how the clouds are moving at a very fast clip. It may be hard to tell when you're looking at it on screen, but these aren't stationary clouds. They're not barely moving. They're moving quick. And so that low level speed shear is certainly there. And then we also are dealing with that directional shear closer to the low. So the visual cues are all there. I'm even looking at a couple, I'll pop it back up to our roof cam. Notice if I zoom in here too, still trying to figure out how to work this guy. Zooming in a little bit, we have a couple of towering thunderstorms, nothing that is sparking our fancy quite yet, but it is just a sign that, hey, These storms are working away at the cap. They're chipping it away ever so slightly. And eventually, whenever that updraft base becomes fatter, if you will, it's pretty skinny right now with that one cloud that I'm showing you. Once it becomes fatter, that's a sign that this could be a very prolific storm that's capitalizing on the parameter space and could lead to a violent tornado or big time hail. So the origin story is beginning, and we'll be following this story beginning to end, Jane.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, I think the danger comes, too, is that things have been relatively quiet this afternoon. And, you know, not letting your guard down, knowing that we were expecting this to be a late in the day type of event, right? So as we continue closer to that dinner hour, that's really when these storms are going to start to say, okay, yep, we're definitely going to eat up all that energy and get going. So, you know, for my puns out there, but, you know, that's when you really have to come together and think, do we have our safe zone ready to go? For some, you know, maybe we don't have basements in North Texas. That was actually something I've recently learned. I always thought, okay, everybody must have a basement at the very least, especially in Tornado Alley. But when you talk about the type of environment, that I should say the topography of the ground, the clay-like nature, you can't have a basement. At least maybe some people do, but largely it's storm shelters. You're finding something in your home, right? The closet underneath the stairs, the bathroom. And so those are the types of places that maybe you have to clear out the closet underneath because you store everything in there on a normal day. But this evening is the evening that, okay, let's put it outside and make sure we can get there quickly.
It's actually funny that you mentioned that because I was born in Omaha, Nebraska. I lived there for the first 7 years of my life and then moved to Austin, Texas. But whenever there was a tornado warning, we went to the basement. And then when I moved to Austin, I said, where's the basement? We had too much limestone, and so they couldn't get down into the bedrock. And the same goes for some spots in Oklahoma. When we were in Enid, some of the storm shelters were actually above ground storm shelters, and other folks had more fortified walls in the center of their home, so they built their home with storms in mind. But yeah, not everywhere has a basement, even if they are in the Central Plains, and so that's why it's just so imperative that at dinner, maybe an early dinner tonight, you guys can sit down and have a conversation about here's what to do. And one thing I always emphasize, always have a helmet, because that is one key cause of a fatality within a tornado, is something hitting your head. So a helmet is paramount. So maybe go buy those if you don't have them for every member of your family. Right now.
Things are, you know, still quiet at this hour, but Haley, you're watching those clouds, and we've got our eyes on, you know, that dry line too, beginning to fire back out towards Wichita Falls. So we've got a lot to cover. Haley, we'll continue to check in with you throughout the evening. Of course, we'll be back with you in just a couple of minutes, but we'll continue to monitor the dangerous severe storm threat. You're looking at the right side of your screen. This is our new product here at Fox Weather, the threat zone. So this here encompassing, well, multiple states, Texas, northern Louisiana, Arkansas, of course, Oklahoma in the heart of this, where you take a look at that three-tiered really guide, elevated, high, and extreme. Now, here at Fox Weather, we've actually developed a scale that correlates to each of those three parameters, and it quite literally takes into account everything in the forecast: tornado risk, hail potential, the threat for damaging winds, right? What's the threshold of each of those risks? We throw so much at you, so this is a quick way for you to really kind of hone in on the map, know where you are, and then take action. So for parts of southeastern Oklahoma into North Texas with that high threat zone, you want to make sure that you are responding correctly, right? You see that bright red? Okay, we are maybe going for the early dinner. We're clearing out the storm shelter, and we are preparing and ready to go. It's no longer just keep an eye to the sky. It's be ready to act. So let's talk more about what we're expecting through the course of the next few hours. Of course, we've been diving into the nowcasting, what we're seeing, what the environment is doing as it responds quite literally minute by minute. That tornado watch being issued, that runs with us until about 11 o'clock. In fact, I'll throw it back up just one more time. Of course, we'll continue to show it to you, but here, encompassing about 10 million people. Dallas and Oklahoma City both included in this tornado watch, but really honing in on this zone, I think, northern counties of Texas along the Red River, and then we take it along the I-35 into parts of southeast Oklahoma. That is where we have, at least right now, a greater idea of where we could see the more intense tornado potential, EF3 or greater. Again, this runs till 11 o'clock. Let's get you through some of the timing. Now, this is model derived. arrived, but it's definitely something we want to watch for as we get into the next few hours. Again, storms are beginning to build up closer to this zone, and on our future radar, you could see those start to pop. So we'll have to see how they come together. That's really more so along the dry line. But we're looking for these discrete supercells. So anything that can really take advantage of its environment, not compete with other storms. However, one thing we'll also be looking for something called a splitting supercell. So something that may look compact then starts to split. So you get something on really the north side and the south side, and it's left and right in the splitting of that supercell. And anything that kind of hugs on the right side, right, we'll have to watch how that storm behaves, because that could be the one, especially taking in all of that moisture and all of the warmth, and also to the low-level jet that will be kicking in later today that will help to keep it sustained in this environment underneath that warm front. Speaking of that warm front, I can actually see it on future radar. So again, this is model derived, not exactly what we're looking at, but an indication that, again, anything along that boundary and along that warm front is something for us to watch, because it can latch into that and it's going to have the best opportunity to really sustain itself and twist and strengthen. So we'll have to see how that comes together. But again, it's within this zone that we have the greatest opportunity for that coverage. That's 8 p.m. So here we are about 3 hours or so, 3-4 hours away from watching that really start to come together. I would say we're probably heading into some of those peak hours for this dangerous weather. And then this will continue to track to the southeast. An important note on the storm motion with these storms, expecting them to be relatively slow, off to the east-southeast at about 20-25 miles per hour. Now, in some cases, that can work in your favor. You get the alert early and you can get to your safe zone, right? But also, too, it means that if we are producing a tornado, that slow movement drags it through these communities a lot longer than we would like it to. So, and it also gives it an opportunity to continue to really maybe strengthen and stay a little further along track. So that takes us through about 10 o'clock. We'll see these storms dive down south of the I-30 corridor, maybe congeal into a bit of a cluster. That MCS, that mezzo, will bring perhaps a damaging wind risk into the early morning hours across parts of northern Louisiana. So that's a quick kind of guide, a run through of what we're looking to see develop for the next few hours. But again, keep it here on Fox Weather. Make sure you have ways to receive alerts. Download that free Fox Weather app. You can track these storms along with us. We have the threat for not just tornadoes, but monster hail. We're talking larger than the size of a softball in the forecast this evening. And we're going to check in with our exclusive storm trackers after the break. They too are in the field. We'll be right back.
Hello everyone, I'm April Lufrio with another deal from Incredible Inventions called the Zippy Sweeper. It's an electric broom that sweeps up messes and spills quickly and easily. Zippy has you covered with its 360-degree swivel head and ultra lightweight design. It seamlessly transitions from tile, vinyl, and hardwood to low pile carpets. The Zippy Sweeper is powered by a long-lasting rechargeable battery, and you can dump the dirt with just one click. The Zippy Sweeper is available on Amazon for $109. But if you scan this QR code now, you can get it for the special on-sale price of just $59. That's $50 off instantly. Go online or scan and save big with this QR code. And oh, Zippy is also offering a 30-day money-back guarantee. So if you don't like it, send it back, and we'll even cover the cost of return shipping. Nobody else offers this kind of guarantee, so get your Zippy Sweeper today.
My friends, I come to you today on behalf of the Jewish people in Ukraine whose lives have been completely destroyed. Family and loved ones brutally killed. The International Fellowship of Christians and Jews is inside of Ukraine, providing emergency food and supplies to tens of thousands of people.
I am shocked how many elderly people came here. They're afraid, and they realize now that there are more people than boxes.
For just $25, you can help rush an emergency food box to the elderly Jews in Ukraine. Many of them are hungry, frightened, and alone. Today, there's a special opportunity to double your gift's impact. Call now, and your gift's impact will be doubled.
The people of Ukraine are caught in the crosshairs of war. Many of these precious people are Holocaust survivors, elderly Jews who are sick and dying. They have no food, and we must reach them now before it's too late.
The world is in a war again. I am alone. I'm afraid of the bombs. I'm scared. I am old. There is no food.
Just $25 helps rush emergency food to elderly Jews in Ukraine who are in urgent need today. Please call, scan, or go online right now.
I will not starve. Thank you, good people.
We can be the hope to the Jewish people who are suffering in Ukraine. Your help is desperately needed now.
Thanks to generous fellowship partners. Call now and your gift's impact will be doubled.
All right, folks, we are back here in the Fox Weather Beast, still traveling around Sulphur. Right now, what we're doing just as a team with Jared, who is in the backseat, meteorologist and field producer as well, and Keith, who's our longtime Oklahoman resident and driver extraordinaire. We are analyzing the clouds, looking at the different boundaries and trying to decide where we want to shift to, because initiation is really T-minus 30 minutes, give or take, maybe an hour, and I think that's even pushing it. We're already seeing the initiation of some stronger storms along the dry line that will eventually track towards the I-35 corridor into North Texas. A tornado watch officially issued for central and southern Oklahoma, northern Texas till 11 o'clock Central Time. So this is just the beginning of a very active weekend in the world of severe weather. We have Jane, who's in studio, helping us out, giving you full comprehensive coverage, and also a shout out to Sam, who's helping us out at the weather desk as well. It's a team effort to get this show to air for everybody to view and to watch, but our hope as a network and as a girl power team and my boy power team here in the truck as well is to really help people stay informed and to understand and to make their own conclusions about when a storm is threatening their area and how to seek shelter, and to do that ahead of time to hopefully spare their life if a violent tornado does come through, which, Jane, we saw a miracle happen in Enid. No serious injuries and no fatalities after an EF4 tornado, one of the strongest the state of Oklahoma has seen in the better part of 2 years.
Yeah, just incredible. And you know, that being a tornado emergency, the second one issued this year. The hope is that we keep that number of tornado emergencies issued low for 2026. But it was an incredible show. And unfortunately, you know, this part of southeastern Oklahoma has had an all too uncomfortable brush with tornadoes and severe weather. We're looking back just 2 years ago. In fact, a little ominous, April 29th, so we're a couple days away, about the same weekend that severe weather came through Sulphur, Oklahoma, EF3. And unfortunately, this tornado, Haley, did lead to a number of injuries. And we do know that one woman had died.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and what's really interesting is we always say it's not a week worth of recovery, it's not months worth of recovery, it's years worth of recovery. And driving through the downtown area of Sulphur, there are some businesses that have started from scratch. They look brand spanking new. And there's other spots that you still see the slab that was left in the wake of that EF3 tornado. The peak winds were about 165 miles per hour. You compare that to the Enid tornado of 170 miles per hour. The Sulphur Tor was a high-end EF3, which is possible today. The Storm Prediction Center has been highlighting that we could see violent tornadoes, which is anything stronger than an EF2. The parameter space is just on the upper echelon of what you would expect this time of year with the wind shear, the warmth. I mean, temperatures outside the beast right now, 91 degrees. We are right on the southern periphery of that warm front, but it's right along the warm front where some of the stronger tornadoes could exist today. Not to leave out the hail potential as well, because that's going to be a monster the Fox Weather Beast tries to deviate from. Well, we want to capture tornadoes and to show them to you guys. We do not want to capture hail, because that can be a big chase ender and it can break windshields, and we just don't want to deal with all that mess. Although there are some storm trackers out there that love hail and they drive straight into the hail core. We have been told explicitly not to do so, and honestly, we don't really want to play that game. But today, the hailstones could be over 4 inches in diameter, so we're talking softball size, this big, and that's an ice chunk that's falling thousands of feet from the atmosphere. But when you have large hail of that nature, it also speaks to how intense that updraft is. It takes a lot of wind blowing upwards in order for hail that size to stay high into the atmosphere. And what I always equate it to for folks who are wondering what it means when you have a downdraft or a downburst of wind, and when hail comes down all at one moment, is if you go to the gym and you're maxing out weight. You're trying new weights, and then eventually it becomes too heavy and it all crashes down. So when you have a big downburst and hail starts crumbling down back to the surface, the updraft has reached its max, and that is something that we could see today. But we're talking about some bodybuilding thunderstorms.
I like how you put that. I'm always for an analogy, right? Because I just think it humanizes the weather that sometimes can be so lost in, equations and whatnot when we're talking such a dynamic atmosphere. But Haley, we'll be checking back in. I am curious. We've got a guest coming up, but you're heading on I-35 maybe? Are you just hunting right now?
Yeah, we are moving a little bit off towards the west. I'll quickly throw up our roof cam. I'll try and zoom out a little bit to give a perspective. We're seeing some lower level clouds that's just sometimes blocking the view of our updrafts. But for those of you who are weather enthusiasts, you can see some towering storms starting to build. I'll back up even a little bit further. So you can see that the storms are growing, and we're heading towards the I-35 corridor right now. I don't think we'll maybe intersect quite with I-35, but we are going to get somewhat close, and then it's going to be a waiting game. I'll say one thing that I might not have been the best at growing up was patience, but as a meteorologist and as somebody who's now tracking storms live in the field, patience is key, and you have to wait and watch and not bite too early on a storm, because sometimes they'll throw you something and the weather will, and it looks like an interesting thunderstorm, but it's really just a fake out, and the real one is the next to develop. So there's a lot of different things we have to organize here.
All right, looks good. We'll be checking back in just a couple of moments, but unfortunately the severe weather risk, not just a tornado threat, that very large hail potential, along with damaging winds, also something that could become a more primary risk as we head later into the overnight. Now, the city of Texarkana, Texas, they're under that 2 out of 3 tornado risk tonight. Large hail also possible. Chris Black, the Texarkana fire chief, joins me now with an update on how the city is preparing ahead of this storm threat this evening. Chris, unfortunately, this is a second night that your crews are on alert. How have you been kind of approaching today?
Yes, ma'am. Last night we were kind of thankful we didn't get the brunt of the storm. And so tonight we're staying prepared. All of our guys, all of our firefighters are preparing their trucks, getting all of our power equipment, saws, things like that prepared. Weather service, according to them, we anticipate hail and high wind to be our greatest threat, with tornadoes a little lower, but still a threat this evening.
Absolutely. I mean, in terms of, how you position your crews on a night like this, because I think that is kind of one of the bigger dangers, that this does come in once the sun sets. Are you kind of just in a wait and see as those calls start to come in, or are you looking at particular zones that maybe, higher population centers that you want to be around?
Right. So obviously our fire station's already, prepared and centered in different areas of the city to respond quickly. So all of our guys will be at the stations prepared with other equipment, and storms like this come into our area, the trees, power lines, limbs coming down. So our guys prepared for all that rescue type situation. We have sent out lots of social media warning people to stay weather aware this evening and prepare for it.
Absolutely. If you had one message to give to your residents at this time, what should they know going into those overnight hours?
If you haven't already signed on to our mass communication that we have with the city of Texarkana. Pay attention to local weather and National Weather Service. And if you don't have to go anywhere this evening, stay home.
Absolutely. Chris, I'm interested because oftentimes too, you're first responders, you're first on the scene. I'm sure you have you seen tornado damage or wind damage before?
Oh, absolutely. The most recent with the most damage was when Hurricane Beryl came through in 24, and we had quite a few structures damaged, and luckily no injuries though.
And I think what's notable too, when you're kind of in the first couple of minutes of that storm coming through and the damage occurring, folks, maybe they're emerging out of their shelters. There is a message to be sent to those folks, being aware of downed power lines and things like that that could surround them.
Right, definitely. If it's safe to do so, shelter in place, and if you have damage or you can look outside and see it, call 911 and we'll respond and try to make the area safe and help evacuate anybody that does need assistance.
All right. Well, Chris Black, thank you so much. The Texarkana Fire Chief. Good luck with the storms tonight to you and your team. Wishing you all safety.
Thank you.
We continue here on a Fox Weather Alert as we track storms roaring into the plains tonight. Now, starting at 8 p.m., Fox Weather's Aris Arcelari will be joining us to continue to track these storms into the overnight. Our storm trackers, they too are out in full force as the threat for large, gigantic hail, strong tornadoes threaten millions. We have tornado watch in effect through 11 o'clock. You can see we're kind of gearing up in those waiting hours, but that will change. Keep it here on Fox Weather. We'll be right back.
Cooking rice just isn't nice. No matter how hard you try, it always comes out stuck on and dry. Until now.
Hi, Chef Daniel Green here with Rice Robot, the 1, 2, 3 rice cooker.
It's the easiest way to make fluffy, delicious rice every time.
Watch. 1, add the white cup for rice. 2, add the blue cup for water. 3, click it and let Rice Robot perfectly cook it.
White, brown, jasmine, pilaf, basmati, even sushi rice, all cooked just right. The secret is perfect cook technology that surrounds the rice with controlled heat for even cooking. Then Rice Robot senses when it's done, auto stops and keeps it warm to serve.
Rice Robot's so smart it won't burn, overcook or undercook, guaranteed.
Watch this. Add rice, water, olive oil, salt, 1 large tomato in the center, click it, cook it, and out comes an amazing Mediterranean rice dish that's just bursting with flavor. And rice is just the beginning. Make mac and cheese, frittatas, oatmeal, soups and stews, even ramen dishes. For a healthier choice, make quinoa, couscous, or cauliflower rice. Throw in turkey, rice, vegetables, potatoes, broth, and bring leftovers back to life. Rice Robot is perfect for apartments, dorm rooms, and RVs. And with a ceramic ultra non-stick interior, cleanup's a breeze.
Call or go online now and get the complete Rice Robot cooking system with the steamer tray and 1-2-3 recipe guide, all for the special TV discount price of just $39.99. It comes with a 90-day money-back guarantee. We'll even ship your entire order free. That's right, free shipping. But to make this offer really cook, we'll give you a 50% discount on a second one. You get it all at an incredible value for one low price. Order now.
To order, call 1-800-215-0706 or go to buyricerobot.com. So call 1-800-215-0706 or order online at buyricerobot.com today.
Behind this curtain is an outdated bath and shower. Imagine transforming this eyesore into a beautiful jacuzzi bath remodel in as little as 1 day.
Are there a lot of design options?
Yes, Jacuzzi has stylish shower walls, designer colors, and premium features like soft closed doors.
Call right now and Jacuzzi will waive installation costs with no interest and no payments for up to a year.
Just step right into your easy entry shower by Jacuzzi. We have durable grab bars, grab shelves.
This is a great safety feature. I love this. It's really beautiful. The quality of it, I'm blown away.
Best of all, it's from Jacuzzi, the most trusted name in water for over 70 years.
Call or go online now to jacuzzibathremodel.com. We're waiving all installation costs, plus 0 interest and 0 payments for up to 1 year.
Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-760-4654.
All right, giving you a feels like temperature over in Blanchard, Oklahoma. Temperature 72 degrees, feeling like 72. The wind southwest, 15 miles per hour. But notice how we have a clearing throughout the sky, a couple of upper level clouds, and a little bit hard to see, a tad blurry on my screen right now. But we are talking about some towering thunderstorms that are starting to build. Still waiting on the storm to start to develop along this warm front and near that triple point, or our area of low pressure. But the storms are already firing for spots right along the dry line. So our Fox Weather Beast team is back live in action now, day 2 of our second deployment. Yesterday we were doing some damage recovery, live shots and reporting out of Enid, Oklahoma, when we were actually tracking that storm live when we got under the tornado emergency. But what we're doing right now, Jane, is we're actually getting some gas. Gas is so important and very underrated for something that you have to think about while you're storm tracking, because I will out myself. When I actually had a car before I moved to New York, I literally would let my car go down to 1 mile to empty before I would actually go get gas. And in storm tracking, that's the exact opposite. So we literally have 250 miles to empty, and we just filled back up to just shy of 300 miles. Because when you get onto some of these rural roads, gas is the last thing you want to think about. And we also have it in the back of our truck. We have a couple of gas tanks. So Jane, there's all these different things that you don't think about, but when you're actually out in the thick of it, it comes to mind. How am I going to eat today? Have I drank enough water? Should I drink enough water? Because then I have to stop to go to the bathroom. And then gas. But now's the time to consider all of these things.
Listen, and at least now you have the time to do it, because things will start to get much more active. And you're right. I mean, you find yourself on a road, perhaps, well, more than a mile away from a gas station. And then that's definitely not the best scenario. But, you know, just watching satellite, and I mean, you've got the best view because you're obviously, you know, in it. You're looking at the sky and those towering cumulus. But when I got that top-down view here from space, looking at satellite, couple things to point out. One, in the warm front, which you can see lifting kind of right through parts of southeastern Oklahoma over the Red River. And then at the same time, those cumulus clouds beginning to build and fire up. And the dry line too, I'll show that. But I wanted to zero in on where you are, Haley, closer to that, to Sulphur. Just off to the west of the I-35, a couple storms beginning to build. So again, nothing that's really, you know, caught our attention just yet on that warm front boundary. But I think notable is the kind of first maybe try from Mother Nature with the dry line. And you can see how those storms have really started to tower now up closer to Wichita Falls.
Yeah, and you know what? I love how we zoomed in on that satellite imagery too, because it also showed you the wind shear that we're dealing with, where the upper level of the atmosphere, they're moving more so from the west to the east, and then you have the lower level clouds that are moving somewhat more so south to north. And so it's that wind shear that is really going to kick off some of these thunderstorms. But you know what? Great. Keith, if we could stop here for just 1 second, I'm going to throw up our roof cam, and some of those thunderstorms that you circled there, they're not quite thunderstorms just yet. I hesitate to say that, but they're budding thunderstorms. What we like to use the term for agitated cumulus. There they are. So you can actually see them. And then if I even zoom in a little bit further here, it's very slow, but in person it's maybe a little bit more obvious. But you can actually see as those clouds start to grow a little bit. So still doing a little more of that zooming in. But once that cloud, the upper piece of that cloud, can break even further, get taller into the atmosphere, it really is a sign that things are getting off to the races. I zoom a little bit more off to the right-hand side. So we're looking east right now. So we're facing more so south and southeast, southwest. And this is where we have one budding thunderstorm a little bit taller than the rest. So they're trying. They're not quite there just yet, but that's the exact example of what the satellite captures and then what we can see from our 360 cam. But this is what we look for when we are waiting for the convective initiation in a storm to immedially jump on.
And I can tell you sometimes, I mean, I'm mesmerized by just watching those storms continue to build, and you think, okay, you know, it is just a fun watch, and as long as it's not turning severe, and then you don't want to be anywhere underneath of it. But you know, in terms of what we're tracking on radar, again, within our highest threat zone, things are still quiet, which I think here at about 5:30 Eastern, 4:30 local time where you are in our threat zone, that was kind of expected. I don't think this is really going to be an event that kicks off until we get to that 6 o'clock hour. Maybe we start to see some of these budding cumulus showers maybe start to knock on our door a bit closer to the 5:30 hour. But largely speaking, we still probably have another hour, maybe even 2, before we start to track something.
The tornado parameter space, meaning the wind shear, the updraft helicity, all of that peaks right around 7 o'clock Central Time, possibly a little bit earlier. I always take what the models say with a grain of salt, and I typically kind of butt it up a little bit earlier than normal. So yeah, you hit the nail right on the head. 7 o'clock Central Time, but the atmosphere's starting to get going. But whenever I said earlier, I think it was last block, where the Mother Nature will throw you a couple of curveballs, a couple storms that she wants you to bite on just to throw you off. And I think these are some of them right now. So I say give it another 20, 30 minutes and maybe we have a clearer picture on if there is a storm that we want to travel with off towards the southeast. But the beginnings are here. And again, with that satellite imagery, you can really see the wind shear working in the favor of southern Oklahoma, even more so than over near the dry line where some of the initial thunderstorms are starting to fire just west of Wichita Falls.
Yeah, you talk about the supercell potential, that wind shear twisting the environment, and it's definitely greatest right now, kind of pulling closer to that warm front boundary, which we expected. So, Haley, we're going to check back in with you in just a bit. We'll continue to monitor this extremely dangerous severe weather threat as we continue over the course of the next several hours. You're looking at Oklahoma City, which is now in that tornado watch until about 11 o'clock this evening. And then we also have the Fox Weather Threat Zone on the right side of your screen. So what is the Fox Weather Threat Zone? Well, the Fox Weather Threat Zone is just an easy way for you to quickly look and really take note of where you are and what level of risk you have. Elevated, high, and extreme. Now, these 3 categories, color-coded, they actually have a method behind them. We have put together a formula, and we take into account the magnitude of every impact that severe weather can bring to you, right? Hail, tornadoes, wind, flash flooding. And we bring it into that one product. And so when we look at an elevated risk day, it means we're really paying attention. We're honed in. We expect some disruptive weather. But on a high risk day for our Fox Weather Threat Zone, that is a day that we are tuned in and we are making those preparations. Our safe zone is cleared out, ready to go when that warning is sounded, and we can keep ourselves safe. So those are things to be thinking about. The safe zone as we push ourselves into the next few hours, because again, the threshold for severe weather has increased significantly today. If you were following with us, maybe you're tuning back in right now because you have that tornado watch that's been issued and you said, wait a second, but I watched on Thursday and I thought Sunday was supposed to be the worst day. Well, Sunday is still going to be a notable day. We'll be here getting you through that as well. But today, we're now looking at an environment that is much more supportive of that supercell. And it might only be 1. It could be 2. Maybe we get a handful, right? We're waiting to see how things initialize. But as we expect them to develop, they have the opportunity to produce not just your run-of-the-mill severe weather, but we're talking intense, if not violent tornadoes. And the greatest likelihood of that is going to be closer to that warm front as it continues to lift up across the Red River into eastern Oklahoma. This is the zone where we could see perhaps EF3 or greater tornado strength. We also have the threat for gigantic hail. Don't want to lose sight of that, because on top of a tornado developing, we also have the threat for softball-sized hail coming down. And so again, the likelihood, very similar zone with that mature supercell development. Anything discrete is going to be something that we'll be watching for. And then we continue into tonight, not just the hail threat, but the damaging wind potential. As we kind of step through time, I'll show you what that looks like, right? We do have kind of that dry line initialized action that we're going to be following to see how that comes together. And you can see at least 2 distinct supercells on our future radar that try to come together around that 6 o'clock hour on the I-35 corridor. Again, this is just kind of a broad brush, an idea of where things could fire. And then you have a little action firing closer to Fort Smith. Now, this to me does feel closer to that warm front. And again, right now it's along the warm front where we have the greatest kind of pooling of that supercell potential, the twisting, mature cyclone. And so as we follow over the course of the next couple of hours, underneath that warm front, absolutely still have an environment that will bring with it that intense tornado potential. But then it kind of clusters a bit. So we're looking at these storms, which one can stay most discreet, which one is going to hook off to the right, maybe stay a little farther to the south, the right splitting supercells, right? Those are the ones that can really take advantage of the environment that Mother Nature has set up for such a high bar of severity. And then as we continue into this evening, so 8, 9, 10 o'clock, you have this kind of convergence. Now, we still have that tornado potential that will drift to the southeast. These are slow-moving storms. That is also a pretty important note. And then as we get into the overnight, this kind of clustering, that complex that pushes through Texarkana and Shreveport, that will bring along with it that damaging wind risk. So we've got several more hours to track this. We are with you through the overnight as we continue to track the severe weather this weekend. Again, these storms capable of producing monster hail and those strong tornadoes. So we're going to check in with our exclusive Fox Weather storm trackers after the break. They are in the field, but a look out at Oklahoma City, getting those preparations ready to go as we close in on those final hours.
You play by the rules. You show up, you work hard, and you do your part. Then life flips the script. Prices climb faster than your paycheck. And every month, a new surprise. Little by little, the debt adds up. Life didn't play fair. So let's level the playing field. At National Debt Relief, we'll put together a plan to get you back on track. Then we'll negotiate with your creditors so you pay less than you owe in less time than you think. We've helped over 1 million customers towards a brighter future. Debt happens because life happens. Only now you've got a powerful team in your corner. And this is where your new chapter begins. Call or visit GoNDR.com to find out how quickly you could become debt-free.
The crisis inside Ukraine has reached a catastrophic level, with the elderly Jews pushed to the very limit.
Go inside. She's freezing cold. There's no electricity, no heat, no water. Winter is now a weapon of war used against the elderly, the mothers, and the young children.
They've been lined up here for hours. These are precious people who are hungry, and they have nothing. If someone doesn't do something soon, a humanitarian disaster is coming. So many Jewish people who are just waiting for someone to care enough to pick up the phone.
Fears are growing that without an emergency, full-scale response, thousands will die this winter.
The International Fellowship of Christians and Jews needs your $25 gift now to help rush a winter survival food box of emergency food for elderly Jews and families in Ukraine. Today, there's a special opportunity to double your gift's impact, thanks to generous fellowship partners. Call now and your gift's impact will be doubled.
They felt the shaking of missiles. These are people who have already endured so much suffering and disaster, taking out power, taking out water, simple water to drink. We're talking about the difference between life or death. Christian, Jew, standing shoulder to shoulder, saying, we're here to heal, we're here to help.
Your gift of only $25 helps rush a winter survival food box filled with life-saving emergency food for elderly Jews and families in Ukraine. Thanks to a special matching challenge, if you call now, your gift's impact will be doubled. Time is critical. Please give now.
Welcome back here on Fox Weather with our extended coverage, your severe weather HQ. A look at Oklahoma City right now. Temperatures are in the lower 70s. That southwesterly wind, an important piece to kind of bringing in that moisture and that uncomfortable feel that is going to lead to the threat of severe storms this evening. Oklahoma City under a tornado watch until 11 p.m. Central Time. So taking note of that and making sure that we are prepared and paying attention. These storms capable of producing all hazards from intense tornadoes to gigantic hail. So definitely something for us to watch very closely. The state of Oklahoma has been walloped by severe weather this week. On Thursday night, a violent EF4 rated tornado devastated the community of Enid, Oklahoma. Yesterday on Weather Command, we checked in with David Mason, the mayor of Enid, to see how his community is holding up after the storm.
Thank you so much for joining us. We're so sorry to see some of those images coming in from your community. How are you doing this morning?
We're doing well. I think everybody's running on a very limited amount of sleep, but for the most part, all of our resources are out there. We've been moving forward. We just completed a damage assessment. So at 11 o'clock, we're going to roll all that up and we will have much more information after that. But I was with them as we walked through that addition, and it's a lot of devastation. Homes not completely down, probably about 40 homes. So a lot of damage.
Yeah, and Mayor, I was looking at your post to Facebook earlier this morning just to update the community and update all of us as we were trying to figure out what happened in Enid. And speaking to more so the southern part of the city, the Gray Ridge neighborhood that took looks like a direct hit from this tornado. Again, no fatalities. And in terms of the injuries, does it look like everybody's going to be okay moving forward?
It does. We did have several injuries, and we transported two individuals to Oklahoma City, to one of the major hospitals down there, but those are not life-threatening injuries. So we managed to get out of this, I'm not going to say well, but not near as bad as it could have been. I've been saying all morning, we can rebuild those homes, and we will, but thank God there wasn't any loss of life. We are just so very fortunate, the community support that we have. All the first responders, I was out there last night till about 2:30 in the morning, and we just had help from all over the state. All the counties around us sent search and rescue. So we are very, very blessed in many, many ways. I've probably gotten 200 texts this morning on different businesses and individuals just wanting to know, what do we do? How can we help? So as we go on through the day, we'll figure that out. But right now, we're in a good position. We still have Highway 81 closed just because we're waiting on the power company to be able to get the power lines up off the highway. So that's very important before we open that highway back up.
And looking ahead to this weekend, it is a weekend, so people will be off from work, obviously. But what are your plans so far for the cleanup and recovery, and even your message to people that have been impacted by this?
So two things. We have now started letting the homeowners go up in there because they do have the power shut off. All the gas lines are now capped, so we don't have any leaks out there. So the homeowners are able to go up in there right now. They do have to show proof that they live in that area. We're not letting anyone else in other, obviously, than the first responders, the Salvation Army. By the way, Salvation Army's providing food for everyone, all the homeowners, the first responders, and we'll continue that. In the meantime, we're putting a little task force together, and we will identify what additional supplies that we might need, and we will find a staging area for those so that as we move away from today and into next week, knowing that we could have some more weather come in, we'll make sure that we have water and supplies and that all those folks will be able to have the necessary means to exist. And, it's tough when you've lost everything that you have. So with that being said, Enid is very, very resilient. Oklahoma is very resilient, and we'll come through this.
Yeah, I think, that's always a silver lining, right? You see what your community is really made of in moments like this when everyone does come together. It is remarkable to see, but the heartbreak and the destruction as a result of this tornado. I want to ask you too, just from a personal perspective, walking through your community, I thought it was interesting because you guys get weather alerts and warnings from the office out of Norman, the National Weather Service out of Norman. Norman has never issued a tornado emergency for Enid, at least, ever. So I think, it's notable in that regard. Tornado emergencies are the highest echelon of a tornado warning, saying that we have a threat on the ground, an imminent threat to life and to property. So seeing everything this morning, what was that like for you, just walking around the community?
Well, like I said earlier, it's just beyond words sometimes. I wish I could paint that picture better, but until you stand out there and you see that, but more importantly, until you actually talk to those homeowners, which I had the opportunity to do this morning, I think it's just important that what we do is reassure them that we are there with resources. They are not in this alone. And we will be there with everything that they need. By doing the damage assessment, we are now able to start dispatching through OEM the additional funds that are necessary. Our governor was calling last night along with our entire Oklahoma delegation, wanting to know how they could help. So we're fortunate. And I think all we need to do right now is just let the people that are affected know that they're not alone in this. They have a strong community and they have a lot of resources that are available for them.
And hearing you seem like you have a great heart and you really are passionate about your community. So it seems like those people are in good hands under your leadership. Thank you so much for joining us. That's Mayor David Mason, the mayor of Enid, Oklahoma. We appreciate you joining us at this time.
Thank you.
As we continue into this weekend, tonight, of course, expecting that level 4 out of 5 severe weather threat, the threat of intense tornadoes, gigantic hail, as these storms are set to fire over the course of the next few hours in southeast Oklahoma, North Texas. Heads up there, we're going to be following this closely, but then pushing it into tomorrow and Monday. That severe weather threat is not over. We're going to continue to ramp things up. Sunday, come tomorrow, we paint the picture a little farther to the north. Kansas City in the threat zone, level 3 out of 5. And then come Monday, we shift it into the all too familiar Midwest, Illinois, Missouri, Iowa, Wisconsin, where again, the risk of all hazards are on the table as we push our way into the start of the work week. But let's zero in on tomorrow, Sunday's threat, because I want to be heads up here. Kansas, especially northeast Kansas, the same night that Enid EF4 tornado in Oklahoma developed, we were also tracking tornado damage and severe thunderstorms through this very zone, along the I-70 corridors, line out towards Kansas City, up towards Omaha, Lincoln, Nebraska, right? So this is kind of a secondary threat as we close out the weekend. We closed out the week with it, and here we are into the weekend, ramping it back up. So a little bit of an interesting setup for tomorrow. Initially, all of this week, right, we were highlighting that Sunday was really going to be the day for us to watch as things intensify. Well, things have kind of changed a touch. Now, we're still expecting perhaps a very active day on Sunday, but there is maybe more of a cap in place that could make things messier and more isolated as we work into the evening. The difference for tomorrow and what is going to continue to evolve as we head into Monday is that the warm front will truly be established, right? So as that warm front really kind of roots itself into the environment and lifts to the north with this intensifying low pressure, this storm system, right? That is what is going to continue to be that leading edge of energy. All of that storm energy building underneath that boundary. And once we get into the afternoon, into the evening, that dry line starts to initialize where we have all of our moisture divided by the drier air back out to the west, and then our cold front, that too will be a feature as we work our way into the end of the weekend that really starts to dig in. Note here our supercell potential, again, the twisting opportunity for storms, the hail threat, the tornado risk. That is definitely greatest underneath that warm front, and then where that dry line is going to initialize those storms. So again, parts of maybe north central Oklahoma into Kansas, Wichita will be the zones in the beginning. and then we'll lift this up to the north and northeast as we work our way into the evening on Sunday. That tornado potential square within that warm sector where we do have, again, an isolated risk of perhaps a strong tornado. You see that confidence here, more likely closer to that triple point where we have that warm front lifting, our dry line, and then our cold front advancing. So that's going to be the zone, Salina, along the I-70 corridor, that we could see a stronger tornado, but anything that could fire a little farther south, definitely something for us to watch. Timing it out, so you'll watch the warm front lift. As that pulls in, we'll get initialized thunderstorms into the afternoon. That's something we'll watch, but then you see these discrete supercells fire behind it. Isolated coverage, but again, could be the ones that do bring along with it that damaging tornado risk. So we'll watch this through the end of the weekend and again, follow this into Monday. We'll continue our live coverage here on Fox Weather with Severe Weather HQ, tracking thunderstorms into this evening. We've got Aris Arcelari. He's in the building. He'll be joining us as we continue our storm coverage with radar analysis as we keep you safe for the next several hours. Our storm trackers, too, are in the field as the potential for large hail and strong tornadoes threaten millions. We'll be right back.
Introducing the all-new Mobilizer compression socks from Copperfit, America's #1 compression sock brand. Easy on, easy off compression socks that reduce swelling and relieve tired, achy feet. With built-in arch support technology for targeted relief right where you need it.
I thought all compression socks are the same, and I'll tell you, it's a world of difference. They reduce inflammation, they reduce the pain.
No more pain, no more achy feet.
These are the socks to wear to help keep the energy going. It's just been amazing for me.
And now, Copperfit compression just got even better with energizing blue infrared fibers woven into soft, breathable compression fabric to help boost circulation, reduce swelling, and relieve pain. Copperfit Compression plus Lumicore Blue Infrared Fibers. 2 breakthrough technologies combined to give you soothing foot relief all day, every day, so you can stay mobile.
The compression, the fit, the comfort. I love these socks. I want to have them on all the time.
I can get up every morning and do exactly what I want to do because I'm not in foot pain anymore.
I'm addicted to wearing them. Now I feel like I can get anything done no matter what it is.
Breathable, easy on, easy off design. Graduated compression for energizing support and to reduce swelling from prolonged sitting or standing. Built-in arch support technology, plus Lumicore Blue Infrared Fibers to boost circulation and reduce swelling for soothing all-day relief.
They'll keep me going. They're going to keep me mobile, keep me doing the things I want to do.
The Lumicore technology works fantastic. That, to me, was the game changer.
Get mobilized, guaranteed, or your money back. Get your Mobilizer socks now at mobilizersocks.com for as low as $19.99. Plus, your shipping is free. That's right, free shipping.
The more I wore them, the better it got.
I just feel happier.
Nothing compares to Copperfit Mobilizer socks. Nothing.
You have got to get these.
Get yours now at mobilizersocks.com.
Over time, moss, mold, and mildew stains cover your home, and cleaning them is too much work. You need Wet and Forget, the easy bleach-free way to clean tough outdoor stains. For decks, patios, and cushions, use Wet and Forget outdoor spaces. No scrubbing, no rinsing. Just apply and let it do the work for you over time. Got a bigger job? Reach second-story siding and roofs with Outdoor Max. Up to a 30-foot reach and 2 times the coverage. Get Wet and Forget at these leading retailers.
What if more water just happened? With Cirkul, more happens. More flavor. Just dial it up. More drinks. Just refill. Again and again. More water, all day flavor. Grab 1 bottle and get up to 6 drinks throughout your day. Cirkul, just more water.
Hey there, everybody. Welcome back into Fox Weather Live. You guys were actually just tuning in on Jared and I having a little powwow on what to do because this is the moment, the buildup. It's all here where we have one storm that's popping up near Pauls Valley that has our invested interest. And we're thinking about maybe taking a bite and see what happens, but we're not quite there just yet. And that's where all the conversation behind the scenes is. So we've got a lot to get to this hour. It's not only us and the Fox for the Beast, but we have a fantastic crew back in 1211. Jane Minar, or as everybody likes to call her, Radar Minar, helping to do more analysis on that side of the spectrum and tell about some of the other storms we've got across the country. Because while Jane, we are under the moderate risk today, and the Beast is positioned in that level 4 out of 5, we have severe storms that have been firing in Nebraska, the severe thunderstorm watch for Kansas, Nebraska, even into northern Oklahoma, and then officially as of about an hour ago, that tornado watch for central, southern Oklahoma, and northern Texas.
Yeah, up to this point, we've had a couple hailmakers in that severe thunderstorm watch that runs with us until, I think, about like 9, 10 o'clock this evening. So definitely something we'll continue to follow. Kansas, Nebraska, that's the zone. But an interesting development, and Haley, I've been waiting to talk with you about this because, you know, in terms of what our threats are today, especially in that level 4 threat zone, right across parts of southeastern Oklahoma, we are watching for that warm front. That's where we were really expecting to see anything that roots itself in that boundary to produce perhaps something quite significant, right? A tornado that could be strong, if not intense or violent. But now watching the progression of that warm front, the National Weather Service out of Norman highlighting that, hey, wait a second, that warm front has slowed its progression a bit up to the north and maybe even transitioned briefly to a cold front.
Yeah, it's very interesting to see the dynamics, and the Storm Prediction Center even highlighting in their mesoscale discussion where they were about to issue that tornado watch. Very messy setup that we have going on. A lot of different boundaries at play here. Our surface low, so that is I wouldn't say confusing, but it just takes a lot for Jared and I to then pick through what we're seeing physically, what we're looking at on satellite, pick out those boundaries and to figure out what storm we think is really going to latch onto that boundary. But you can see just south of Oklahoma City along I-35, you've got that one thunderstorm that's rolling off towards the east. And I say thunderstorm, it's not quite there yet, but it's getting there very, very quickly. I would say probably close to maybe 20,000 feet up into the atmosphere, and that's what we're looking at right now in our Fox Weather Beast. But we have some low-level clouds that are blocking our view of that towering updraft. Otherwise, I would pull it up to the roof cam. The question is, though, do we jump after this, or do we hold off a little bit? Now, one thing that was noted as well in the discussions by the Storm Prediction Center is that you're going to have splitting supercells, where you have right movers and you have left movers, and so we're trying to decipher, is this storm going to eventually veer right, or is it going to be more of our elevated hail threat? I decided to combine a couple of those words. Those elevated hail threats. So that's what happens when you have more of a left-moving storm. It's dealing with some cooler air. The right-moving storm has all of the perfect parameter space. The warmer air, the wind shear is more primed. And even Jared and I, we were noting that there is a 3-cape bullseye, so elevated instability, a bullseye zone right near this Pauls Valley area, kind of where we're at. We're in Sulphur still. No, we're in Davis. We're in Davis. We shifted a little bit. As a matter of fact, you know what? I'll even throw it to the roof cam. We always talk about Corey and Brandon. Not exactly sure where Brandon's at right now, but there's Corey Gherkin for you. He just randomly ran into us at this Allsup's gas station, and so we were able to chit-chat with him a little bit. And everyone's under the same roof right now. It's all about the decision-making, and considering these storms, once they fire, it's going to be off to the races. You have to be committed to your decision, and you have to make those decisions fast. But notice near Lawton, you have a little bit of a turn almost, and so that's where you have that surface low that's beginning to develop, and the warm front coupled with the dry line, and that's creating some of the vorticity. But that one storm that's bubbling north of I-35, that's one that we're trying to get a view at from our roof camera, and we're also just trying to analyze where is it moving, and is it moving into a favorable zone for severe weather, or do we hold off just a touch and wait for the next storm to develop? Because it's not just going to be one and done. The chance for tornadoes is there with multiple thunderstorms that could develop across southeastern Oklahoma and even portions of central east Oklahoma and northern Texas. So it's a bigger zone, although it seems small when you look at the entire U.S., but when you're in a truck, you know, driving in it, it looks like it's very close, but it's a 30-40 minute drive, and that's the difference between catching a tornado and not seeing anything at all.
Yeah, you know, I think it's interesting too, just kind of looking at the environment right now. I've got the supercell potential up, and you know, a lot of this is model derived. So we're looking at the environment and trying to get an idea of how exactly it's responding to the energy that we know is just off the charts present, right? Dallas, they just put up a weather balloon. They came back with over 5,000 joules per kilogram. So when you talk about that number, right? I mean, the energy is just off the charts there. So I am interested to see, you know, I think going into this event, I was really saying, okay, let's watch that warm front. Anything that roots itself there is going to be kind of the go time. But I do think that the dry line could end up being the sneaky player. I mean, we're starting to see some storms fire near Wichita Falls. I thought that the high resolution models, the HRRR, has been kind of hinting at maybe that is going to be something that we have to watch for much closer, because it does, just south of that warm front, have the best environment to work in as it continues to develop. I mean, when you take a look at radar right now, I mean, these storms just about an hour ago were nothing. You know, they were just starting to form, and now we've got lightning beginning to intensify. So this is over the course of the last hour over towards Wichita Falls. This is just one example, but, you know, as that starts to grow, maybe that is the action that really gave the opportunity for the environment to lift it. Now we've got some storms developed, and that could be what ends up kind of splitting off and then pushing into this zone of really what is highlighted now, southern Oklahoma, North Texas is perhaps the best kind of parameters to getting that more intense severe weather threat on the board for the next few hours.
I feel like every meteorologist, Jane, has a little bit of a bias either for or against something when we're tracking storms, and I have a bias against the dry line. Now, I know a dry line can produce some of the most photogenic supercells, but I don't like the dry line all the time. I feel like it's so hit or miss, and I just love a slam dunk. So I do think that today, just given the parameter space as we were highlighting, and also just how tight that dry line is with the dew points already up into the 70s, I mean, that's a lot of moisture. There's not a world in which the dry line doesn't convect something, and that something could produce a tornado. Even the HRRR model did spark that. But one other thing that I found interesting is, as a meteorologist as well, not only are we relying on the HRRR, the GFS, the Euro, the NAM, but we also have something called StormNet that I look at every now and again, and it's pinpointing actually right along the Red River from about 5 to 6, really more 6 to 7, that being the zone of the strongest tornado. And so I'm also trying to take that into account. I don't want to rely on one model or one generative piece of equipment that folks have developed over the years. It's all about kind of coming to your own conclusion and taking them all into account. But it did spark my curiosity a little bit, just to see what can come of it. Sometimes StormNet's right on the money, sometimes it can miss things, but it's all about using those context clues. So Corey hasn't moved yet. We haven't moved yet. I'm assuming Brandon, he's also patiently waiting. So again, as I've said before, patience is a virtue. So we're waiting and we're watching.
Absolutely.
Just watching right now.
And Haley, just as we're talking here, that storm near Wichita Falls is now severe warned for quarter-sized tail, 60-mile-per-hour winds, so it is your kind of run-of-the-mill severe thunderstorm warning. Of course, you want to take action against that, but knowing that, hey, this storm is now growing. Over the course of the last hour, we went from nothing to now a warned storm, and the energy that it has to work with is going to continue to fuel it. So we'll see how that comes together, right? So Wichita Falls, you're under this severe thunderstorm warning that runs till 6 p.m. Central Time, local time, Clay, Cotton, Jefferson, and Wichita counties. So this is just along the I-44 corridor. And, you know, we'll see how things continue to progress as we kind of scan the sky, another cell kind of popping up underneath of that. So again, a lot of this is dry line initiated. Another storm up north towards Temple, highlighting those storms along the I-35 corridor. You know, just a little shower action near Pauls Valley, Haley. I know that you've been watching. But then about that warm front kind of stalling a touch, we do have elevated severe weather out towards Fort Smith. So this is, again, where the warm front hasn't exactly made it here across parts of, say, eastern Oklahoma, south of the I-40 corridor, Latimer and LaFleur County. But we do have a storm that is producing some pretty impressive hail. Severe warned here for up to ping pong ball sized hailstones. And you can actually see that kind of bright pink, and look at all that lightning, right? So that's the intense updraft that is going to continue to fuel those hailstones that are just clanging against each other inside that cloud. And that's kind of adding into the sparks. And so you're seeing the intensity of that storm grow. It is elevated, but it is definitely one for us to watch. As I zero in on it, we take a look at the hail potential right now. So again, it's just north of Fanshawe, between Worcester, and it's going to continue to lift up to the northeast. Now, in terms of this particular storm, let's take a look just for fun, that severe weather. So now it looks like they have reissued that warning a little farther to the southeast. Also an important note, because we do know that these storms are going to be drifting to the southeast. So, you know, as we take a look at radar, we are definitely looking at a supercell. So it is one that is elevated, but it's twisting. You can see we have the radar sight. So we've got winds that are moving away from the radar and toward the radar, in fact, in the other direction. And that is what is leading to, you know, some of that twist and sustaining of that updraft, where you've got kind of an inflow that is going to help bring in that hail potential. So heads up there, as that's been kind of continued to lift up to the north. So a nice little hook to it. But again, bit elevated, and now tornado possible. So we'll see how this comes together. And this radar coming to us from Fort Smith. So that's another thing that we'll have to watch for, is how far away from the radar site are we? Because we are probably scanning about the lower to mid levels of this storm. So that rotation, not exactly surface based, but again, the tornado possible just tells you the type of environment that we're sitting in right now. And a little bit of, there's that inflow helping to sustain that hail core that is capable of producing at least upwards of ping pong ball sized hailstones. So that again for Leflore County, and then we'll continue to drift this storm slowly off to the southeast. Let's see how quickly it's going. At about 15 miles per hour. So we'll watch for this one closely. Again, we're kind of just getting things started here as we work our way into the next few hours, knowing that that severe weather threat is expected to continue and expand. Our tornado watch is in effect until 11 p.m. So we've got more coming up for you here on Fox Weather as we continue our coverage. Fox Weather, your severe weather HQ. We'll continue to track this severe threat. We'll be right back.
Think of all the places that could expose you to identity theft and financial loss. It only takes one mistake at your bank, hospital, or employer for a criminal to gain access to your personal information. And if they do, you and your money are at risk.
$110,000 of my hard-earned money gone.
With LifeLock, if your identity is compromised, we'll step in and fix it so you don't have to, guaranteed. Our dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialists handle your case from start to finish. They contact institutions on your behalf, dispute fraudulent charges, and more. In fact, we're so confident that restoration is guaranteed. Plus, LifeLock offers the $1 Million Protection Package with coverage up to $3 million.
When I opened my mail and I had a check from LifeLock, they made me whole.
Call now or go online and use promo code 35OFF to save 35% off an annual plan for your first year. Enroll now.
Did you say 12 o'clock? Okay. See you tomorrow at 12. I can't hear clearly on the phone anymore.
Let me show you something that will change your life. This is a clear captions phone. It allows me to read what a caller is saying.
Really?
You can read what the caller is saying as they say it. It's easy to understand and respond to immediately.
It sounds expensive.
Actually, there is no insurance or Medicare required. The service is provided at no cost to you through a federally managed program.
Hi, Grandma. Hi, honey. How are you?
Give your loved ones the connection they deserve. Call now to see if you qualify.
There is no insurance or Medicare required. Clear Captions service is provided at no cost to you. We deliver, install, and train you on how to use your phone.
Call 1-800-856-4704. That's 1-800-856-4704. Call 1-800-856-4704.
Eye bags, dark spots, Wrinkles?
There's one product that can fight them all.
Only one.
Particle face cream.
Particle face cream.
Engineered for men, made for our skin.
And backed by science, and it actually works. My eye bags before, this was me, and this is me today. Dark spots used to be brutal. Now, they're barely there.
My wrinkles were deep. Look at the difference.
I honestly didn't think a cream could do this, and it literally takes 2 minutes a day.
1 minute in the morning.
And 1 minute at night. Super easy.
Super effective.
And compared to everything else I considered, it's actually inexpensive.
It's everything I need in one bottle.
If you've had enough of those
eye bags, dark spots,
wrinkles, there's only one product you need.
Visit ParticleMin.com and use the promo code on your screen to get 25% off, free shipping, and a 30-day money-back guarantee. ParticleMin.com.
Here in the Fox Weather Beast, but we're showing you a Fox Weather live look over into Wichita Falls, Texas, which has a severe thunderstorm warning on it. As Jane had mentioned at the bottom of the last hour, like 3 minutes ago, she said that it's a run-of-the-mill severe thunderstorm warning, meaning hail of about 1 inch in diameter and wind gusts of about 60 miles per hour. Temperatures 87 degrees. So notice how the feels like is warmer than the temp. It's because it is very, very humid out across portions of North Texas. And it's the southerly winds that's creating that humidity and making it feel really sticky outside. And also why the dry line, which is where these storms are setting up along, are really firing right now. Just before I came to you guys, we were into break, I decided I'd take a look at our visible satellite and kind of do a little bit of analyzation work on what is the most interesting to us, because I will say those storms, and at least the storm movement riding along the Red River, intrigues me a little bit, but I do think it's just too far south, and I always am somebody that says don't deviate from the initial plan. Stick to the plan. So I am going to try and practice what I preach in this moment. But that one storm that has been moving and it's firing at this moment just to the west of Ada near Stratford. Got a couple of lightning pops on it, so the updraft is strengthening. And it also has a special weather statement specifically issued for that particular cell that's developing. So let me just read a little bit of the details on that statement. For those of you tuning in at home, this is a preemptive severe thunderstorm warning almost, where it's basically saying this is at this moment producing wind gusts of 30 miles per hour and nickel-size hail, but that's just a little bit less than what the parameter space would require to issue a severe thunderstorm warning. But they did say that gusty winds could knock down tree limbs, blow around unsecure objects, minor damage to outdoor objects is possible. The one reason why I'm not totally saying this is it is the storm motion. It's moving towards the north and northeast. And keep in mind, I've been talking to some of our viewers that there's going to be left-moving storms and right-moving storms. The right-moving storms will be able to latch onto the boundary a little bit better and also deal with the better parameter space of the temperatures being warmer, extra wind shear. If that storm decides to shift and move southeast, then I'll bite. But it hasn't done so yet. So I am just kind of waiting and watching to see what pops up and what develops. But it is interesting. It did just truly explode on the latest radar scan. So I'm just kind of looking at a bunch of different things. I have all my tech computer on my legs. I've got a big iPad, and then I have my phone with another radar vantage point. But the latest trend with this looks interesting. So again, we're just in that watch and waiting phase, but I don't also hate that storm that's near Temple and Hastings, which is just to the north of Wichita Falls. And that Wichita Falls storm is very heavily convecting right now. So lots of rain, lots of lightning. It's going to be a lightning show for those of you who are driving around portions of Highway 281, 277, Highway 81 as well. This is going to be a storm that should track a little bit off towards the northeast and eventually move into Oklahoma. But if you live in North Dallas, anywhere near Gainesville, Era, Sanger, that's not necessarily the suburbs of Dallas. You're getting more so into the outskirts of some of the less populated areas. But in those spots, this storm is going to be heading for you fairly shortly. But Dallas, though, and as you mentioned, Jane, earlier, they launched a weather balloon, and they found 5,000 joules per kilogram cape. And that is a lot of storm energy to work with. Some of the most significant that we've seen yet this year. And the fact that this was a launched weather balloon means this is the real parameter space. It's not a model that is projecting what the cape could be or the wind shear could be. That's what it is. And so I definitely think that the dry line is going to be a big source of some very powerful thunderstorms today, which hopefully will maybe split up some of the storm chasers and storm trackers we have going around here in Oklahoma and Texas, because when you have a weekend and you have thunderstorms and almost a go here stupid target, as Brandon likes to say, that can create literal traffic lines when you're looking at a thunderstorm. So I'm hoping maybe it can split off some of the traffic.
Right, you're going to have, some folks kind of saying, okay, I'm going to go with the warm front. Others that are going to say, nope, I like what's happening over on the dry line a little better. And it's interesting because I'm still kind of split, because when you look at our available storm energy, so again, you mentioned, look at Dallas. I mean, those bright pinks just pop off the board, right? That is where we're seeing those highest levels of storm energy that would really work to help sustain those storms and build them and bring the intensity that we're expecting to see that we've highlighted in the forecast. So, it will be an interesting setup over the course of the next few hours. But we're seeing towards Fort Smith, which, by the way, that was just updated about maybe a couple of minutes ago. Fort Smith, maybe you got the alert on your phone. You're now in the tornado watch. It's because of these storms kind of firing just south of the I-40 corridor. Interesting, because they are, relatively south of the warm front. So they are elevated, but they're producing hail, and maybe it would be just enough if you have the opportunity for that storm to maybe briefly rotate. But again, something that we're highlighting, there was a tour possible tag on that severe thunderstorm warning across parts of far eastern Oklahoma. But, in terms of what we're watching, that supercell potential, you've got those two storms, one of which is just east of the I-35 that you mentioned, kind of has that special weather statement to it. It's definitely tapping into that rotation potential. So we'll see how that continues to fire. And then as we pull into that tornado potential, right, a lot of that was expected to be pulled closer to the warm front. But again, not discounting the fact that along that dry line, we still have an environment that is very capable along the Red River and into North Texas, that as storms continue to drift to the southeast with that storm motion, we maybe could have that continue to maybe further develop over the next few hours. So, Haley, definitely something that we will monitor very closely.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, right now, even that Stratford storm, it looks even better. And it's really making me hungry, which means I think I might bite. It looks like it might be turning a little more from the northeast to the south, or in fact, Haley, to the east.
It looks like they're going to warn it, and they just did. So
yep, there it goes.
Severe thunderstorm warning now. For that very storm that you have been highlighting. So let's see, is now the time for you to go and check it out. Ada included in this, Oklahoma. 6:15 is when this severe thunderstorm warning is expected to go until. And again, the primary risks right now with this storm is for hail as it moves through these communities in Garvin and McLean counties. But again, this is the storm that definitely is moving in that zone that has high shear, and it's kind of rooted closer to that warm front. So
I don't think it hurts.
We'll watch that one closely, Haley, as she continues to talk with her team and figure out where they're going to go. Haley, we'll check in with you again shortly, but things are firing. I would say it's a very confident note that we are seeing things come together right now. So everything that we've been following, need to make sure that you are tuned in and ready to take action. So we will continue to monitor this closely as we are just in this multi-day risk that takes us through the weekend. Days of severe weather ahead, and unfortunately, outside of the risk of tornadoes and hail, also is flooding. And that poses a significant threat to homeowners. Fox Weather's Craig Herrera sits down with a company providing innovative solutions to keep properties dry.
As severe storm season ramps up, one company is helping you prepare for possible flooding. Alex Camarano with FlowStop. Alex, thank you for being here. We appreciate it. What is it and how does it work?
Well, FlowStop is an inflatable flood barrier. And if you've ever had to use a flood barrier, you're amazed I can carry that with one hand.
Yeah.
But it's inflatable, it's custom made, and it will prevent water from coming inside any openings.
I love it. What was the inspiration?
The founder is a French person, Olivier Guillot. He started in 2019. He was exposed to a very dramatic flooding in France, and at the same time he was buying a paddleboard. And he realized that the technology inside of a paddleboard could be reused for a lot of amazing applications like saving houses. 2024, we moved to the US.
Excellent.
Yeah, and this year we're opening our factory.
Well, good. So I thought that was a Jersey accent. It's going to be perfect right in the United States for sure. You've used this in real life situations?
Yes, and we've used it in a lot of real life situations. Countless storms, countless hurricane, but it's specifically in 2024 during Helene, we saved a lot of houses in the town.
And once the flooding's over, you just toss it out?
Yeah, you just throw it away.
Excellent.
No, I'm kidding. You deflate it, you fold it, you put it in your garage. It takes a few minutes to install, and it takes a few minutes to put away and keep safe in your garage so you're ready for the next storm.
Sounds perfect. Alex, thanks so much. We appreciate it. It is important to be weather aware and ready for storms, and FlowStop can help out. Visit flowstopfloodbarrier.com or scan the QR code on your screen to learn more about how to protect your home this storm season.
All right, get you back out to Bartlesville, Oklahoma, where we do have, unfortunately, the threat for storms going into this evening. Temperatures are in the 70s, a decent amount of cloud cover here. However, storms beginning to fire, and we are expecting a hail potential to increase as this complex continues to develop and push through the region. So definitely something for us to watch. Rain moving in some of these zones. A little farther to the north, kind of resetting in Kansas. We have been tracking a couple of storms, an increasing threat for larger hail, up to about 2 inches in diameter. So we'll watch for that closely south of the I-70 corridor. And then we have the extension of that very risk. Severe thunderstorm watch, that's in place right now across parts of central Kansas. And we're expecting that to then be further extended to the east. So heads up there, far northeastern Oklahoma into Missouri, Joplin, down to Fayetteville, Arkansas, where storms have started to develop and are producing hail. So in fact, there it's been issued, the extension of that severe thunderstorm watch. So watching this through about 9 o'clock this evening. Again, the primary risk here for these storms will be hail and wind. Can't rule out the possibility of a tornado, so you definitely want to be alert for that. But watching the extension of these storms develop, definitely a notable sign that we have quite volatile atmosphere, right? Even north of where we're expecting that tornado risk. So quick look at the lay of the land. We've got a number of storms that have begun to develop. They have been severe warned up into Nebraska from the I-80 corridor. We jump down to the I-70 as this is starting to pull in along kind of a diffuse cold front. That's the primary driver for why we've got those storms developing. And then our tornado watch. That's in effect across Oklahoma and North Texas. This is where we're expecting perhaps more intense severe weather with the tornado probability a bit higher as we work into this evening. Over the course of the next few hours, storms beginning to fire, severe warned in this very zone, Wichita Falls up towards Sulphur and Ada. So definitely need to be tuned in here because we'll track through these storms. We've got eyes on the ground, our Fox Weather storm trackers in the field, along with, of course, Haley Meyer, who's been with me through this afternoon and will continue to do so through this evening. So that's what we're watching for. Again, we are keeping our eyes on this. Ari Sarsolari, he's coming up at 8 o'clock Eastern time to continue our severe weather coverage as we track the weather into the overnight. We'll be right back.
Cooking rice just isn't nice. No matter how hard you try, it always comes out stuck on and dry. Until now.
Hi, Chef Daniel Green here with Rice Robot, the 1, 2, 3 rice cooker.
It's the easiest way to make fluffy, delicious rice every time.
Watch. 1, add the white cup for rice. 2, add the blue cup for water. 3, click it and let Rice Robot perfectly cook it.
White, brown, jasmine, pilaf, basmati, even sushi rice, all cooked just right. The secret secret is Perfect Cook technology that surrounds the rice with controlled heat for even cooking. Then Rice Robot senses when it's done, auto stops, and keeps it warm to serve.
Rice Robot's so smart it won't burn, overcook, or undercook, guaranteed.
Watch this. Add rice, water, olive oil, salt, one large tomato in the center, click it, cook it, and out comes an amazing Mediterranean rice dish that's just bursting with flavor. And rice is just the beginning. Make mac and cheese, frittatas, oatmeal, soups and stews, even ramen dishes. For a healthier choice, make quinoa, couscous, or cauliflower rice. Throw in turkey, rice, vegetables, potatoes, broth, and bring leftovers back to life. Rice Robot is perfect for apartments, dorm rooms, and RVs. And with a ceramic ultra non-stick interior, cleanup's a breeze.
Call or go online now and get the complete Rice Robot cooking system with the steamer tray and 1-2-3 recipe guide, all for the special TV discount price of just $39.99. It comes with a 90-day money-back guarantee. We'll even ship your entire order free. That's right, free shipping. But to make this offer really cook, we'll give you a 50% discount on a second one. You get it all, an incredible value for one low price. Order now.
To order, call 1-800-215-0706 or go to buyricerobot.com. So call 1-800-215-0706 or order online at buyricerobot.com today.
Behind this curtain is an outdated bath and shower. Imagine transforming this eyesore into a beautiful jacuzzi bath remodel in as little as one day.
Are there a lot of design options?
Yes, Jacuzzi has stylish shower walls, designer colors, and premium features like soft closed doors.
Call right now and Jacuzzi will waive installation costs with no interest and no payments for up to a year.
Just step right into your easy entry shower by Jacuzzi. We have durable grab bars, grab shelves.
This is a great safety feature. I love this. It's really beautiful. The quality of it, I'm blown away.
Best of all, it's from Jacuzzi, the most trusted name in water for over 70 years.
Call or go online now to jacuzzibathremodel.com. We're waiving all installation costs, plus zero interest and zero payments for up to 1 year.
Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-760-4654.
Thank you for staying with Fox Weather, showing you a live camera out of Tulsa, Oklahoma. Got some raindrops on the cam there. Temperature 72 degrees, wind coming out of the southeast at 8 miles per hour. So it's a little bit cooler to the north of us and to the northeast of where we're at. We're currently drifting east towards Sulphur. We're in Sulphur right now, investigating that newly severe thunderstorm warned storm that is about to head through Ada. We're not quite ready to commit yet, but if you drift, I guess you're not totally biting, right? We're just slowly thinking about it. But I did say earlier that indecision is never a good thing. I will say, though, it does look like on our radar, it's starting to spin a little bit more, and it may even be trying. The key player here that, Jane, you and I have been talking about, where does the boundary set up? Where is the dry line? That's going to be a big convective maker. And also, where is that warm front? Anything north of the warm front by a large margin is going to be an elevated hailer. Anything right along that warm front and just to the south of it, that's going to be your tornado maker of the day. So the decision is it going north of that boundary? Is it north of the warm front? Is it going to be a hailer, or is it going to latch onto the boundary and ride that all the way to a tornado touchdown? So again, just kind of looking at the storm relative velocity. So winds moving towards and away. It does look like we have very, very, very broad rotation, but it is enough, and it is a bit of a change within some of the later scans that makes me feel a little more confident about our decision to continue to bite east. I think Brandon and Corey, they're still staying out towards our south and possibly even a little more to the west. But the thing is today, when it comes to the severe weather parameters, and you've been showing this even with our storm energy, Dallas, they launched that weather balloon, 5,000 joules per kilogram when it comes to the Cape, and you're seeing just intense instability just along and to the south of the Red River. And so we've even heard a little bit of chatter on some of our storm tracker radio, and some people may be dipping south and going over the Red River and jumping into Texas. They're biting on that threat maybe. I'm not quite ready to do so. I will say though, when it comes to this south of OKC near Ada, Oklahoma cell, it hasn't quite made that do right turn that I'm anticipating or kind of pushing for, and especially if it turns towards the southeast, then it really is go time, because at least with our convective allowing models, the HER especially, it has a storm that moves directly towards the southeast, and that has the greatest updraft helicity track. So saying that the updraft is so intense that you have a lot of hail and a tornado that could be tearing through. So that's kind of where we're at right now. But one thing that Jared and I noted, which is pretty interesting. I'm going to flip it to our roof cam, and maybe we can take that full, guys. I just want to reorient, make sure I know where I'm at within the beast truck. Look at this thunderstorm here. It is exploding. And when I say exploding, you are watching it and you can see it growing so fast right before your very eyes. And so that's not the Ada storm, but it is just a sign that these storms are really starting to suck up some of this energy. Here's the one I'm really looking for. But it is just like bubbling up, and it's almost like a 3D of this agitated cumulus growing in your face. It's like you have 3D glasses on. This has been the most mesmerized I've been by a budding thunderstorm that I think I have been since we've been storm tracking over the last couple of weeks. So I'm not saying that's the storm, but I am saying it is a very cool looking storm. I'll even try and zoom in a little bit more to show you. It's kind of in the middle levels of this updraft that I find the most fascinating as it's kind of growing towards us in the Fox Weather Beast. But notice how if I keep that camera latched and we keep moving in this general direction, the boundary of that cloud starts to shift a little, and I'm hoping at some point maybe it grows and reaches the top of where our 360 cam can view it, because that then shows you how it's vertically growing. But very incredible to watch, Jane, while we are moving across Sulphur. Jared giving some direction. What are you thinking, Jared?
I don't want to leave Sulphur.
Okay.
Because I want to keep our options going north,
Got it.
south, east, west.
Got it. Got it. So basically, Jared and I, we've been communicating, and oh, there it goes. It's going above our 360 cam. So that's just showing you, here it goes, growing higher and higher. But we don't want to leave Sulphur just yet. Sulphur is very well connected within the road network. And so we are still leaving our options open to maybe go north or south, east or west. We're kind of keeping all options open while slightly making a little more of a commitment than some of our other Fox Weather storm trackers to that severe thunderstorm warned storm thus far, Jane.
Well, definitely we've got our eyes on your camera as you continue to track the development that we're watching for our eyes. Haley, thank you. We'll be checking back in with you. I do want to do a little more of an in-depth analysis on some of these storms and some of the data that we're getting in, because it is interesting to see how this afternoon is evolving, right? We know that there is definitely an environment that is capable of producing intense, if not violent, tornadoes. We've got a number of warnings beginning to pop, thunderstorms initializing, and so this is really the beginning hours of what is going to be very active as we push into the overnight. So zeroing in on a couple of spots. First and foremost, I want to give you the highlight of some of these warnings, and then I'm going to dive into the atmosphere and what I'm looking at right now. Haley giving the analysis of her thoughts, and then also to what I'm seeing on radar and what we've got. So we have this storm that's developed near Wichita Falls. Boy, has it not moved much. And so that is one thing of note. These storms, they're slow moving off to the east, southeast at anywhere from 15 to 20 miles per hour. And with that, you know, you have this hail core that has been growing and a lot of lightning initializing. And so we've got one cell that's kind of merged with the one that's been parked over Wichita Falls. You can see the warning there. The threat tag considerable for upwards of golf ball sized hailstones. So definitely have our eyes on this storm. It's on the dry line. That's what really kind of kicked it into motion. But as we zero things back out, I do want to highlight two particular storms. one of which is severe warned up towards Ada. That's the one that's had Haley's attention. But then we also have this storm near Durant that's also seen a little more lightning action in the last, say, 30 minutes. And as that continues to grow, that one closer to the Red River, that's where we've got a little more storm energy available. That's the zone that we'll need to watch for closely. Now, back to that Ada storm, right? So let's talk about that available storm energy and then a couple of the other parameters that will really give the clue as to how the rest of the day will evolve. So we've got these elevated thunderstorms in northeastern Oklahoma, just along the I-40 corridor into Fort Smith. Isolated tornado potential, but largely big hail makers. That's why we have the severe thunderstorm watch in effect. Now for Fort Smith, there is the tornado watch that was extended. Again, isolated threat. I do think hail is the primary concern there, but still an impressive kind of twist in that storm that we've got our eyes on. But look at the storm energy and watch that over the last couple of hours, we've been watching it build, but now it's starting to fall just a bit, especially in this zone here. And the warm front, which had been progressively lifting up to the north, it was noted, especially just south of Oklahoma City. You see that kind of pooling right there? So it was noted at a meso station, right, that we did see perhaps maybe a bit of a stalling of that warm front. And maybe that warm front installing actually is becoming a cold front, drifting back to the south just a touch as some colder, it's not necessarily colder temperatures, you know, they're in the 70s, but the cooler air is kind of lifting, or I should say shifting back to the south. Now that's important because the corridor in which we're expecting to see the more intense supercells, it really rides beneath that or along that warm front. So again, at the top, if you're with us through the afternoon, where that warm front is what's most important. So that severe warned storm near Ada, it's kind of sitting right along that warm front that's largely stalled at this point. That's what I'll call it. It's a stalled warm front. So as it kind of sits there, a lot of our energy is now pooling underneath that boundary on the I-35 corridor along the Red River into North Texas. And you've got our storms along the dry line that are going to really start to take advantage of that. The question will be that storm along the warm front, and you can see it's along the warm front because look at the kind of split we have in that supercell potential. So you've got this storm. Is it going to continue to push perhaps maybe north of the boundary? And then does that maybe decrease the overall opportunity for it to latch and then become tornado warned? Or does it ride along and really southeast of that boundary? And you can see the supercell potential that's kind of sitting there across parts of southeastern Oklahoma, but also to look at that supercell potential. So again, the spinning nature of these storms that are really bringing the maturity of that cell that are capable of producing those larger hailstones and that tornado risk. So in those two zones, you have along and underneath that warm front, the opportunity for that best tornado threat, but then also too, kind of setting up in that zone where we have every parameter still working for us, and that's everything on the dry line. So it really is kind of a split decision to see how the rest of the afternoon evolves. If the warm front wins out, anything that latches into that, definitely a note, but we'll see how things come together. But nonetheless, we do have warnings on the board, so now is the time to make sure you take stock of your surroundings and know where your safe place is. We'll continue to track the severe weather on the other side of this break. Tulsa, Oklahoma, now under that severe thunderstorm watch that continues into this evening for the potential of hail and damaging wind gusts. Storms pushing through. You can see the rain on the camera lens. We've got continued coverage. Ari Sarsolari, he's coming up at 8 o'clock Eastern as he continues his analysis of the environment on radar as these storms continue to fire. And our storm trackers are out in full force as they continue to keep an eye to the sky and hunt down their positioning as we go through the rest of this evening. We'll be right back.
Marley drank 2 quarts of cooking oil. I called my vet and they were like, you need to bring him here immediately. I used to constantly avoid going to the vet because I knew that it was gonna cost me a bomb if it weren't for Fetch. So it's been the ultimate peace of mind, and the feeling that I get when my claims are reimbursed is like this winning moment. If you have health insurance for your kids, why wouldn't you for your pet?
Get paid back up to 90% of vet bills with Fetch Pet Insurance. Get your free quote at fetchpet.com.
Did you say 12 o'clock? Okay. See you tomorrow at 12. I can't hear clearly on the phone anymore.
Let me show you something that will change your life. This is a clear captions phone. It allows me to read what a caller is saying.
Really?
You can read what the caller is saying as they say it. It's easy to understand and respond to immediately.
It sounds expensive.
Actually, there is no insurance or Medicare required. The service is provided at no cost to you through a federally managed program.
Hi, Grandma. Hi, honey. How are you?
Give your loved ones the connection they deserve. Call now to see if you qualify.
There is no insurance or Medicare required. Clear Captions service is provided at no cost to you. We deliver, install, and train you on how to use your phone.
Call 1-800-856-4704. That's 1-800-856-4704. Call 1-800-856-4704.
Eye bags, dark spots, wrinkles.
There's one product that can fight them all.
Only one.
Particle face cream. Particle face cream.
Engineered for men, made for our skin,
And backed by science, and it actually works. My eye bags before, this was me, and this is me today. Dark spots used to be brutal. Now, they're barely there.
My wrinkles were deep. Look at the difference.
I honestly didn't think a cream could do this, and it literally takes 2 minutes a day.
1 minute in the morning.
And 1 minute at night. Super easy.
Super effective.
And compared to everything else I considered, it's actually inexpensive.
It's everything I need in one bottle.
If you've had enough of those
Eye bags, dark spots,
Wrinkles, there's only one product you need.
Visit ParticleMen.com and use the promo code on your screen to get 25% off, free shipping, and a 30-day money-back guarantee. ParticleMen.com.
What if more water just happened? With Cirkul, more happens. More flavor. Just dial it up. More drinks. Just refill. Again and again. More water, all day flavor. Grab one bottle and get up to 6 drinks throughout your day. Cirkul, just more water.
We're back here on Fox Weather. Thank you for joining us on our extended coverage. We are your Severe Weather HQ, and we have multiple days on the board. Of course, this evening, as we track the level 4 out of 5 severe weather risk across parts of eastern Oklahoma and North Texas, we're also eyeing up Arkansas and Louisiana as we move into the overnight hours. And then Sunday, we reload. We push things up to the north across Kansas, into Missouri, into Nebraska. And then come Monday, we close things up. Well, not exactly, because it does continue into Tuesday. But come Monday, in terms of the magnitude of our severe weather, we do bring the Midwest back into the fold. So Chicago heads up, St. Louis, where that risk for tornadoes is on the table. So let's get you through the next couple of hours as we go through this evening. We have a number of warnings on the board. We have our watches in effect through just about midnight. Our tornado watch in effect across parts of Oklahoma, now into Arkansas and perhaps closer to northern Louisiana, that extension, and then into North Texas. Severe thunderstorm watches also in effect up across parts of the north. But getting you through the timing, so this is future radar, and we have a number of storms out there right now. We've got some elevated storms along the I-40 corridor. Those are largely our hail makers, but they could be more rooted closer to the surface. We'll see how that comes together to provide an isolated tornado threat. And then we have our dry line storms and our warm front storms that kind of drapes right in here, everything pushing off to the southeast. A bit of a mess, but we'll still look for perhaps that discrete supercell that's going to be able to take advantage of the environment that is just off the charts supportive, right? We've got plenty of energy. We have the rotation in the atmosphere, and also, too, a decent amount of moisture. I mean, dew points topped out in about the mid-70s today across this zone. So we'll watch as we go through 8, 9 o'clock. Again, you can still kind of see the isolated nature of these storms. That supercellular potential to produce those intense tornadoes does continue after dark. So we'll watch that drift over the Red River into far southeastern Oklahoma, almost like 2 clusters that we'll have to monitor very closely as we head towards tonight. And then into the midnight hour, you'll watch as things start to kind of combine, grow upscale into one complex that then drives down into Texarkana and Shreveport. Damaging wind will likely take over as that primary risk over the midnight hour, but still that isolated twisting, that tornado potential not completely off the board as we head into early Sunday morning. A little back building back behind this, not too worried too much about that, but nonetheless maybe some hail makers as we get into the overnight. Things then do begin to quiet as we work our way into early Sunday morning as we reload the atmosphere for our next severe weather day. So let's talk about this. So going into tomorrow, our warm front, which has largely stalled a bit across parts of central Oklahoma this afternoon and into this evening, that's going to continue to lift up to the north. So that warm front will be doing something like this as we head into tomorrow. And then we have now that storm, our area of low pressure, which is going to continue to intensify, establish itself, and deepen, and bring with it the opportunity for a greater severe weather risk into Kansas. So heads up here on the I-70 corridor over to Kansas City, that level 3 outlook for the potential of all severe weather hazards as we move into the afternoon, evening, and again, this could end up being another overnight threat as storms get going later in the day and then continue to ride along this kind of dynamic atmosphere with that low-level jet that kicks in and our cold front that will come driving through. So as we talk about tomorrow, like I said, that warm front lifts in. We still have plenty of storm energy building. The dry line will be a focus for developing storms more so later into the day. But again, the cold front, that's what's going to be moving in and really providing really still an environment that will keep that severe weather potential going as we head into the overnight hours. When you talk about where we could see the potential of the more severe storms, the storms that rotate, the supercell potential, right? That here is really confined along that warm front boundary, similar to what we're watching today, and just beneath it. And then encompassed closer to that dry line as storms begin to develop in the latter half of the day that will perhaps begin to spin. And with that spinning potential is not just large hail, but then also to that tornado risk. So we'll have to watch how this comes together. There is a highlight for a greater tornado potential, again, closer to that warm front. So along the I-70 corridor to the north, including parts of Kansas City, as these storms begin to initialize, kind of holding onto that boundary, lifting up with it. And then that dry line, that kind of triple point that comes together closer to that low, it's that atmosphere that is most primed to really get a supercell to anchor itself and then begin to twist and perhaps become quite strong. So we'll have to see how that comes together, but it's just an early heads up that if you're in Salina on the I-70 corridor, Kansas City, tomorrow will be a day that you want to make sure that you have that safety plan top of mind. You may need to kind of readjust a couple of things, especially as we get into the evening, because it's a Sunday. After all, we're getting ready for the start of the work week, and this is going to be something that does come through, unfortunately, that takes us into the later evening. So taking a look at that tornado potential, up to about EF2 a possibility. Now, we did see that upgrade for today. Is it possible that we could see that tomorrow with the environment? Sure. We'll see how it comes together. But as we track things out, you'll see that kind of warm front begin to progress, right? So you'll note in the afternoon, we'll get kind of our first batch of some thunderstorms, some of which could be severe. Maybe we get some elevated cells that do bring along with it that hail potential, isolated twisting threat. And then we are looking at, again, the dry line initialized supercells. You kind of see it popped up right there a little later in the day. 7, 8 o'clock into the evening, and then those will be the ones that will continue to lift up towards Kansas City, and we pull that into the overnight and then into early Monday, this kind of cluster of action that will ride north of the I-70 corridor into the Midwest. Monday will be an interesting day because things will be active as we open things up, right? Especially, up across parts of Iowa, northern Missouri. You can see that here on the future radar. And so the question will be, okay, what will Monday look for us? Well, as things kind of progress into the start of the week, as we go into tomorrow and that warm front lifts all the way up into the Midwest, now our surface low is deepening and strengthening, pulling up through the region. The cold front is going to be the primary driver for getting those storms to really initialize into the afternoon. So you can see the storm energy a bit lower across this zone of Iowa, Illinois, northern Missouri, and into southern Wisconsin. because we have that morning action. But the thing is, we're going to refire things into the afternoon as that cold front comes driving in closer to that spin of that area of low pressure. And that's why it's more of a dynamically driven atmosphere that's going to want to really force these storms to spin and produce that tornado risk. A little farther down that cold front, that rich storm energy does continue to open up the severe weather threat. So that's our warm sector, right? That's a little farther to the south, maybe closer to St. Louis. Still a tornado potential, absolutely, but we are looking at perhaps more of a linear mode of storms that will bring along with it some damaging wind and along with those larger hailstones. But dew points, yet again, we're well into the mid-60s, and we are expecting to see this all come together. So we are monitoring, of course, the active weather that we have on the board right now, but we are going to continue to take this into Monday and then full stop this perhaps into Tuesday. So let's get to the active severe weather right now. We do now have an active tornado warning that has been issued, so we will get you to that right now as we take a look at that tornado watch that's in effect until 11 p.m. across Oklahoma. This tornado warning is the one particular cell that we were watching closely to that boundary, that warm front. This is one, in fact, that Fox Weather's Haley Meyer and the Fox Weather Beast has been keeping her eyes on. She was in pursuit to this one. This has been an interesting storm to watch develop. So tornado warning in effect till 6:30 for our counties here, Seminole, Pontotoc County. This is just off to really the northwest of Ada, Oklahoma. And Ada, we know, unfortunately, has had a brush with tornadic activity in the past. So we'll watch this one closely. This is radar indicated rotation. When it comes to this storm, the inflow increasing with it. So I'm going to put it into full motion right now. And you can see we have a bit of that hail core developing. There's our forward flank. That's where we have the greatest potential for heavy rain, gusty winds, and again, that hail threat. But it's this zone right here, that kind of little beaver tail. That's where we have that threat for a tornado. And we take a look at our velocity scans. So again, we're getting this reading out of Oklahoma City. So we're looking at the storm, and it's relatively weak rotation, but it's definitely relatively broad. But it's something that we'll have to watch for closely, perhaps tightening up at times. There was, I believe, not too long ago, maybe a brief funnel reported near Stratford. So the storm definitely showing signs of rotation.
There's another warning south of Wichita Falls
as it continues to anchor
now.
itself into that front, we'll have to watch how it comes together. Also, seeing that we've got another tornado warning that's been issued closer to Wichita Falls. So this storm has matured greatly. Two cells combining into one, and we've got a nice hook there. So this one definitely showing signs of rotation. Radar indicated rotation, but nonetheless get to a safe place as quickly as possible as our severe weather threat is beginning to develop across our zone. We'll be right back here on Fox Weather. Of course, keep your app downloaded and your notifications turned on with our extended severe weather coverage.
My friends, I come to you today on behalf of the Jewish people in Ukraine whose lives have been completely destroyed. Family and loved ones brutally killed. The International Fellowship of Christians and Jews is inside of Ukraine, providing emergency food and supplies to tens of thousands of people.
I am shocked how many elderly people came here. They're afraid, and they realize now that there are more people than boxes.
For just $25, you can help rush an emergency food box to the elderly Jews in Ukraine. Many of them are hungry, frightened, and alone. Today, there's a special opportunity to double your gift's impact. Call now, and your gift's impact will be doubled.
The people of Ukraine are caught in the crosshairs of war. Many of these precious people are Holocaust survivors, elderly Jews who are sick and dying. They have no food, and we must reach them now before it's too late.
The world is in a war again. I am alone. I'm afraid of the bombs. I'm scared. I am old. There is no food.
Just $25 helps rush emergency food to elderly Jews in Ukraine who are in urgent need today. Please call, scan, or go online right now.
I will not starve. Thank you, good people.
We can be the hope to the Jewish people who are suffering in Ukraine. Your help is desperately needed now.
Thanks to generous fellowship partners. Call now and your gift's impact will be doubled.
You've already heard about all the benefits you can get by adding some extra steps to your day with Ellipse. Strengthen and tone your muscles, passively burn calories, increase your range of motion, flexibility, balance, and mobility, stimulate healthy circulation, and loosen stiff leg joints, reduce swelling in your legs, ankles, and feet, and alleviate leg cramps, plus calm restless legs. Let's take a look at Ellipse in action. Say hello to Rhonda.
Hi.
How's it going?
It is going great. Honestly, this is the easiest exercise I have ever done. It is so smooth and relaxing, and I feel like my legs feel great. I can feel the blood circulating in my legs. I absolutely love it. And this is exactly what I need for my long 8-hour work days.
You have no idea how many times I've heard that same opinion. That's because it's the truth. Call now and get your very own Ellipse. It's time to add some extra steps to your day and stay active even while enjoying your favorite seated activity.
Hey there, everybody. Welcome back into Fox Weather Live. We are in hot pursuit of a tornado-warned supercell. This is the one we've been watching for quite some time. It just recently went warned, and we are about to get into that warning box. So you may hear all of our phones going off. We're on some of the back roads, so we're kind of bouncing up and down a little bit here as well. But we are in pursuit of this. It's now moving just off towards the east of Stratford, and we've got a big precip shield that's just north of Ada, Oklahoma. We've got Ada plugged into our GPS, but I don't know if we'll fully go that far north. We not only have us here in the Fox Weather Beast, which includes Keith, our driver, and Jared, our meteorologist and producer, who's also in the back seat. But we also have Radar Minar in studio helping us out, Sam Thomas, who's been fantastic, another meteorologist behind the scenes back in New York City, and so many other meteorologists that work at Fox Weather who are giving us input and helping us out here. This is going to potentially be one of the bigger storms of the day. We're not quite sure yet. The big question is this storm latched to the warm front, or is it north of the warm front? And this is something that we have been talking about since the beginning of the show. If it's north of the warm front, it's likely going to be an elevated storm and a hailmaker. If it's south of the warm front, then it's going to be potentially our tornado maker. There is some rotation, an upper level mesocyclone. There has been some reports, at least, that we've heard from National Weather Service and other storm spotters that there was a funnel cloud briefly for a moment. That doesn't mean that there's any tornado imminent, but it just means that the rotation is there. And so right now what I'm having Jared do for us is we have our AirMar weather station, which is attached to our Beast, and it helps to tell us the temperatures. And so Jane, we're gonna pay close attention, because once we get close to that storm, if our temperatures dramatically drop or take a hit, then that means that we're north of that warm front, and maybe we have to switch around and change gears and go back towards our west. But if we stay warm and we stay humid, then this could be the one. So that's kind of what we're tracking out right now, but it's great that you're here to help us out analyze not only this storm, but all of the other severe thunderstorm warnings that are starting to pop up, and with that tornado warning just south of Wichita Falls, which has been another cluster of cells that we've been hot on the presses for over the last couple of hours.
Yeah, it's interesting. There are two particular zones, one of which you near that warm front, kind of zeroing in on this tornado-warned storm near Ada, Oklahoma, and then the storms that have been firing near the dry line. So as we do a little more radar analysis into this particular storm that you're on, right, the question is it along or north of that warm front boundary? So taking a look at some of the rotation, I'll be perfectly honest with you, I'm not really seeing all that much. I'm not that impressed with it based on what we're getting back on the scans from the radar site itself. I mean, perhaps over towards center as I zoom things in just a little bit, there's possibly a bit of a notch there, but largely speaking, nothing that really jumps off the board. So zeroing this out, this largely looks like definitely radar indicated rotation, a little bit of an inflow there that maybe started to collapse as we do still have a decent amount of hail potential. But what's really got my attention, I'll zoom things back out, is this tornado warned storm near Wichita Falls. This just to the south. Now, when I kind of zero this back, you can see we had a bit of a merge from this cell to the south near Holiday. So this was just about, say, an hour ago. And as I zero this in to where we are now, you see that merging. That always helps to give it a little extra juice, a little extra spin. And note, we have that kind of right hook, that right turn with this supercell that is now monstrous in size. And we have not only a ton of lightning firing, but also to that classic signature and that hook beginning to develop. So there's our inflow. That's our updraft sustaining these hailstones here that are now upwards of golf ball sized. And we have the potential for that tornado right about in this zone as it continues to push slowly to the northeast. The motion of this storm is to the southeast at just 20 miles per hour. And when I talk about the storm motion at 20 miles an hour, why is that important? Because also, too, a quick jump up not far to Wichita Falls, what do you notice? A flash flood warning is in effect here. And so we've seen a lot of rain with this storm kind of nearly stationary, parked in this zone. So it is kind of an all hazards at play here with this one isolated storm that is now bringing with it a ton of rain, a lot of lightning, large hail, and now the potential of a tornado. So let's zero in, talk about that velocity, right? Because here's that inflow. There's our updraft. We've got the rear flank downdraft coming in like this, and that's what's getting the twisting going. So when I put on the velocity scan, now you can really see that couplet, right? I mean, that's as clear as day to likely a funnel maybe beginning to really showcase itself, and perhaps a tornado. We'll see. Right now, again, you're treating it as such. You get to a safe place as quickly as possible. A little messy on our debris tracker, so I wouldn't fully go with that in terms of saying, hey, we've got something in progress right now. But this is definitely a strong signal that we have that wrapping of that inflow, and then we've got that strengthening of that rear flank downdraft, and really kind of the backhand of that twisting that's getting that tornado couplet going. So this aptly warned for that threat. And zeroing it out too, it's got a lot to work with. The storm energy is high, and right now, anything that kind of sits to the south and continues to slowly move in this environment will be able to fully take advantage of what the environment has offered today, right? Our available storm energy just off the charts in this zone. So I do think in terms of tornado potential, this one definitely showcasing itself very, very well. So taking a look at the chat, let's see here. Just looking at some notes with our storms coming in from some of the National Weather Service offices as they kind of zero in on their zone. This definitely a storm that is showing intense rotation, right? That gate-to-gate wind shear, definitely a signature that we have something rotating. So I would treat this as such, that we likely have the beginnings of a tornado in progress, if not already started. This is south of Wichita Falls. As we put the measuring tape on it, maybe about 15 miles or so from Wichita Falls, just getting you an idea of where this is. Again, slowly moving to the southeast at about 20 miles per hour. So in Archer and Clay counties, needing to get to a safe place as quickly as possible. Look at the outflow from this supercell, the merging of that supercell. You see this line here? So that's where we still have our dry line focused with that outflow boundary. Maybe we start to see another initialized thunderstorm back off to the west, but right now, this is definitely a storm that is worth noting. We also have another severe thunderstorm warning just up to the north of that. This is largely a hailmaker, making that kind of left-hand turn. These storms, not exactly one supercell, but not exactly a merge, but definitely the northern tier of that line, riding up to the northeast. Again, a decent hailmaker. When you take a look at the hail potential, up to probably about ping pong ball sized hail possible. So intense storms beginning to verify now as we get into these evening hours just after about 6 o'clock Central Time. And this is really the kind of 3 storms that have the most of our attention right now. Our tornado watch is in effect until 11 p.m. this evening, and in fact, it's been extended. And just looking up at the Fox Weather Alert Board, this cell is now tornado warned off along the Oklahoma and Arkansas border. So this for LaFleur County. This was a storm that's developed north of the warm front. In fact, the tornado watch has been extended into these counties of Arkansas because there was a signature here with this particular supercell, which I think is impressive. When you take a look at the environment, definitely ample amount of energy. But because it was riding north of the front, wasn't exactly the zone that we were anticipating, perhaps some of the worst of that threat, but nonetheless, extending this into Arkansas with a severe thunderstorm warning, but we do still have a little bit of a hook here. So signs of rotation, something we'll have to monitor very closely here. It looks like almost kind of 2 areas of rotation. You've got this kind of here, and then it looks like it's almost being kind of blown out by that rear flank. So I wouldn't be surprised if maybe that's probably why they didn't extend that tornado warning over into Arkansas, unless we're looking at the difference between kind of the neighboring National Weather Service offices. But nonetheless, this is definitely a storm that is worth seeking shelter from, right? Where we have the opportunity of a tornado possible and the potential for some small hail and certainly a lot of lightning. So that's a quick look at what we're watching on radar. Again, this storm near Wichita Falls is definitely the healthiest looking in terms of producing a tornado, in terms of producing that large hail threat. And again, because it's so slow moving, it is also leading to a flood potential there outside of Wichita Falls. But our tornado watch, I just want to highlight that again, because it has been extended to include multiple different counties just off to the north of Texarkana. So it doesn't look like Texarkana has been included in this extension of the watch, but a big chunk of Arkansas over to the I-30 corridor has been included. So this now runs for us through about 1 o'clock in the morning Central Time. So we've pushed it later into the night for that storm potential. And it's important because we're talking an overnight risk. Knowing where that safe place is, your guard is naturally let down a bit more as you're going to sleep. And so you need to make sure you have multiple ways to receive alerts and know where that safe place is to be able to get there as quickly as possible. Now, with the storm motion a little slower, that can work in your favor, but it can also work against us because when you have these fast-moving storms, you don't have a lot of lead time to get to your safe spot. But at the same time, if you have a slower moving storm, the negative piece to that is that it's going to be over your community a lot longer. And it's also continuing to reap the benefits of the instability that we have in the atmosphere right now. So it's kind of a double-edged sword when you consider storm motion when it comes to a threat, certainly through the overnight hours. But Dallas, Denton on the I-35, this zone here, I think it's definitely worth noting that maybe the tornado threat has increased for you as we go through this evening. So highlighting again that storm safety preparation is very important. We've got the ongoing tornado warnings right now. Important to note that none of them are noted as confirmed, radar indicated, but you treat them as such. You don't wait for that tag. You don't wait for someone to spot it to get to a safe place. You want to make sure that you have everything you need to protect yourself and your property. But looking at that supercell potential, interesting that as we've gone later into the day, that warm front kind of hanging up and stalling a touch, kind of throwing a bit of a wrench in things perhaps, but still that supercell potential present, and that tornado potential is very much going to be something we'll have to watch over the course of the next few hours. So again, Fox Weather, your severe weather HQ, as we continue to analyze radar, give you our looks from our Fox Weather Beast with Haley Meyer, our storm trackers who are in the field, and of course we've got Aris Arcelari coming up at 8 o'clock to continue this radar analysis as we track these storms to continue into tonight. We'll be right back.
You play by the rules. But things happen. Prices climb faster than your paycheck. And every month, a new surprise. Little by little, the debt adds up. So how do you face it? One step at a time. It starts with a call, then a plan. And just like that, you're back on track. With National Debt Relief, you have a powerful team in your corner. We work directly with your creditors, so you pay less than you owe, in less time than you think. When debt happens, we're here to help you take action. And this is where your new chapter begins. Call or visit GoNDR.com to find out how quickly you could become debt-free.
Back pain. When you've got it, you know it. Introducing the Xback from CopperFit, our groundbreaking technology designed for compression support of your lower back and core like you've never experienced before. Engineered with our most innovative, patent-pending, Advanced X compression system, the Xback evenly distributes the support across a broader surface area of your back for relief of lower back aches and pains.
The new belt is fantastic. I feel a bigger area of support. Immediately, there was something different about this.
A super lightweight mesh fabric, ventilated for unmatched breathability to increase airflow and release excess heat.
You have to try it. You haven't felt anything that's going to give you the kind of support and relieve the back pain that you have, because it is unbelievable.
Our copper-infused fabric, made with the most advanced materials for superior support and lighter than air comfort.
It's just relaxing all that tension that you get.
Wow, oh, that feels great.
I've tried a lot of belts in the past. Nothing like this.
I have a history of back issues, man, and this is really hard to believe what I'm feeling right now.
An orthopedic-designed alloy support panel and 4 built-in flexible stabilizers to help improve alignment and promote better posture.
Usually when I have long triathlons, there's pain. With the belt, there's absolutely no pain. For me, it was like, okay, is this really happening? I really haven't felt anything like this before.
The all-new Xback from CopperFit, the most effective, breathable, customizable support for relief of lower back pain you will ever wear. Guaranteed or your money back. Get yours now at getxback.com for only 2 payments of $29.99 or call 1-800-520-4518. Order right now and your shipping is free.
This is by far the best support that I have found.
You feel like, you conquered the world and it's life-changing.
The all-new Xback from CopperFit. Feel the difference.
Welcome back into Fox Weather. We are still within a tornado-warned storm. They didn't downstream issue the warning, but they did downstream issue a severe thunderstorm warning, and that severe thunderstorm warning is oriented more so to the east. So is that a sign that maybe we're looking at our right mover? Possibly. But we have been looking at our Fox Weather beast and our temperatures, analyzing it. 76 degrees, dew point of 68. It's not bad, but it's also not as great as it once was, a little bit further back towards our southwest into Sulphur, where temperatures were into the 90s, our dew points were into the mid-upper 70s even in some spots. So that was a little more of the bullseye zone. Still yet to be seen if this storm is going to latch to the boundary or not. But the good news is we are tracking another storm that's developed near Davis, and that one's moving due east, if not slightly northeast. Right now we're positioning ourselves near the Ada area, trying to avoid our hail core, because there likely is one as this storm continues to move east. And then potentially we'll be diving due south to get closer to that secondary storm that might have a better chance at latching. But that's where we're at. So we're close to Ada. But notice again that severe thunderstorm warned box, it does include Stonewall. So if this thing really does start to take that southern turn, it'll be very interesting to see what happens next. Another thing too is notice how we have that light green shade that's nudging north. It's getting sucked into the inflow of this and could potentially be the nudge it needs to get some rotation. Again, this is just the first cell that's caught our eye, and we're not totally sold. I would say I was 90, now I'm at 80% sold on this, so confidence going down just a little bit, but we're gonna stick with it. Showing you what we've got out of our roof camera in the Fox Weather Beast. This is a lot of cloud cover, some rain now starting to hit the windshield. We are approximately, let me just double check.
We're just west of Ada.
We are just west of Ada, so we are right on that precip cusp. It's about to get going, but we have to make sure that we, instead of continuing to pull north, we have to stay due east and moving towards the east, so we stay south of that hail core. But it does seem like our temperature still holding steady, 76, dew point 68, relative humidity 77%. So not bad. I don't hate it right now, but nothing clear cut in terms of supercell structure that tells me tornado imminent, but it is definitely working in a good parameter space with a lot of wind shear. And again, if it can latch onto this boundary, it'll be off to the races. But we're still not counting ourselves out, Jane. For some of the other storms that are starting to fire, we have that severe thunderstorm warning and that tornado warning in Wichita Falls. Some folks are really sold on that Texas threat along the dry line, and I can totally understand why, especially seeing how this storm is fired. Okay.
To the southeast of Enid to ride along with this
Okay.
severe thunderstorm warning vibes.
Okay, so just Jared helping out with a little bit of information. We are now going to be still moving towards the Ada general area, but we are going to dive more so towards our southeast, towards Stonewall, kind of keeping in line with the severe thunderstorm warned box within our tornado warning that we're tracking here in Oklahoma. It's just too far for us to get into Texas, so as much as I do believe in that tornado threat there, I also believe in the one that we're crashing on right now. But also, heads up for any Fox Weather viewers, we are in and out of good and bad service. So Jane, I'm sure we're keeping you on your toes because we may be crashing out every now and again, but here we go. We are now in the heart of the storm track right now.
Yeah, it's definitely underway right now as we kind of continue to follow these two zones. Chris Scragg just came on set. Ari's getting ready to come on at 8 o'clock, and I just asked him, I said, so are you team warm front or team dry line? To see which one is really going to be kind of the primary focus for the tornadic potential and that kind of threshold for seeing more intense storms. I'm looking at radar too, and I think what's so impressive is, gosh, these storms that develop along the dry line, this one near Wichita Falls, very slow moving, and in fact the destructive tag being issued there is very notable for up to baseball sized hail. Look at the outflow boundary that has just been pushed from this storm, right? So you're talking about that colder, dense air that is rushing out, that almost kind of gust front that's going to kick back to the west. We do have, a couple storms beginning to fire now to the north of the Oklahoma border, where from Temple to Foster, west of the I-35. They are severe warned, but right now I think in terms of all of the storms that we've had up to this point, and we've got a number, that one near Wichita Falls definitely had the more intense signature for the tornado threat. So treating it very seriously. I do think it's cycling a bit right now, and so I wouldn't be surprised if maybe in another couple of minutes, if not 5 to 10 minutes, we could see it strengthen yet again. But looking at this storm out of Ada, so right now, looking to see again if it's going to take that turn to the right. Largely speaking, it'll be an interesting case study on whether or not that boundary is really going to anchor itself as something for us to watch. I think what we have also seen is a thunderstorm north of the warm front, now crossing over the Oklahoma border into Arkansas. This has been a sustained supercell. It's been south of all the action, but it definitely is something that we're watching very closely because that warning extended into Arkansas. Notable because, still capable of producing a tornado, even though it's on the elevated side of the storm. I think right now the National Weather Service highlighting that with this particular storm, even though it kind of has that classic structure, we're sampling more of the mid-levels of the storm itself. And so not exactly convinced that we're looking at surface-based rotation, but it's definitely rotating and producing that hail potential as that starts to come down with this storm. But all it takes right now, just looking here, a decent signature north of Black Fork that has my attention, circling it, and then you take a look at the reflectivity to see if maybe that's close to where we're looking at, and you have the inflow right here, and then where you would anticipate to see the possibility of a tornado would probably be right about in that zone. So I think taking a look at the velocity scans and what you see on reflectivity, definitely something that we'll have to monitor closely, I think, across the border into Arkansas. So that's one storm. This is actually the storm, Haley, that warranted the extension of that tornado watch into western Arkansas, south of the I-40 corridor, right up to about the I-30, that I think for the next couple of hours, maybe it's this one supercell, maybe another one develops, but it's definitely going to be the one that could produce that tornadic threat as we head into the overnight.
Yeah, Jane, I mean, I'm really not surprised that they extended that tornado watch, at least, and I keep talking about the cams. Cams are not everything, but day before an event, 24 hours out, they do tell a good story, and they had some of those supercells extending with the tornado threat into portions of western Arkansas. So, but you are right, it doesn't necessarily look all too menacing as if there's a tornado on the ground. One thing, though, that we have to worry about, especially in southeastern Oklahoma, is a bit of a radar hole, which means that we only have a certain number of radar sites scattered across the U.S., and there are a few zones in portions of even the heart of severe weather country where the radar beams meet up like this, and so you are just on the fringe edges, and so the radar beams you're just getting the very tip of what they can see, and as a radar beam and it extends out, the closer you are to that radar site, the closer you are to looking at the surface. Now, if you are looking further away, you're then extending further up into the atmosphere, and so we're kind of getting into that far up atmosphere type of zone where we're heading, tracking out this storm near Ada. But I will say it's interesting to look at the relative velocity and just the mesocyclone and how it's twisting and turning a little bit, trying to reestablish itself with an ingestion of another storm. So this is going to be the do or die moment for if it will be a tornado producer. Nonetheless, though, that other cell further south, this is near right in between Wynnewood, right? Wynnewood and Roth. That one's starting to explode a little bit as well. So we'll see. We're not ruling ourselves out of that storm either, but we're getting in a precip shield, which the ideal place to be is in the clear slot of a storm so you can look at it and get a gauge of all the structure. When you're in the rain shield, it just makes it a little bit of a hot mess. But right now we're driving south and eventually going to head southeast towards Stonewall. That's what we've got plugged into our GPS right now, but honestly, we don't even need a GPS. We have Keith, our driver, who knows the roads of Oklahoma like the back of his hand. So it's making today a whole heck of a lot easier. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, absolutely. I want to go back to this storm, Haley, over by Wichita Falls, because it's starting to look a little better now. I mean, it is tagged destructive for nearly baseball-sized hail. And this storm, I do think it's notable because it's been cycling a bit. And when we take it back over the course of the last 30 minutes, right, we had a really pronounced radar signature when it comes to that storm velocity. So that tight couplet that looks like is starting to tighten yet again. I'll take it back over the course of the last, 30 minutes or so. And that's where, north of Archer City, we had that warning issued, and that signature, that couplet, just really strengthening and quite honestly surprised. I mean, no eyes on it, but definitely treating that as an active tornado warning. Then you see it kind of broaden out just a bit as we have worked our way into maybe the last 20 minutes or so, and maybe beginning to try to tighten back up again. So I think this is a storm that's definitely notable. It's not only got that tornadic potential and really nothing to compete with it to the south, it's already been taking that kind of right-hand turn. So this one I think is definitely worth watching. It's sustained and producing certainly a lot of hail and lightning. So Haley, we'll be checking back in on where you're headed as you track that storm up near Ada, Oklahoma. We've got our eyes on the radar here. Thank you for watching our continued coverage of Severe Weather HQ. We'll be right back here on Fox Weather.
Cooking rice just isn't nice. No matter how hard you try, it always comes out stuck on and dry. Until now.
Hi, Chef Daniel Green here with Rice Robot.
The 1, 2, 3 rice cooker. It's the easiest way to make fluffy, delicious rice every time.
Watch. 1, add the white cup for rice. 2, add the blue cup for water. 3, click it and let Rice Robot perfectly cook it.
White, brown, jasmine, pilaf, basmati, even sushi rice, all cooked just right. The secret is perfect cook technology that surrounds the rice with controlled heat for even cooking. Then Rice Robot senses when it's done, auto stops and keeps it warm to serve.
Rice Robot's so smart it won't burn, overcook or undercook, guaranteed.
Watch this. Add rice, water, olive oil, salt, 1 large tomato in the center, click it, cook it, and out comes an amazing Mediterranean rice dish that's just bursting with flavor. And rice is just the beginning. Make mac and cheese, frittatas, oatmeal, soups and stews, even ramen dishes. For a healthier choice, make quinoa, couscous, or cauliflower rice. Throw in turkey, rice, vegetables, potatoes, broth, and bring leftovers back to life. Rice Robot is perfect for apartments, dorm rooms, and RVs. And with a ceramic ultra non-stick interior, cleanup's a breeze.
Call or go online now and get the complete Rice Robot cooking system with the steamer tray and 1-2-3 recipe guide, all for the special TV discount price of just $39.99. It comes with a 90-day money-back guarantee. We'll even ship your entire order free. That's right, free shipping. But to make this offer really cook, we'll give you a 50% discount on a second one. You get it all at incredible value for one low price. Order now.
To order, call 1-800-215-0706 or go to buyricerobot.com. So call 1-800-215-0706 or order online at buyricerobot.com today.
You've already heard about all the benefits you can get by adding some extra steps to your day with Ellipse. Strengthen and tone your muscles, passively burn calories, increase your range of motion, flexibility, balance, and mobility, stimulate healthy circulation, and loosen stiff leg joints, reduce swelling in your legs, ankles, and feet, and alleviate leg cramps, plus calm restless legs. Let's take a look at Ellipse in action. Say hello to Rhonda.
Hi.
How's it going?
It is going great. Honestly, this is the easiest exercise I have ever done. It is so smooth and relaxing, and I feel like my legs feel great. I can feel the blood circulating in my legs. I absolutely love it. And this is exactly what I need for my long 8-hour work days.
You have no idea how many times I've heard that same opinion. That's because it's the truth. Call now and get your very own Ellipse. It's time to add some extra steps to your day and stay active even while enjoying your favorite seated activity.
Thanks for sticking with Fox Weather, your severe weather HQ. We've got comprehensive coverage throughout the next couple of days while we are in the heart of severe weather country in the Fox Weather Beast, but we also have a big time crew back in 1211 helping to really attack this from all angles. Temperatures right now where we're sitting 69 degrees, so the fact that they're dropping a little bit is just notable. Same with the dew point. I think dew point over temperatures is something I'm watching even more because temperatures with cloud cover as the sun is not setting, but we'll get there sooner rather than later. You can't totally rely on that temperature point, but we are watching a little bit of a cell merger where we are at near 8. We're traveling towards the southeast, getting closer to Stonewall. We're looking at a little bit of a cell merger here where we might be watching the mesocyclone get handed off towards the southwest. There's also another storm that's beginning to bubble, and that is near Roth. And so if we continue to travel towards Ada and then dip south, we could get into a clearer slot, which means an area where we're not dealing with rain and hopefully not dealing with some of the traffic on some of these roads that we've had to navigate today. So it's not just Mother Nature, it's all sorts of different things we have to combat. It seems as though the cell that we're tracking is starting to make more of a southeast dip, so that could be what we're looking for, but also it does seem like that Roth cyclone is now starting to rotate a little bit as well. So we've got two areas that we are on. One is likely going to be more of an elevated hail maker, but still has yet to be seen which one is going to do so. That tornado warning has expired, and understandably so, not necessarily the same tightness of rotation that we were at one point tracking, but that happens a lot. You see this cyclic nature, and that was something, Jane, that you were even pointing out near the Wichita Falls cell, where it tightened and then it loosened a little bit, and it tightened and it loosened. It's the thunderstorm still trying to figure itself out. And in the meantime, we're just trying to analyze the environment that it's working with to see if it will or will not become something that could drop a tornado.
Yeah, I mean, definitely something that we're following. I am interested to see, right, if that kind of handoff is happening right now with that storm near Ada, where you are with Roth. Also, just an update. So again, you know, taking a look at some of the storm reports that have been coming in. Obviously, a storm that we're watching right now, Haley, that you're on, but we do have other warnings that are now popping up, and again, closer to Wichita Falls. This storm's still tornado warned, and I do think it's been cycling a bit. There was just a storm report coming in to the National Weather Service that local media reporting that there was in fact a tornado that was spotted. So that wouldn't surprise me given the signature that we had maybe about 20 minutes ago, but definitely a storm that is still fully sustained in this very unstable environment as it slowly pushes to the southeast. So I would definitely treat this storm very seriously out of Archer and Clay County in Texas as we continue to follow that tornado potential, along with gigantic hail, baseball-sized hail up there. And then we do have a couple more cells that have been firing on either side of the I-35. In particular, you've got this storm here that is now just severe thunderstorm warned. They've dropped that tornado warning, but you can see closer to Loco on the other side of the I-35 corridor into Bray, you've got two cells here that are now warned, severe warned for upwards of about ping pong ball sized hail. So things are now beginning to happen, right? And I would say we are definitely in the midst of watching this severe weather threat play out as we head through the next couple of hours. These storms not exactly showing much in the way of anything concerning in terms of a tornado threat. You can see not much in the way of any storm winds that would show us rotation. So I do think that these are largely just, you know, heavy rain and hail makers as we pull our way through at least the short time being. Small hail, quarter-sized up to ping pong ball-sized hail possible. But again, whether or not we're going to see that boundary, that warm front fire as that primary zone for our tornado risk today. I mean, just looking at this cell right now as it continues to merge, it does look healthier, Haley. And I think that that's notable, given that maybe this kind of little inflow that we had from the shower action just to the south was what we needed to kind of pulse this back up. And it does seem as though it's now beginning to kind of turn just a little bit to the south, and that would be notable, and perhaps maybe getting something a little more established along that warm front boundary that we were expecting to really be the primary focus.
Yeah, and Jane, I mean, that's exactly what we've been chatting about behind the scenes. Is we've been watching little bubbles of storms, or at least just agitated cumulus clouds that have developed and then moved northeast, get ingested, and then it helps to reorient and kind of drag this storm towards the southeast. And just looking at where the meso is drawn on some of these other radar products, it is dragging off towards the southeast a little bit. Now, there is that storm that is bubbling up near Roth, and so I'll be curious to see how these storms interact, if they do interact, you know, what that could mean for potentially giving this storm an extra nudge. But it does look better on radar presentation, and you are looking at the storm winds, and it's the very southwestern corridor of that box where you have our inflow notch, and you can see that elevated mesocyclone. Right now, I am working with the Norman radar, and so just to quickly get a scale for how far away we are from this thing, we are about 51.5 miles away from the radar in Norman, which is the one that I've been primarily using. And then let's see if there's any other ones that may be helpful here. We are kind of working our way into that radar hole that I was talking about, so it makes our life a lot more of a challenge, but Norman does seem like our best option. So even when you are looking at the rotation, it's more elevated, it doesn't mean that it can't be more pronounced, and so that's why visual cues are so necessary. At this point, though, we are diving south, and what road is this, Keith?
377.
We're diving south on 377, so if you guys have a vantage point of that, I think it's that line that's to the east of Sulphur and in between Sulphur and Colgate, that big line south. We are diving south on that road right now. Working our way into the clear slot of this storm. Thankfully not dealing with rain at this moment, but we're just trying to get our bearings, and I think the storm is trying to do the exact same thing.
Yeah, I think so too. And so, definitely will be one to watch. And I'm interested to see if maybe some of that kind of bubbling of that thunderstorm development near Roff, does that interact at all with what we have pushing through Ada right now with that maybe kind of cell merger? And does that help or inhibit its opportunity to become something a little more pronounced? Or maybe does it do exactly what it just did and merge, and then you get another cell that really established itself? Because the warm front, it's interesting when I kind of zero things back out, and I'm going to bring up our instability, and then I want to take a look at that supercell potential and SIGTOR yet again, because look at how much storm energy has been cleared across this zone. We're getting closer to perhaps the sun beginning to set. So again, that nighttime tornado risk is something we'll have to continue to follow closely. But that warm front was progressively lifting to the north. And then it kind of slowed and stalled just a bit. So I think it's still kind of sitting in this zone across the southeast corner of Oklahoma. And it's by no means gone, and we know it's going to continue to work its way up to the north as we move into tomorrow morning. That supercell potential, well, I think this is notable too. Now, this is model derived, but you can see, we definitely still have a pool along that boundary, that warm front that is capable of producing, the spinning of those storms. I think if I were to roughly guess where I think that warm front is, it's where I drew that white line. So anything north of that here, now you're looking at a storm that's more elevated. So it's largely bringing with it a hail potential. If it does start to turn and kind of hang on to this boundary and start to drift either along the front or just to the south, that's where you can see another kind of pool of that supercell potential. This is where I think we have a better opportunity of getting a tornado threat. A little farther to the north up towards McAllister, maybe we're looking at something a little more elevated, that rotation more so in the mid-levels, not capable of producing much in the way of that strong tornado risk. But also, too, do you know where that supercell potential is beginning to grow? That energy pooling just north of Dallas across parts of North Texas on the I-35 corridor. So again, you've had these dry line initiated storms. So this slow mover, this supercell out of Wichita Falls, that is perhaps already produced a tornado, is that going to be one that will continue to kind of push through this zone, intensify, because it doesn't have much to compete with, right? So you take a look at that tornado potential, definitely still something for us to watch, I think, across parts of southern Oklahoma, along the Red River on the I-35, kind of pushing into North Texas. An untapped atmosphere up to this point. So is it a storm that develops that then moves into this zone? Because these storms, they are pushing to the southeast. And so that will be the focus, I think, over the course of the next several hours, is which one is going to really start to latch into that environment, or which storms don't. And then maybe are we just looking at something that produces, an isolated tornado risk, but really that hail threat is something that will continue to be on the table. Because look at our hail threat now beginning to climb here out of that storm near Ada. Now we're looking at upwards of at least ping pong, if not golf ball sized hail. And, a little bit better of a signature as it begins to push its way to the south. Let's take a look at velocity real quick. A little bit of a tightening there. So again, something we'll have to watch if it continues to maybe pull to the south. Maybe that is kind of latched into that boundary and it just needed a little extra push from the energy that we see building beneath it. But that's that storm near Roff that Haley was mentioning that was beginning to build. We'll see if we get any interaction here, but definitely one that's notable. And then, of course, our tornado warning, which has been extended on this supercell in Texas for that potential of a tornado, also to nearly baseball-sized hail, and that couplet looking very healthy. So heads up here, definitely need to get to a safe place and stay there through this duration of this warning. So that's what we're tracking right now on Fox Weather. Of course, we've got our storm chasers in the field, Corey Durkin, along with Brandon Kopic, and then Haley Meyer in the Fox Weather Beast. Keep it here. We've got continued coverage. Ari Sarsolari coming up at 8 o'clock this evening. We'll be right back.
For years, Debbie always hid her smile. But now, with her new teeth from affordable dentures and implants, she beams with the power of 1,000 suns. Affordable dentures and implants. That's what we do.
Marley drank 2 quarts of cooking oil. I called my vet and they were like, you need to bring him here immediately. I used to constantly avoid going to the vet because I knew that it was gonna cost me a bomb if it weren't for Fetch. So it's been the ultimate peace of mind, and the feeling that I get when my claims are reimbursed is this winning moment. If you have health insurance for your kids, why wouldn't you for your pet?
Get paid back up to 90% of vet bills with Fetch Pet Insurance. Get your free quote at fetchpet.com.
What if more water just happened? With Cirkul, more happens. More flavor. Just dial it up. More drinks. Just refill. Again and again. More water, all day flavor. Grab 1 bottle and get up to 6 drinks throughout your day. Cirkul, just more water.
Did you say 12 o'clock? Okay, see you tomorrow at 12. I can't hear clearly on the phone anymore.
Let me show you something that will change your life. This is a clear captions phone. It allows me to read what a caller is saying.
Really?
You can read what the caller is saying as they say it. It's easy to understand and respond to immediately.
It sounds expensive.
Actually, there is no insurance or Medicare required. The service is provided at no cost to you through a federally managed program.
Hi, Grandma. Hi, honey. How are you?
Give your loved ones the connection they deserve. Call now to see if you qualify.
There is no insurance or Medicare required. Clear Caption service is provided at no cost to you. We deliver, install, and train you on how to use your phone.
Call 1-800-856-4704. That's 1-800-856-4704. Call 1-800-856-4704.
Muddy floors every single day. Sound familiar? Until I tried Muddy Mat, and I realized that I can keep my floors clean without the extra work. I put it by the door and we're all set. It's made with thousands of chenille microfibers that trap mud, dirt, and water just by stepping on it. And when it gets dirty, just shake it outside and toss it in the washer. It comes out brand new every time. Visit muddymats.com and join millions of happy pet owners. Muddy Mat, clean floors, happy home.
You have no idea how long Marvin has waited to sing like this. But with his new teeth from affordable dentures and implants, he's back under the bright lights, right where he belongs. Affordable dentures and implants. That's what we do.
Welcome back into Fox Weather. We are still on the pursuit of a severe thunderstorm warning. At one point it was tornado warned. It's near Ada, Oklahoma, but right now we're watching some cells merge together, and a cell merger can either be the killer of a storm or the thing that enhances it and makes it go tornadic. Temperatures right now 70 degrees, dew point 65, humidity 85%. So that is a sign to me that I think we're cooking a little bit better in terms of our parameter space. We are getting a little bit better. So what that means is we're hugging closer to that warm front. Therefore, if this storm can latch to it, it could be the tornado-producing storm of the day, at least for the threat out of southeastern Oklahoma. Now, that's not to be forgotten that we have a tornado warning southwest or southeast rather of Wichita Falls. That's heading closer to Alvord and Chico and Sunset, Texas. And then we also at one moment had a severe thunderstorm warning that was tornadic that moved into Arkansas. But because we are storm tracking, we're going to keep things hyper-focused on our storm that is southeast of Norman. And at this moment, the mesocyclone, which seems to be developing a little bit better than it did the last time, was right off to the northeast of Fitzhugh, and we are traveling south on Highway 337 or 377. So here's our thinking behind this south dip. We are doing this so that we can get into a clear slot, but also as these cells begin to merge together, our thought is maybe it hands off near Roth and we have a better viewpoint further south. And we also don't want to forget about the storms that are developing and our severe thunderstorm warned off towards our west. In Velma, they just moved out of Comanche and Meridian. and Duncan, Oklahoma. Those are some storms that Brandon Kopic and Corey Gherkin are on. So we're keeping those in our rear view. If they start to veer and move due right, that's a right moving storm, as I've been saying all day, that right movers are typically more tornadic. But at this moment, we are really liking the southeastern movement of this severe thunderstorm warning that we are on near Fitzhugh, near Stonewall. So just to look at where my locator is, we are in between Hickory and Bromide, Oklahoma. And I think we might even be able to stop here for a second or get close to a stopping point. Okay, so we're gonna stop in Connerville in just a couple of minutes, and what that's gonna do is give us a second to reorient. But you can see how we have that confirmed tornado. This is over in Clay County, Texas. I'll do a little bit of analysis on this storm while we get to a stopping point, where we do have some pretty significant rotation. That storm also moving towards the southeast, so keep in mind that right mover. The tighter you get on it, you can see where the rotation would be. At this moment, it seems like it is just off towards the east of Archer City, if not to the northeast there. Quickly, I'm going to throw on correlation coefficient just to see if we have any debris getting lofted. And Sam, if you wouldn't mind doing that, because we're running on some interesting service, but I'll wait and see if that'll load on my end. Not necessarily seeing a debris signature or a classic debris ball, meaning some significant damage is ensuing. But the good news is I think it's in somewhat of a rural area as it's moving in between Scotland and Buffalo Springs. But if you are traveling on Highway 281, we need to be careful because this storm that's developing along the dry line is moving in a very warm environment. And so it has everything it needs, and this storm is a discrete supercell that has detached itself from some of the other storms it was around. So eventually this guy is going to be moving closer to the I-35 corridor. It's going to take some time to get there, but as it does so, it may clip just the top of North Dallas. So that's what is in my periphery in regards to this, and especially just to the north of that cyclone, we're likely looking at some very large hail, and you can see that hail size on our on our confirmed tornado warning at 2 inches. And it's not just radar confirmed, this is an observed tornado, meaning, and I believe it was law enforcement that saw this. So somebody locked eyes with this tornado and was able to confirm. And, you know, I think for those of you who are watching wondering, why are you storm tracking? It's so we can help relate some of this information to the National Weather Service and let them know, hey, there's an ongoing tornado, because sometimes, especially when we get into these radar holes, it can be very difficult to disseminate just using radar products and technology what exactly is happening on the ground. So given the radar hole, let's talk about that a little bit and go back over to our cell that we are tracking near Ada. At this moment, we are about 50 or so miles away from our nearest radar site, which in theory means that we're looking, what, about 5,000 feet into the atmosphere, 6,000 feet up? Which one are you looking at for this cell? From Norman to here. Norman to here, okay, I got you right now. So Jared's gonna check on that for me. 5,000 feet. So we're about 5,000 feet up. So we're nowhere near the surface where that mesocyclone is churning. You can see where that rotation would be. It looks, we're about 4,000 feet. Okay, so at this moment, that rotation is about to head over 377. When you compare it to that confirmed tornado, notice how we're not seeing any red returns. That's showing the moderate to extreme side of rotation. We're on the lower end. So again, upper level rotation being observed by the radar. We are far enough south that I'll throw up the beast cam here. You're looking at the backhand side of the beast, and the unfortunate part is that cell that's in Roth is making things a little bit difficult for us to view our potential tornadic circulation. Not exactly thrilled with the fact that it would produce anytime soon. But the fact, again, that it's moving towards the southeast is a sign that it might be trying to latch across this boundary. And that's been the sign with all the convective models recently, that these storms, or at least a very strong storm, is going to be moving towards the southeast. So let me just get into a couple of details on our tornado watch. For those of you who are just now tuning in to Fox Weather, you're wondering, okay, what the heck is happening right now? We have a tornado watch that's in place for central and southern Oklahoma and northern Texas, where we have a lot of instability in the atmosphere. We also have a lot of wind shear that's not only been confirmed by weather balloons, but also the models have been hinting at it. This tornado tornado watch extends into Arkadelphia, just north of Texarkana. Some of these areas a little too familiar with severe thunderstorms, where they were actually under tornado warnings and severe thunderstorm warnings just yesterday. So the one cell that we've been on, north of us, that we've been monitoring, it is now tornado warned. So we are going to look a little bit. I think we probably turn around, no? And we head north just a little bit, or actually, maybe we head south and move a little bit to the east?
We can. I mean, so right now we have like... So
I'll hand this microphone off to Jared. He's looking at the roads a little bit better.
So we have a couple of options here that are a little... So our movement options are a little more limited to go to the west here, because we're getting into that part of Oklahoma where the terrain isn't quite that typical, stereotypical, flat, plainy look, where you have a bunch of trees, you have some rolling hills, and the road network isn't quite as good. So we have that ROF cell, which is developing an area rotation, and then we have Ada into Stonewall, which just got tornado warned. So we can go head up due north right here and try to go and catch that Ada into Stonewall one, or we could dip south a little bit more and keep our east-west options open, and then we could jump right north after that.
So at least just looking at this from my perspective, the rotation does look not bad. And so I do understand why that was tornado warned. And it looks even better on the latest scan. My only fear, though, is that with that ROF cell, it's becoming rain-wrapped. And so that is a very difficult thing for us to play as storm trackers. It's difficult. And so even if we did get close to it, we probably wouldn't get a good visual on it. So that's my only concern. And I think potentially once it gets this full ingestion of our ROF cell, it may be handing off towards the west a little bit. Better closer to, let's see,
I do like
ROF and Hickory. I think we maybe head in that direction.
We can go and dive a little bit more south. There's a good road to go and get west in just a little bit to this town called Mill Creek. And if we go a little bit further to the south, we can go and keep that option open, because right in between, there's all these different hills and little creeks that make it harder to move. So right now, Keith, our driver, he just heard those instructions and just started going a bit more. And he heard Mill Creek, which I think I'm going to plug in right now and go. So it's about the same distance if we try to cut across those side roads, which are a little messier, and then take the main roads there. And the main roads give us that east option as well.
So that's just our real-time analysis and what happens when we're in the beast. But it does look like our cell near ROF is getting better organized. And once it begins to interact with the one that we have been on near Ada, that seems like it's going to get...
That's the one. It really does.
Yeah.
ROF is the one that's going to do it.
Yeah. So for right now, I think our plan's pretty solid. We're going to dip south, head over to Mill Creek, and then back north towards Hickory. Is that what you had said, Jared?
Yeah, well, I have Mill Creek plugged in. We're heading south right now on this road so we can go to Oklahoma State Route 7 and be able to dart east-west, and then we could also dart further south quickly. But really on State Route 7, we could dart more to the west, because that boundary is very north-south oriented. And these storms, that one looks like it's going to try to latch that, and as soon as it latches, that will really start diving south very quickly. And look at that, is that a tornado warning for us right now? Yeah, we just got into a tornado warning here. I believe that's for the ROF cell. Are we sure? We'll take a look for a second.
We got a couple of, I think trying to figure out exactly what that warning was that popped up on our phones, but I definitely think ROF is going to be our general direction. Not to mistake the confirmed tornado warning that it seems as though there might be something rain-wrapped that's moving southeast of Wichita Falls. Eventually, this storm is not going to be in a rural area for too much longer. I'd say give it another couple of hours and it'll be north of Dallas. So the northern area of Dallas is going to be the spot. I think our phones are a little bit lagged with the...
No, it wasn't. It was for ROF.
Oh.
Yeah.
We actually do have a tornado warning that we are in now, so we'll be in hot pursuit of that. Arisar Solari starting to take over. We will be right back after a short break.
Introducing the all-new Mobilizer compression socks from Copperfit, America's #1 compression sock brand. Easy on, easy off compression socks that reduce swelling and relieve tired, achy feet. With built-in arch support technology for targeted relief right where you need it.
I thought all compression socks are the same, and I'll tell you, it's a world of difference. They reduce inflammation, they reduce the pain.
No more pain, no more achy feet.
These are the socks to wear to help keep the energy going. It's just been amazing for me.
And now, Copperfit compression just got even better with energizing blue infrared fibers woven into soft, breathable compression fabric to help boost circulation, reduce swelling, and relieve pain. Copperfit Compression plus Lumicore Blue Infrared Fibers. 2 breakthrough technologies combined to give you soothing foot relief all day, every day, so you can stay mobile.
The compression, the fit, the comfort. I love these socks. I want to have them on all the time.
I can get up every morning and do exactly what I want to do because I'm not in foot pain anymore.
I'm addicted to wearing them. Now I feel like I can get anything done no matter what it is.
Breathable, easy on, easy off design. Graduated compression for energizing support and to reduce swelling from prolonged sitting or standing. Built-in arch support technology, plus Lumicore Blue Infrared Fibers to boost circulation and reduce swelling for soothing all-day relief.
They'll keep me going. They're going to keep me mobile, keep me doing the things I want to do.
The Lumicore technology works fantastic. That, to me, was the game changer.
Get mobilized, guaranteed, or your money back. Get your Mobilizer socks now at mobilizersocks.com for as low as $19.99. Plus, your shipping is free. That's right, free shipping.
The more I wore them, the better it got.
I just feel happier.
Nothing compares to Copperfit Mobilizer socks. Nothing.
You have got to get these.
Get yours now at mobilizersocks.com.
Behind this curtain is an outdated bath and shower. Imagine transforming this eyesore into a beautiful jacuzzi bath remodel in as little as one day.
Are there a lot of design options?
Yes, Jacuzzi has stylish shower walls, designer colors, and premium features like soft closed doors.
Call right now and Jacuzzi will waive installation costs with no interest and no payments for up to a year.
Just step right into your easy entry shower by Jacuzzi. We have durable grab bars, grab shelves.
This is a great safety feature. I love this. It's really beautiful. The quality of it, I'm blown away.
Best of all, it's from Jacuzzi, the most trusted name in water for over 70 years.
Call or go online now to jacuzzibathremodel.com. We're waiving all installation costs, plus 0 interest and 0 payments for up to 1 year.
Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-760-4654.
All right, we're continuing the severe weather coverage. I'm Ari Sarsalari. Phenomenal job by Jane and Haley for the last couple of hours. We've still got Haley out in the field. She's on a tornado-warned storm right now. We've got our storm trackers, Brandon Kopic and Corey Gherkin, that are out in the field as well. We'll talk to Haley coming up here in just a little bit. But she's on a storm that does not have a confirmed tornado on it right now. There is a storm, this one down here, that is northwest of Dallas, not headed directly into Dallas, at least right now. I'm not trying to scare you guys in Dallas. I'm just giving you an idea of exactly where it is. You see this pink box right here, just south of the Red River. This is Clay County, southwestern Clay County, kind of south central and southwestern Clay County, where we have a confirmed tornado. This is an observed tornado. Looks absolutely classic on radar. And when you look at the velocities on this, I mean, goodness, look at that. Yeah, so we've got a tornado on the ground with that one. It's southeast of Scotland. It's a very slow-moving storm that actually did produce a tornado already not terribly long ago. I think it was about 45 minutes ago, something like that. So that's what you're looking for on the velocity data in order to identify a tornado. So let me take this back a little bit and go back over the last hour or so, and you can see how it really just recently blew up. But before that, well, it kind of died down a little bit. And, well, before that even, there was a very significant signature too. So we had a tornado here. As the storm moved toward the southeast, it kind of lifted, and it looks like we've got another one down right now. Now, this is not terribly close to the radar site, so it would be tough to see if there's any tornado debris visible, and there's not, which means that it's not being lofted like 10,000 feet up. The other thing about this area is that it's not terribly densely populated, right? You got a lot of farmland out here. The tornado that it produced earlier, northwest of Scotland, I've seen some pictures of it floating around from some storm chasers, and it looks like it was really kind of out in the middle of nowhere. I mean, honestly, one of the pictures I saw, there were cows in the foreground, so the twister jokes were coming out. But this is, definitely not the type of situation we want to joke around with here, because this is a confirmed, likely large tornado that's on the ground. Anytime you see a signature like that, that is not a good sign. So we're west of Buffalo Springs. Let me throw on the info here. It's for Clay County. We're also going to see some humongous hail in this storm. Observed tornado. So we know there's a tornado down. Remember, there's tiers of tornado warnings where sometimes we just see some spin on the radar. Not 100% sure if a tornado's down, but it's feasible. So you'll get tornado warnings issued for that very often. And then when you see this purple or pink box, that's when we know that we have a confirmed tornado. Okay, so that's for southern Clay County. Let me just play the loop on this real quick to see how it's behaving. And yeah, kind of moving toward the southeast. You can see the outflow boundary up here toward the northwest that's come from the storm. This thing has dropped some huge hail too. This has a history of producing, I believe this dropped 3-inch diameter hail not long ago. Yeah, just a very slow mover, a little bit southwest of Henrietta. You guys are actually getting some of the rain from it in Henrietta, but south of there is where the real meat of the storm is. So again, if you're just joining us, our severe weather outbreak is underway. We've seen the storms that have been firing over the last couple of hours, and here we are. So there's the Red River. This is North Texas right here. Here's southern Oklahoma. And, let me just back up a little bit. We'll give you the wide view so you can see everything that we're dealing with right now, along with the storm reports. So all these little icons that you see, those are reports of severe weather, either damaging wind, large hail, or tornadoes. You can see the only reports of tornadoes that we have so far came from the storm that we were just looking at. Now, get a little bit farther up toward the north. And by the way, Kansas and Nebraska, the atmosphere not quite as primed for tornadoes up there, but we are seeing some severe storms that are producing some pretty big hail. Look at this. This is down in Wichita. Wichita is actually under a severe thunderstorm warning right now. And we've had a couple reports of some hail. Let's see how big it's been. Yeah, about 3/4 of an inch. Yeah, 3/4 of an inch in diameter hail, so just below severe hail, which is technically 1 inch in diameter or quarter size, if you're not familiar with that. We go down toward the south. By the way, these lines that you see on the map, this is our Storm Prediction Center outlook. Okay, so you got the level 1 risk, the level 2, the level 3, and the level 4 is where you see that purple color. So this is not something you see terribly often, the level 4 risk, and that's a big deal. Now, this cluster of storms that we have right here, it turns out this is where we have our storm trackers. At least Haley is on this storm. You've been on it for the last couple of hours. Hey, Chris, can we bring in Haley right now? Is she ready to go? Or? Okay, yeah, let's bring in Haley. I'm sure she's watching and dialed in. All right, Haley, so it was about, 10 minutes ago you guys went under a tornado warning. Have you been able to see anything from the ground?
You know what, Ari, it's kind of been a mess in terms of what we've been able to see. Nothing, really. And that's in contrast to some of the other chases that we've done previously where we had great visuals. It was initiation earlier in the afternoon. We didn't really have significant initiation till closer to 3 or 4 p.m. And so that's really delaying. But for right now, we've been on these tornado warnings near Rough and also near Stonewall. The one circulation near Stonewall looks a little more outflow dominant, and if it does produce, it's rain wrapped and it's a hot mess express, and we're not doing it. So when it comes to Rough, it's trying to get its act together, but it's just not doing it either. But to the west, we finally have this big southeast jog. So right now we are heading towards Davis, and then we'll eventually hope to intercept this rapidly tightening storm and maybe be able to get a tornado for you guys live within the next 30, 45 minutes. Jared, just real quick, how far away are we from Davis right now?
We're like 20 miles.
Okay, so we're about 15 minutes outside of Davis.
A little bit more. This is not as...
A little more than 15 minutes.
Super fast road.
But we're gonna keep trudging to our west and then see what we can do to intercept this rapidly tightening cyclone. Right now it's just severe thunderstorm warned, but I really think, this will go tour warned very shortly.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, so you guys are going to be actually ditching both of the storms that are just towards your north, the Roth and the
Yes.
Stonewall. So this is the Roth storm, just for people that are just joining us. This is Stonewall. This is up in Oklahoma. Haley and the crew are south of these storms. And what you're saying is you're going to head toward the west and try to set up shop for this next storm coming in. Is that your plan?
Yes, yeah, that's exactly right. So really, we're just in a radar hole. A lot of the storm in Stonewall, if it were to produce a tornado, would be rain wrapped. It's getting dark, which is another problem. And so there's just a lot of negatives with where we're at. So even if it does produce, it's just not something that we want to pursue. It could put us in a dangerous spot, which is why we're looking at the severe thunderstorm warning that is for Lindsay, Oklahoma, Pauls Valley, Wynnewood, Oklahoma, Elmore City. That's the severe thunderstorm warning for now, and I say caveat for now. I really do think that they're going to go tornado warned on that sooner rather than later, and so our hope is that we can get in a good position in order to intercept when this thing does decide to drop. So we're moving somewhat north right now, but it's just to get to a better connected road network for us to jet out towards the west.
Okay, that all sounds like it makes a lot of sense. I like the call there. It's not fun to mess around with those rain-wrapped storms, and you know, for those of you that are not familiar with all this, let me show you this what she was talking about. So here's Stonewall up here, and yeah, you see the two tornado warnings on this storm and this storm. You got the Stonewall storm and the Roth storm. When you turn on the velocities, though, this is when it really tells us where's the rotation in the storm. So let me throw that on. And you notice, here, let me circle it here. So it's on the north side of Stonewall. Now let me go back to the reflectivity, which shows us where the rain is, and there's gonna be a lot of rain that they would have to contend with in order to get to that circulation. So probably not a tornado you'd be able to see terribly well anyway. And this storm that's coming in from the west, it actually has some solid rotation here, making me, honestly, Haley, I kind of agree with you. I wouldn't be surprised if they throw a tornado warning on that pretty soon. Severe thunderstorm warning right now.
It's gotta be soon, and yeah, and we're hearing reports on Chaser Radio saying that there's golf ball size hail, and I'm pretty sure that that's within this severe thunderstorm warning. So rapidly tightening, and this thing could drop a tornado soon. So we're booking it within the law to get over there just to see what can pop out of this. But it's that southeast movement that really stuck out to me. The second it made that turn, that was my decision right there. We're going west.
Yep, I think it's the right call. All right, you guys do your thing. We'll leave you alone for now. I've got to hit this storm that's south of the Red River down in Texas because they got a confirmed tornado on it. We'll check back in with you in just a little bit here, Haley. So here's what we have going on in Oklahoma right now. There's the Fox Weather Beast. That's where Haley was. They're going to ditch these storms, and they're going to try to get out ahead of this one as it moves toward the southeast. Okay, now in the meantime, we've got a very significant storm with a confirmed tornado on it that's just south of the Red River. It's a little bit southeast of Wichita Falls. Let me zoom in on this here. You can see the storm reports here. It's already created a couple of reports of tornadoes south of Wichita Falls, and there's likely a tornado in progress right now. The radar signature on this one, I mean, this has been the storm of the day so far. We've got several hours to go before we're done with all of this, but I mean, look at the radar signature on this. Goodness. Take this back a little bit. Yeah, this was really the worst looking radar signature on the velocity that we saw northwest of Buffalo Springs. This is up in Clay County, by the way. Tornado warnings in effect until 7:30 p.m. Now, what the Weather Service has done with this is they have extended the tornado warning out ahead of the current one, but they're going to drop the observed tag on it. Okay, so could there still be a tornado in progress when it gets down here? Certainly, and if that's the case, then they will upgrade this to a tornado confirmed. But this is kind of following the script that it's been doing. It dropped a tornado about an hour ago, and then the tornado lifted. Then it dropped another tornado about 15 minutes ago, it appears, based on radar imagery, maybe about 20 minutes ago, something like that. And now the latest radar scan on this doesn't look quite as bad as it did. I mean, it's still a very hefty rotation, don't get me wrong, but this looks worse than that. Okay, so it looks like that, you know, really bad looking part of the rotation is kind of broken apart a little bit, and maybe it's going to try to spin something else up. Either way, anywhere near Buffalo Springs in Clay County, you guys need to be in your safe spot right now, your tornado shelter, lowest level of your house, closest to the center of the structure as you can possibly get. Big severe weather outbreak underway, and we got more days of severe weather ahead. We're going to be with you here on Fox Weather until the worst of it is over. You know, we're scheduled to be on until midnight, but if we got to go a little bit after that, no problemo. I got no plans. We're here to cover severe weather. We'll be right back after the break. Hang tight.
Funky-smelling zooglea bacteria lives, grows, and sticks inside everyone's air conditioner drain pan, creating disgusting odors in your home and causes your AC to clog up and ultimately shut down. Get iFlow. iFlow is a smart device that easily installs in less than 15 minutes and automatically dispenses our highly effective iFlow biotic cleaning solution that breaks up and flushes the bacteria out of your drain line, keeping your AC clog-free, guaranteed.
Join the over 100,000 satisfied iFlow customers. Learn more at iFlow.com.
The crisis inside Ukraine has reached a catastrophic level, with the elderly Jews pushed to the very limit.
Go inside. She's freezing cold. There's no electricity, no heat, no water. Winter is now a weapon of war, used against the elderly, the mothers, and the young children.
They've been lined up here for hours. These are precious people who are hungry. And they have nothing. If someone doesn't do something soon, a humanitarian disaster is coming. So many Jewish people who are just waiting for someone to care enough to pick up the phone.
Fears are growing that without an emergency, full-scale response, thousands will die this winter.
The International Fellowship of Christians and Jews needs your $25 gift now to help rush a winter survival food box of emergency food for elderly Jews and families in Ukraine. Today, there's a special opportunity to double your gift's impact, thanks to generous fellowship partners. Call now and your gift's impact will be doubled.
They felt the shaking of missiles. These are people who have already endured so much suffering and disaster, taking out power, taking out water, simple water to drink. We're talking about the difference between life or death. Christian, Jew, standing shoulder to shoulder, saying, we're here to heal, we're here to help.
Your gift of only $25 helps rush a winter survival food box filled with life-saving emergency food for elderly Jews and families in Ukraine. Thanks to a special matching challenge, if you call now, your gift's impact will be doubled. Time is critical. Please give now.
Taking a trip in the next 12 months? Airlines are under tremendous pressure and they're practically giving away their unsold seats. Like every crisis, this one will end too. But right now is the best time to take advantage of giveaway ticket prices on their unsold seats. We're not allowed to publish these low fares online. The only way to get these rock bottom giveaway prices is to call. So phone Lowcost Airlines now for airline ticket prices you may never see again.
All right, welcome back. We're tracking severe storms that are going on in parts of Oklahoma and Texas. In addition to other places, a few have moved over into Arkansas. We got some in Kansas and Nebraska, but the biggest tornado threat is going to be down in parts of Oklahoma and North Texas, and that's where we have all of our storm trackers out. We heard from Haley during the last block. She's out in the Fox Weather Beast with Jared Maloney, meteorologist behind the scenes. That's where they're at. They were on these two storms and decided, even though they're tornado warned, the rotations are really buried in the rain. So, you know, seeing that we have this other storm coming in here from the west that has some rotation, even though there's no tornado warning on it yet, Haley and the crew are going to be headed out toward the west, where we actually already find Brandon Kopic and Corey Gherkin. They're just west of I-35. So that's our storm tracking team right there. And you can see Brandon's shot here down below me. I'm going to throw up Corey's shot here in the main view. And it looks like, Sam, I don't know if we need to reset Corey's shot or what the deal is, but maybe you could take a peek at that. And then here is what the Fox Weather Beast has right now. So remember, they're en route to that storm. So it's going to be about 20 minutes or so until they get there. Here's the big picture, guys. We got a level 4 out of 5 risk for severe weather. It's for huge hail and the chance of tornadoes. Of course, we'll see some storms that'll produce some damaging straight line wind, especially later on. But I've got everything on this map. I've got the Storm Prediction Center's outlook. You can see the colors here. And we've got all the current storms that are going on with the current warnings, et cetera. Now, the most significant storm that's on the board right now is actually south of the Red River. It's northwest of Dallas. Very slow-moving storm here, so this is not going to be in Dallas anytime soon. Dallas, you guys are under the threat of severe weather at some point in the next couple of hours. We'll have to see how all this progresses as it moves toward the east, but you're not in imminent danger right now. I want to be clear about that. But there's still a confirmed tornado that may be in progress here in southern Clay County. This is not a hugely populated area here. This is Buffalo Springs. A lot of farmland out here, and this storm did produce at least 2 tornadoes so far that have been confirmed. It's been doing the thing where it drops a tornado, then the tornado lifts, and then it drops another tornado. We call it cycling. So the storm is cycling a little bit right now. Let's see what the velocities. Yeah, they're looking pretty nasty on that. Yep, definitely. So, oh, wow. I mean, here's something you have to factor in. We're pretty far from the radar site. The radar site's up in Frederick, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, northwest of Wichita Falls. You see where the radar site is right here? Farther away you get from the radar site, you're seeing higher and higher and higher up in the storm. Okay, so this looks like a really nasty signature, and it is. Don't get me wrong. But if we were to see something like that, you know, down below 1,000 feet instead of at probably 6,000, 7,000 feet plus, at this distance from the radar, it would be a lot worse. But bottom line is that storm is rotating a lot. Now, they've dropped the confirmed on it, okay? So it's no longer a confirmed tornado. That doesn't mean that there still could not be a tornado in progress, okay? But there you go. Green colors go toward the radar. Red color shows where the wind is going away from the radar. So there's your big spin right there, too. There's actually a little spin on the backside of this, too. But this is a very large and messy mesocyclone, a counterclockwise spinning area within the storm that most thunderstorms have to some degree, but some are stronger than others. And well, certainly in this case, we've got a pretty bad one. I want to check out the hail history with this storm. Look at this. This thing dropped 3-inch diameter hail. See the time up here at the top left of your screen? These are the types of storms that we're dealing with here today. Just, extreme hail producers. I mentioned the 3-inch diameter hail. Let's see if we have any new reports coming in. Just the reports of tornadoes. Let's see. Broadcast media reported tornado. Also broadcast media on that storm. And with these storms that are farther up toward the north, Ada, Oklahoma, reporting some street flooding up there. Some vehicles are stranded along with 1-inch hail. So let's go up to that storm here real quick. And let's see, let's move upward to the north a little bit. Remember, those are the storms that Haley is moving toward the west of. Ada, Oklahoma, right here. And you can see why here. I mean, this is the last 3 hours. Some really, really heavy rain. These are the reports. You see those icons. Those are reports of quarter-sized hail. The storms that are down toward the south now, just kind of drifting down toward the south, they have tornado warnings on them. Let's check the velocities on that. Yeah, those are pretty nasty-looking velocity signatures. Very tight. And even though we don't have confirmed tornadoes on either one of these right now, it would be tough to confirm one by eyes, I would imagine, because these rotations, well, maybe they're starting to get on the southwest side of the storm a little bit. The thing I'm trying to decide is, would somebody be able to see the tornado? Because if the rotation is buried here within the rain, like somewhere like that, you're going to have no chance at seeing the tornado. I'm sure there are a ton of storm chasers out here. Ours are farther toward the west, attacking a different storm. But yeah, if you're looking into that part of the storm, I think a better chance that you'd be able to see something with this storm that's up near Roth. Either way, I don't like how those are looking on the velocities. I wouldn't be surprised if we end up with a confirmed tornado pretty soon on either of these cells. So again, if you're just joining us, we're just northeast of Sulphur, Oklahoma. Sulphur is technically under the tornado warning. I think if anybody in Sulphur gets hit, it would be the northeast side of town. And I know this is a part of the country where we get a lot of tornadoes, so I want to be very precise about where the rotations are and where the highest risk of being affected by a tornado is. And in this case, it is absolutely Stonewall and Roth right now. We are east of I-35. We are south of Oklahoma City and Norman. Okay, so this is kind of in the, what do we want to say, southern part of Oklahoma, southern, southeastern part of Oklahoma. And you can see rotations all over the place here. Look at this. And this is a storm that does not have a tornado warning yet, but that's the one that Haley and the crew are headed toward. And Brandon, who you see below me, he is on that storm also. Okay, so these are the storms right now. You got this one and the one that's just south of the Red River, south of Wichita Falls down in Texas, which once again is no longer a confirmed tornado there. So if I'm not mistaken, right now we have no confirmed tornadoes on the board. Yeah, I don't see any pink warnings. But I've been here before. This ain't my first rodeo. And when you see velocity signatures like that in an atmosphere that's primed in the way that it is today with the amount of spin that's in the air, I don't think it's going to be too long before we have a tornado down, if we don't already. I'd be pretty surprised if there hasn't been at least a brief touchdown or something with these cells that are north of the Red River here down in Oklahoma. While we're at it, let's see what's going on in parts of Arkansas. We got some nasty, severe thunderstorms out there. Could see some 2-inch diameter hail, Montgomery, Polk, and Scott counties. Also, let's see, another severe thunderstorm here. Let's see if I can get the system to pick up on it. This is for Scott County in Arkansas, and that's mainly for hail and some damaging winds. So less rotation in these storms. Let me just double check. Nope, there's definitely rotation in there. There's no tornado warning on it right now. That's not too far from the radar, but it's got the look to it also. You see that? You see that little hook echo down at the bottom left of the storm, kind of the southwestern side of it? Here's all your hail, your heavy rain, etc. And then you have the rotating part of the storm down here, and you'll see it when I switch to the velocities. Look at that. Radar site toward the northwest, air toward the radar, air moving away from the radar. It's all very close together. I'd be very surprised if that one doesn't get a tornado warning soon. So let's start making our preparations to get in our safe space here. If you live in these areas here in parts of Arkansas, Montgomery, Polk, Scott counties down in Arkansas, where we've got a severe thunderstorm that will probably be a tornado warning before too long. Okay, let's go farther toward the north while we have a second without any confirmed tornadoes. And let me just show you what's going on up in eastern Nebraska. It's a line of storms that's going to be moving south of Omaha, Lincoln, Nebraska. That might not be a bad camera right now, guys, by the way. We've got a severe storm that's moving into the west side of town. 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour wind, less of a chance of tornadoes up there. And then you get farther toward the south here. Looks like we got Wichita still under that severe thunderstorm warning. That's been a lot of rain there. And let me see if we got any hail reports out of Wichita. There's a spot where anytime you get a storm, you almost immediately get reports. And yes, let's see, close to 1-inch diameter hail, and then 1-inch diameter hail, then 1.75. So quarters and golf balls that have been falling out of the sky, especially up on the northwest side of town here. So don't be surprised if you see that again. A report of some flooding up on the northwest side of Wichita too. Let's see, up to 8 inches of water over Ridge Road near 29th Street. So let me see, there's our floods. Yeah, you can see that right there. Northwest side of Wichita. That's this report right here. Up in Mays, up to 8 inches of water over Ridge Road near 29th Street, as I said. Okay. Now, again, the chance for tornadoes up here in Kansas and Nebraska is overall lower. It's not zero, but really the hot spot when we're looking for the possibility of tornadoes, or even some stronger tornadoes, is where you see kind of these darker shade, like the darker red and the pink on this map. That would include Oklahoma City technically, although judging on where these storms have been forming so far, I would say a higher chance southeast of town. Let's see. Still, I'm impressed here with the Weather Service holding off on some of these tornado warnings because, last I looked at this storm over here. I want to hone in on this storm. Let me switch to this. The one that's just west of Pauls Valley, Elmore City, which is where Brandon's at. Let's see. Yeah, there's a bunch of areas of rotation. Look at this one here, Chris. I mean, that looks tornadic to me. That looks tornadic to me, that's for sure. Yeah, Wynwood. Right? Goodness. Yeah, it's right in the hook there. I mean, I'm sure they're working on a tornado warning on that storm. So that's west of Roth. And that one would probably be visible. Look at that. Let me see if there's any debris showing up. Probably not. Probably not. But I think there may be a tornado in progress here north of Wynwood. I mean, that's not a good signature. Radar sites toward the north here. A lot of the times you'll see something that looks more like this. You see what you have near Roth? It's maybe a little bit bigger, a little more diffuse, a little bit more, I don't know how to put it, like a little bit more of a broad rotation. And then this is like tighter, I feel like, up north of Wynwood. So again, don't be surprised if we get a tornado warning there popping up before too long. If I had to put money on it, I would say that we're going to get one. Look at all these rotations in here. This is how you know that you have a day where the air is rotating a lot. This is why when the storms go up today, you know, in the forecast is a lot of spin in the air and the possibility of tornadoes. All these storms that don't have tornado warnings on them, but there's a lot of spin, and at any point we're likely to see more. We're going to follow it for you over the next several hours here on Fox Weather. Don't go anywhere. Quick break. We'll be right back.
Stop pouring corrosive bleach or vinegar into your AC because it's going to destroy it and cost you thousands. And using a wet vac every month is a headache and it doesn't work. Instead, get iFlow. iFlow is a smart device that easily installs in less than 15 minutes and automatically dispenses our highly effective iFlow biotic cleaning solution that breaks up and flushes the bacteria out of your drain line, keeping your AC clog-free, guaranteed.
Join the over 100,000 satisfied iFlow customers. Learn more at iFlow.com.
You play by the rules. But things happen. Prices climb faster than your paycheck. And every month, a new surprise. Little by little, the debt adds up. So how do you face it? One step at a time. It starts with a call, then a plan. With National Debt Relief, you have a powerful team in your corner. We'll negotiate with your creditors so you pay less than you owe in less time than you think. And just like that, you can get out of debt and back to your life. When debt happens, National Debt Relief is here to help you take action. We've helped over 1 million customers towards a brighter future, and we're here to help you take the first step. Call or visit GoNDR.com to find out how quickly you could become debt-free.
Taking a trip in the next 12 months? Airlines are under tremendous pressure and they're practically giving away their unsold seats. Like every crisis, this one will end too. But right now is the best time to take advantage of giveaway ticket prices on their unsold seats. We're not allowed to publish these low fares online. The only way to get these rock bottom giveaway prices is to call. So phone Lowcost Airlines now for airline ticket prices you may never see again.
Behind this curtain is an outdated bath and shower. Imagine transforming this eyesore into a beautiful jacuzzi bath remodel in as little as one day.
Are there a lot of design options?
Yes, Jacuzzi has stylish shower walls, designer colors, and premium features like soft closed doors.
Call right now and Jacuzzi will waive installation costs with no interest and no payments for up to a year.
Just step right into your easy entry shower by Jacuzzi. We have durable grab bars, grab shelves.
This is a great safety feature. I love this. It's really beautiful. The quality of it, I'm blown away.
Best of all, it's from Jacuzzi, the most trusted name in water for over 70 years.
Call or go online now to JacuzziBathRemodel.com. We're waiving all installation costs, plus 0 interest and 0 payments for up to 1 year.
Go to JacuzziBathRemodel.com or call 800-760-4654.
All right, another big night of severe weather ahead down in parts of the southern plains, Oklahoma, Texas, especially southern Oklahoma and North Texas. We had a big storm that's been going on over the last couple of hours here. Northwest of Dallas. This will be moving into Dallas within the next, I'd say northwest suburbs within the next hour, 15, hour and a half or so. It's a slow-moving storm. It's moving like 20 miles an hour. But, you know, it's a little unclear as to exactly what the impacts are going to be in Dallas. You can never know that. But it has a history of producing tornadoes. It's got a tornado warning on it right now. It's also produced 3-inch diameter hail. And so sometimes the storm can, you know, end basically or get less strong before it reaches an area. And sometimes it can completely maintain its strength. So this storm, we really got to watch this one as it rolls into the northwest Dallas suburbs here over the next hour and a half or so. I'm going to have my eye very closely on that one. And then we've got this batch of storms, really messy storm mode here today. By the way, you're not seeing just perfect individual cells here and there and then a line behind it or something like that. It's just a really, really messy situation. That can make for some dangerous storm tracking. And you can see Brandon Kopic down below me. He's over in Foster, Oklahoma, which, if I'm not mistaken, it's somewhere out here. He was, so here's what's been going on. We've had, let me throw on the higher resolution radar on this. So initially we had 3 storms, right? We had like this one, that one, and the other one. And now there's been another one that's formed here. kind of east of Pauls Valley that has that tornado warning on it. This is what I was talking about before the break, where I saw this rotation. I said, that looks like a tornado to me, and guessing that they were working on a tornado warning, which clearly they were. So this is just north of Wynwood, up in Oklahoma. That's the worst looking storm to me right now. There's also another nasty rotation here, very close to Roth, Oklahoma. And I know we've been talking about you guys for a while. These storms are not moving very quickly at all. There's a boundary that they've formed along, and so they're getting stuck a little bit, like they're back building as they're trying to move through, but they're not moving fast. I don't see any debris with that one either.
There was reports in chat of a well-defined funnel on the Roth one.
On the Roth one.
And they're also noting the concern for flooding with the training storms in this area.
Okay, yep, good call on that too. And we did have some flooding already in Ada. Okay, so you see Ada up here. There were some reports of some street flooding, some, I believe there were some vehicles that were stranded over there, and then some 1-inch diameter hail also. But let me play the loop on this for you so you can just see how these storms have been moving. Again, it's not like a line that's moving through from north to south or south to north. It's like there's a boundary here. Storms are forming along the boundary and just riding along the boundary and really not moving very much. And that's not a good thing to see if you don't like flooding. So I think we're going to certainly see some flooding out of this. We've already seen some flooding out of it. But then we've also obviously got the tornado threat. And look at this. I mean, they're just lined up right here. The rotation near Stonewall does not have a tornado warning with it right now. Previously did have a tornado warning. They've dropped it right now. You know, this part of the country, the National Weather Service, I mean, they're all great, everybody that works for the National Weather Service. But you basically get a lot of practice working these storms when you live in this part of the country. So, you know, I always feel like I'll see something like this and be like, wow, that looks like it needs a tornado warning. But they've got their reasoning. They're looking at it very closely, and they're probably seeing a lot of different stuff that I'm not looking at directly right here as I'm trying to cover the whole event as a whole. But we're definitely going to be focused in on these storms right here. I mentioned the storm that's going to come into Dallas in about an hour and a half or so. We'll keep you updated with that one. But Chris, is it any possibility of getting Haley, or are they available? Yeah, okay. Because if I'm not mistaken, I think I looked at their tracker icons to show exactly where they're at. Did you guys change plans a little bit, Haley? Are you on the Roth storm now? What's going on out there?
That's the wall.
Yeah, we are definitely on the Roth storm right now. We are so close to the Wynwood one, but we also are getting close to the Roth cell. But it looks like there's some significant lowering right above this building. We don't want to block these folks in their exit out. I can hear the storm sirens in the town of Roth. It's definitely attempting to drop. The problem is it's just getting so messy with everything and the storms developing to the south of it. It is a right mover, which is what I said would be a bit of a problem for storms in terms of they would be the stronger ones of the day. Sticking my hand outside though, it feels a little cold, which means maybe the downdraft is winning a little more, the outflow. But I definitely think we have a tornado attempting.
Let's go further up.
A little, like right off to my right-hand shoulder. I think it's going to try.
Beyond that too.
I think it's going to try right here.
We're trying right now. We're trying right
it's right in front of our beast. It's
the mean mode. Yeah, this is trying right
here. It's going right now. If it's going to go, it's going to go.
All right, let's go. Watch out, Keith. All right, let's go.
Yeah, just got to be careful, but it's...
All right, hold.
We're in the outflow.
Steady as you go.
This would be our developing tornado.
Yeah.
Let's see if it'll go. I can feel the winds picking up. Definitely a funnel. I'm going to jump outside really quick, but you guys keep it on our wide view. We're going to just... I'm not going to go far. I just need to get outside and get my bearings.
Yeah.
It's dropping, but it's... I don't see any indication of a tornado touchdown right now, so...
We feel it more on the ground. That's like the big...
Yeah, on the ground, we're definitely feeling that downdraft. And that is a key sign. Every time I've seen a tornado that decided to develop since we've been storm tracking, you get this huge push, and that really is what eventually does it.
Are you guys looking at the storm from the north toward the south?
We are currently facing south.
Okay.
So yes, that's exactly what we're doing right now.
Okay.
It's lowering. It's definitely lowering. I can feel we are in the inflow. All right, there's our funnel. There it goes. It's going to try. It's going to try right now. Let's see if it can do it. If you are in Roth, you guys need to be in your tornado safe place. This thing gonna go south of Fitzhugh, also need to be in your tornado safe place. If you're in Stonewall, if this thing can remain grounded and stay on the ground, even though it's not on the ground just yet. If it can, if you're in Stonewall, tornado safe place, we're looking at our funnel that's dropping. You can see the spin. I can hear the tornado sirens. The air just got a little bit warmer as well. The question is, can it do it, Ari? And I tend to think it can. The velocity signature has gotten tighter. But it is a very messy setup, and we're about to get into nocturnal territory, and that's a whole nother layer of danger for folks who are here. So if you have plans to go out tonight, no you do not. Go home, stay home, or maybe go hang out at a friend's house that is in a spot that maybe is safer than your home if you don't feel like your home is safe. But I don't know. It's trying. There's our funnel. It's displaced a little bit off to the right. But let's see, just trying to take in the surroundings. You guys might be able to hear the tornado sirens. It's a little bit quiet from where we are. Okay.
By the way, for people that don't know, Roth is a town that has about 600 people or so, and it's kind of a small town, and I know it's a lot of, not the most populated area around there, right? Like you've got Highway 1 that goes through the middle of town, I believe, and yeah, it looks like this rotation is possibly on the south side of town. I can't really tell. Do you guys have any perspective as far as like its relation to where the city is?
You know what? I think you're right about that one. It is on the south side of town. Right now, we're on the west side, looking towards our north.
We're looking towards the south.
Yeah, we are looking towards the south. Yeah, but it does seem like it's on the south side of town. So we are on the west side of town, pretty rural. We drove through it. There's not much there, which is good. Hopefully that means that everyone there is hunkered down and they're safe and it's not about to go through a major populous area. But considering the parameter space, Ari, that we have today, I mean, if a tornado does go and can latch on to all of the warm and moist air, it could be a strong tornado. And, in seeing that damage from Enid just yesterday, it's scary knowing that this could come towards anybody's home. So I see some more of that lowering. It looks like it's a little bit broader. I'm going to try and zoom in on it for you. At one moment it looked like it was more of a tube funnel, and now it seems maybe like it's broader that's trying to touch down. And if that were the case, then it could be a potential developing stovepipe tornado. It's hard to say. It seems as though it's getting messy and potentially going to be outflow dominant here in a second, just with some of the other storms. If it had a chance, it's going to have a very small chance. And the hope is if it touches down, it's not going to stay on the ground for long, because it just has a lot going on with it in terms of the storms developing to the south and then getting sucked into this storm. But you see the lightning.
I mean, just looking at the
thunder.
radar, yes, it got tighter, but I haven't seen that, that smoking gun, there's definitely a tornado about to form type of thing on the radar. It's a decently tight rotation. You got to keep in mind for the viewers here, when I'm looking at the radar, I'm looking pretty far up above our heads, like above where the cloud base is. So this is why it's so important. I can sit here all day and look at this radar and say, look, there's a rotation right over Roth. But when you have the storm trackers that are actually out in the field, they can show you exactly what's going on, exactly where the possible tornado is. And at this point, we know that there's not a tornado that has actually hit the ground quite yet. Does that mean that you shouldn't be in your tornado shelters if you live in Roth? I mean, if my family lived there, I'd be telling them to get down there right now, that's for sure. And Haley, I mean, you guys got to, what's that, Sam? Oh, I thought she was talking to me. The idea here is that this could drop a tornado at any time. You see how big that lowering is right there. Haley, we're going to have to grab a break in just a minute here, so you guys do your thing. We'll get back to you after the break. We'll see what's going on down there. Let me get people updated on the situation. No confirmed tornado, but we've got a bunch of tornado warnings that are in progress here down in southern Oklahoma. Look at this rotation here, too. That's east of Tupelo, or pretty close to Tupelo, Oklahoma. That does not have a tornado warning on it. But the plan, when we first talked to Haley a little bit earlier, they were going to ditch these storms and head out toward this one, which is where actually Brandon and Corey are, and we'll check on their feeds when we come back also. But then they saw this rotation tighten up, and they made the choice to get back up there. Now, I like where they're at because they're on a safe side of it. You know, they're up here on the northwest side, looking down toward the south at where the tornado is trying to drop. And it's moving very slowly toward the southeast. So they're not in the spot where a tornado is going to be moving toward them. A lot of information you can gather here. It's really interesting scientifically to follow these, isn't it, as they're going on. Luckily, no tornadoes dropped there. Hopefully that continues to be the case. We've had a confirmed tornado southeast of Wichita Falls. We'll get back to that.
Barrett hasn't taken a bite like that in years. But with his new teeth from Affordable Dentures and Implants, that crunch he's been dreaming about, it's back. Affordable Dentures and Implants. That's what we do.
Taking a trip in the next 12 months? Airlines are under tremendous pressure, and they're practically giving away their unsold seats. Like every crisis, this one will end too. But right now is the best time to take advantage of giveaway ticket prices on their unsold seats. We're not allowed to publish these low fares online. The only way to get these rock bottom giveaway prices is to call. So phone Lowcost Airlines now for airline ticket prices you may never see again.
Things at work don't always work. But with Easy Cater, the food always does. Big room booked again? Easy Cater always has options. Too many meetings, too little time? Easy Cater makes sure lunch is always on your calendar. Ugh, not again. Easy Cater is tech that won't let you down. Every day works better with Easy Cater. Learn more at easycater.com.
This is the story of the one who knows well-prepared workdays take off smoothly and land right on time. That's why he counts on Granger. With next-day delivery and professional-grade products, Granger helps ensure he, his crew, and thousands of passengers fly through the day like clockwork. Call, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
You read every label at the grocery store, but have you read your dog's food label? Sundays for Dogs gently air dries meat and superfoods to preserve nutrients and flavor. It's healthy, complete nutrition with no artificial preservatives, fillers, or synthetics. Plus, there's no refrigeration or thawing required. Just scoop and serve. See the difference real food makes in your dog's life. Get 30% off your first box today.
When your AC shuts down, your weekend will be like this. When your AC's running, your weekend will be like this. Keep your AC clog-free, the cool air flowing, and that weekend going with iFlow. You can install your iFlow in less than 15 minutes and join the over 100,000 satisfied iFlow customers. Learn more at iFlow.com. That's iFLO.com.
For years, Debbie always hid her smile. But now, with her new teeth from Affordable Dentures and Implants, she beams with the power of 1,000 suns. Affordable Dentures and Implants. That's what we do.
All right, here we are, another night of severe weather out in the plains. There's Elmore City, Oklahoma. That's our storm tracker, Brandon Kopic. And he's headed toward a storm which right this second does not have a tornado warning on it, but it's been showing a lot of signs of rotation. There have been some pretty strong areas of rotation within the actual storm itself. This is southern Oklahoma. Let me back it out so you can get a little perspective. So here's Oklahoma City, here's Dallas, and here's where our clusters of storms are so far throughout the day. And boy, it's like a tale of two different types of storms. Look at this. You got these that were left-moving storms moving up toward the north, and then you had this one that's the right-moving storm. Now, classically speaking, you know, usually it's the right movers that tend to be more dangerous. They're kind of slower-moving storms. They can, you know, support a tornado for a pretty decent amount of time. And honestly, the only confirmed tornadoes that we've had so far through the afternoon and the evening, it's mainly been during the evening, has been from that particular storm, south of Wichita Falls. We got a new video in here, I believe, Chris, of the tornado that this one produced. Again, it was south of Wichita Falls, almost out, I mean, kind of out in the middle of nowhere, like a very low population area close to Holiday, Texas. I have not heard of any reports of any damage or any injuries or anything like that. And of course, if we do hear of any of that stuff, we'll relay that information. But yeah, it was kind of a brief tornado, lasted a few minutes. Saw a bunch of pictures of it floating around on social media. Was that Brandon underneath some modest clouds, by the way? Oh, that was Corey. Okay. Let me check on some of the shots here of our trackers. Actually, before I do that, let me show people exactly where our trackers are. Okay, so that was the Texas storm. That's going to be moving into Dallas within the next hour or so. And actually, I know I'm jumping all over the place here, but before I leave that Texas storm, I was talking a little bit earlier about how, you never really know exactly what a storm is going to do an hour and a half down the road. But you can look at the environment a little bit, and this is just one product. It's called the Significant Tornado Parameter. We call it tornado potential, and you can see you're looking for what is the environment like out ahead of the storm. And you can see that the significant tornado parameter has been increasing a little bit over the last hour. Okay, now that's one of many factors. We can look at the supercell parameter also. Let's check this out a little bit. Yeah, that's also been increasing a little bit out ahead of the storm, but it's kind of interesting because on the south side of it, it's been decreasing. So I'm going to be interested to see what happens with that storm as it moves southeast. Either way, I think we got to just get in the zone if you live down in Dallas and be prepared. This is going to be your storm of the night most likely, and it's not moving very fast. So, it could produce flooding in parts of town. It'll likely produce some hail. It could produce a tornado too. That is definitely not out of the realm of possibility. Here's the hail potential as it moves farther southeast, and you can see that's increasing also. So I don't think this is the type of storm where it just dropped its tornadoes and now it's going to pitter out. I think it's still moving into a pretty solid environment that's going to be supportive of the storm hanging on to some of its strength at least as it moves into some of the northwest Dallas suburbs up here toward Fort Worth here within the next hour and a half or so, okay? So we will watch that one closely. Now we go farther up toward the north. Let me show you where our storm trackers are at. Beautiful shot here from Corey, by the way. Okay, so again, southern Oklahoma. Here's Oklahoma City. We are well south of Oklahoma City right now, down I-35. Brandon and Corey are west of I-35 on what did look like a really solid storm that had some pretty darn solid rotation in it. And it still may. I'm going to check it in just a minute. But they were taking a bit of a gamble because it did not have a tornado warning on it. It was just a severe thunderstorm warning, which it still is, and it's a very significant storm. It's going to be dropping some huge hail with some big wind, and it could drop a tornado at any time. But they're in position trying to set up shop to intercept that storm if it does produce a tornado. And then we have the Fox Weather Beast, where we were just seeing a lowering, including a funnel cloud. There was a legitimate funnel cloud that came out of the wall cloud with this storm near Roff, Oklahoma, small town, about 600 people or so. So I kind of like it when we have our storm trackers spread out a little bit. You can get eyes on a lot of different storms, and I believe that rotation would be down here right now. Let me switch over and show you what it looks like. Yeah, and it looks really similar. It hasn't really completely tightened up to the point where, I would look at it and say, oh gosh, that's got to be a tornado. It's there. It's kind of a broad, I don't want to say weak, it's a broad rotation rather than a super tight rotation. Look at this, by the way, Corey, underneath those clouds. I'm going to go to the visible satellite here, you keep that full for a second, and I'm going to set this up so I can show people what they're looking at. Really, really cool stuff. Okay, so here we go. We can come out to the visible now, or at least double box it or something. So this is the visible satellite, and you can see, remember when we were looking at the storms on radar? Like if I were to stop it, let's say right here, this big storm that's south of Wichita Falls, the storm itself is like that big maybe, right? And then you see how absolutely massive the anvil cloud that the storm produces is. And in this case, the upper level winds are out of the northwest, so it's blowing that cloud down toward the southeast. If you get on the underside of that big anvil cloud, that's what you see. There are these little pockets of sinking air, kind of cooler sinking air from the top of the storm that will produce these cool looking clouds. They look like little bubbles, something like that. They're called Mamatis clouds. Now, Corey's up in Oklahoma. He's under another one of those anvil clouds. And keep in mind here, actually it's getting pretty late, so we're gonna lose the visible. I only had that going until 8:15. So let me take this out till 8:45 and just see if we can actually see anything as I move it forward. Whoops. I did AM by accident. Hang tight. It's a good explanation here. Let's go from 7 p.m. to 8:45 p.m. All right, yeah, you can see it's going to be tough to see. But they're underneath one of these anvil clouds here that's spreading out toward the southeast. You can see those Mamadas clouds there. But man, I mean, you look at the updrafts in these storms, guys. Look at this. Whew, the one south of Wichita Falls, goodness. Big overshooting tops. That's where the updraft hits the stratosphere and it can't get any higher. And it just kind of bubbles over. And it looks like that storm is still pretty healthy. Okay, if you're just joining us, let's reset here. We have a bunch of severe storms that are going on really from like Nebraska and Kansas all the way down through Oklahoma, parts of North Texas. Most of Texas not involved in this, but North Texas, including Dallas, is going to be involved. We have no confirmed tornadoes as of right now. We've had no tornadoes that have happened up in Nebraska or Kansas. The only confirmed tornadoes that we've had, well, we've had a couple from that storm I was just talking about that's headed into Dallas. Not a confirmed tornado right now. It's the storm that previously produced tornadoes like an hour ago. And then we have this one up here. Is that a tornado report right there? All right, that looks new. Let's see what that is. East of Pauls Valley. Media report with image. Okay, so maybe it was a brief touchdown because apparently it wasn't enough for the Weather Service to say confirmed tornado on this storm. This is messy storm mode here, guys. This is messy, messy, messy. What you really want to see, and again, obviously we don't want to see tornadoes, but if we were to be in the type of mode where I'd be really concerned about like multiple long track violent tornadoes, you would see like, you see these cells here, you see like there's one cell, there's another cell, there's another cell. You'd want to see them stay by themselves. But look what happens is, you know, we go forward in time, they're all kind of melding together to some degree. Now, farther south you are with respect to this boundary, which looks like it's up here, this storm could be a little concerning, even though there's no confirmed tornado on it. Let's go to the high res on this. We've got Johnston County. This is up in Oklahoma, not far from Tishomingo. It's a radar indicated tornado warning. We're getting pretty far from the radar site there, so yeah, it's going to be tough to tell exactly what's going on in that one. But there's rotation. I mean, you can definitely see the rotation. It's just that it's like 8,000, 9,000 feet up above our heads, and we don't know exactly what's going on down on the ground. And this is why it's important to have people that are out in it, that are actually following the situation at ground level. Look at this, though. This is one of those days here, guys. It's one of those days where there's a lot of spin in the air. Now, you can have as much spin as you want in the air that you want. You can have as much spin that can possibly be made, but there are a lot of other different factors that determine exactly what's going to happen with the storms. I mean, look at this. Every storm that's been going up has been producing, at the very least, a pretty solid broad rotation here. I mean, you see all these little, you know, and again, we're south of Oklahoma City here, well south of Oklahoma City, down in southern Oklahoma. You know, little rotations all over the place. We haven't seen any staying power with any of these rotations yet. Now, the event's not over yet. We got a couple hours to go, but usually it's like when the storms first pop up, you've got your window there of a couple of hours where it's most likely that you're going to get your, you know, stronger tornado if it's going to happen. I'm starting to wonder if maybe things aren't going to end up, you know, like that. Maybe we don't end up with a big, strong tornado, which would be fantastic. This messy storm mode is definitely not helping the chances of a tornado forming. But man, I'll tell you what. How does Haley's shot look right now? Because, I mean, that's the storm that has the best look on radar, I would say, at least on the reflectivity. Okay, so they're kind of chasing it. And so here's what happened. Initially, they were kind of in the part of the storm, like to the west of the hook. Here's where the tornado would be. That's called the hook echo of the storm. Here's the storm, and here's the hook echo on the southwest side of it. And that's where they previously saw that wall cloud that dropped and a funnel cloud. It just never, at least from their view, made contact with the ground. But before, they were in an area of kind of low precipitation. I guess they might still be out there. It looks like they're right on the edge of it right here. You can see that big cloud, and I can see all the rain that's falling down beneath it. But a lot of the times, chasers will attack a storm from this direction, right? Because it'll be moving kind of like this. You want to be able to have a clear view of the tornado from the southeast. In this case, and yeah, in some cases, you attack it from the west because there's less precip out here and the storm ends up moving away from you. So it's a little safer overall, too. So that makes me feel better about the situation overall, considering the messy storm mode. Now, another thing we got to watch for is cell mergers. And we're probably going to have some coming up here over the next couple of hours. What does that mean? Well, it's basically when storm cells run into each other. Sometimes when that happens, that can create some extra spin in whichever storm ends up swallowing the other one, and you can get tornadogenesis, or the idea of a tornado developing. It's not always the case, but I'm seeing some storms moving toward other storms. I think this could be an interesting area coming up over the next couple of hours. Real quick, guys, we got a tornado watch that's in effect over a decently large area, a good chunk of Oklahoma and North Texas there. This does actually include Oklahoma City, but I think the worst of the storms are going to be south of you guys. It also includes Fort Smith, down toward Dallas as well. Storm coming into Dallas soon. We'll cover it coming up.
When your AC shuts down, your party will be like this. When your AC's running, your party will be like this. Keep your AC clog-free, the cool air flowing, and that party going with iFlow. You can install your iFlow in less than 15 minutes and join the over 100,000 satisfied iFlow customers. Learn more at iFlow.com. That's iFLO.com.
You read every label at the grocery store, but have you read your dog's food label? Sundays for Dogs gently air dries meat and superfoods to preserve nutrients and flavor. It's healthy, complete nutrition with no artificial preservatives, fillers, or synthetics. Plus, there's no refrigeration or thawing required. Just scoop and serve. See the difference real food makes in your dog's life. Get 30% off your first box today.
Taking a trip in the next 12 months? Airlines are under tremendous pressure and they're practically giving away their unsold seats. Like every crisis, this one will end too. But right now is the best time to take advantage of giveaway ticket prices on their unsold seats. We're not allowed to publish these low fares online. The only way to get these rock bottom giveaway prices is to call. So phone Lowcost Airlines now for airline ticket prices you may never see again.
Your major vet bills are not covered by what you can put away monthly.
If I didn't have pet insurance, I would be homeless. The bills are astronomical. There's peace of mind knowing that Fetch has us covered.
Fetch provides coverage for all of this and so much more. Even healthy puppies and cats can need unexpected care sooner than you think. Submitting claims is fast and easy, and all vets are in network, so you can get paid back at your vet or any vet in the U.S. or Canada. Get paid back up to 90% of vet bills with Fetch Pet Insurance. Get your free quote at fetchpet.com.
Behind this curtain is an outdated bath and shower. Imagine transforming this eyesore into a beautiful jacuzzi bath remodel in as little as one day.
Are there a lot of design options?
Yes, Jacuzzi has stylish shower walls, designer colors, and premium features like soft closed doors.
Call right now and Jacuzzi will waive installation costs with no interest and no payments for up to a year.
Just step right into your easy entry shower by Jacuzzi. We have durable grab bars, grab shelves.
This is a great safety feature. I love this. It's really beautiful. The quality of it, I'm blown away.
Best of all, it's from Jacuzzi, the most trusted name in water for over 70 years.
Call or go online now to jacuzzibathremodel.com. We're waiving all installation costs, plus 0 interest and 0 payments for up to 1 year.
Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-760-4654.
Hey, it's a Fox Weather Alert. We've got a lot of severe storms that are going on out in parts of the plains, especially down in Oklahoma and Texas. That's where the highest threat for tornadoes is going to be over the next couple of hours. We've already had a couple reports of tornadoes. Have not heard of any injuries, deaths, or significant damage as of yet, so that's certainly some good news. The tornadoes that have formed so far at least look to have been, not really close to any mega-populated areas. I'm Ari Sarsalari, by the way. Thanks for joining us tonight. We'll be with you here until at least midnight. If we need to stay a little after that, if it's still popping off, we certainly will. But we'll gauge it as we go, certainly at least midnight. Look at this. We've had a bunch of severe storms up in parts of Nebraska and Kansas that have produced damaging wind and hail. That includes Wichita, where we also had some flooding, some pretty significant flooding that was going on up in parts of town. These storms have been big rainmakers. And yes, this is my one-stop shop map. I know there's a lot of stuff on here, but I like to show you the storm reports along with the Storm Prediction Center's outlook. So all these little icons, those are all where we had an actual report on the ground of either some hail, some damaging wind, or tornadoes. And there have been a couple of reports of tornadoes down in southern Oklahoma. And then this storm, which is going to be starting to roll into the northwestern Dallas suburbs within the next hour or so, I would say. That storm, when it was south of Wichita Falls, produced a couple of tornadoes too. Again, appeared to be like out in the middle of fields, and the tornadoes were not terribly long lasting. So that's always good to see. Like, a lot of the times, you don't really know how an event's going to totally go down until it starts. Sometimes, as soon as the cells pop up in the heating of the day, all the storms are producing tornadoes, and then you get a one or two long-track violent tornadoes. In this case, the storms popped up, and then we went pretty quickly to a very messy storm mode. This has been the biggest cell of the day that still, honestly, that's the one that I'm the most concerned about. You're looking for a storm that's by itself, maintaining itself pretty well, away from the mess, and there's more of a mess up here. Although I'm not, convinced that the threat is over. It certainly is not over. I mean, we got a couple more hours to go with this. We got tornado warnings all over the place. I'll go through these storms in detail coming up, just trying to give you the wide view here. And then again, farther toward the north, the air is really not quite as primed for tornadoes. There's not as much spin in the air, but there is a lot of energy in the air that's going to be producing storms that will be dropping some big hail and producing some really, really gusty winds. So here we go. It's like a Red River kind of night here. A little bit north and a little bit south. So you can see north of Sherman up here, not far from Ada, Oklahoma. You guys have been probably hearing thunder for a really, really long time up in Ada, because the storm was actually over you guys initially. See, it was briefly, at least when it first went up, it was over Ada. You guys got hit by quarter-sized hail. There was also a report of some pretty significant flooding with some vehicles stranded that was coming out of Ada as well. The storms have been just sitting down towards your south. There's a boundary down there right now, and all the storms are lining themselves up along that boundary. And the problem with that is that they're going to be dropping rain over the same area for a very long time. The better situation would be if this was a line of storms that was moving from north to south and it rains pretty heavily and then the storm moves out. Well, no. In this case, we're probably going to see some significant flash flooding out of that. And I want to check let me just real quick check the storm reports and see if anything new is coming in. No, I'm not seeing anything new apart from those 2 reports of tornadoes that have come in. Let me show you where that's at. And by the way, I'll throw on some of the warnings for you here. One of the tornado reports was east of Pauls Valley out of this storm. Not any kind of long track violent tornado. It was a social media report of a tornado. Basically, I think the Weather Service saw a picture that a storm chaser had posted and put in the report of the tornado like that. But whatever they saw was not enough for them to raise the level of this warning to tornado confirmed. This is still a radar indicated warning, meaning the radar sees rotation, but we're not sure if there's a tornado that is in progress right now. Then you have this storm that's farther toward the east, and right on the southeast side of Roth, see, not long ago, what was this, at 49, so about 15 minutes ago, another broadcast media reported tornado. That's what it's showing up as on the LSR, the local storm report. Okay, so that is actually the storm that Haley Meyer is on in the Fox Weather Beast. And, not long ago, what was it, about 20 minutes ago, we watched them a little bit closer to Roth, where there was a lowering. They actually saw a funnel cloud, but it never made contact with the ground. Let's bring in Haley while we're on the storm, might as well. Haley, what's your plan here? Where are you attacking this from? Give us some perspective. Are you west of it? Oh, that looks like a pretty solid lowering there. Am I seeing things? I'm not sure if Haley can.
The main road? Yeah.
Can you hear me? Let's try it again.
A left is going to take us back to the east, right?
That's okay. I mean, we listened to their audio for a little bit. All right,
Or
so
go my direction,
they are on that storm, and we're going to follow their shot closely. In the meantime, let me go a little bit farther out toward the west. Let me show you where all of our storm trackers are, because we're going to be constantly playing video for you, and I want to make sure when you see the video that you know where you're looking. They're all in Oklahoma. We don't have any storm trackers that are on that big storm that's moving toward Dallas right now, but we're going to have a lot of cameras in Dallas. Don't worry about that. Fort Worth and all the northwestern suburbs. But yeah, here's where our storm trackers are. So you have Brandon and Corey that are playing this storm that's farther out toward the west, where there's now a flash flood warning in addition to a severe thunderstorm warning. It has been rotating, and we just haven't seen the tornado warning out of it, at least as of right now. Did this one have a tornado warning on it earlier? I'm trying to remember. It definitely had some significant rotation in it, that's for sure. And then you have the Fox Weather Beast that's on this storm that's farther up toward the northeast, and that one's got a solid hook on it. So let's look at the rotations on this one. Yeah, this was the one that was up near Roth, I believe. Oh no, this is a different storm. Okay, the one that Haley's on is this one over here. The one that is west of Roth, which is actually the storm that they were headed to initially before they bailed on it to go after that one. This one's now showing a pretty strong sign of rotation there, north of Wynwood, or east of Wynwood. It had a much stronger rotation, I believe, not long ago. Yeah, north of Wynwood. But there's just, Haley's good? All right, let's bring in Haley. So it looks like the rotation is weakened a little bit on that storm, at least based on radar, but it's getting farther away from the radar site, Haley. And I can't really tell what's going on the ground based on what I'm seeing on radar. So what do you see?
Yeah, it looks like we've got some pretty substantial lowering. This is the one spot that is kind of setting itself apart. We decided to move away from the Roth cell because it was just getting messy with all the other circulations around it, the rain. It was just more of a dangerous setup. But now we are really focused on this Wynwood cell. We're traveling east now. It's rapidly rotating, so we are just trying to get a view. The trees are slightly obstructing our view, so it's hard to see, but definitely got a pretty substantial lowering if you can ever pick it out once the trees disappear for a few brief moments. This has been, and it looks like we're really getting a pretty solid hook on the back end side of this, but also we're not totally removed from the cell, also off towards our west, which is moving southeast, and it's also kind of a lone soldier here. Jared and I, we chatted about this prior to going out today, that we were going to pick a spot and then subtly shift south and potentially shift to the southwest and wait for these storms just to see what happens. And so we're kind of following that logic of the second one looks messy and it's going to be difficult for us, then we shift away. But Ari, I mean, this is classic Oklahoma storm tracking on a Saturday. I mean, look at this line of cars. It's a little bit ridiculous. But we're looking.
Man,
we're getting closer.
That's got an interesting look to it. It's hard to tell with the trees there, but for a brief moment, I don't know. I mean, you tell me what you think too, Chris. Did that look like something might have been trying to get down to the ground there? We're going to find out right now, aren't we?
Yeah, we definitely are going to find out right now. There's our lowering right off to our right-hand side, or our left-hand side, excuse me. It's lowering. It's very hard to see, and unfortunately, I wish I had a windshield wiper for our 360 camera, but I just don't. We're inching a little bit closer to this, but we are seeing some pretty significant rotation within just the storm itself. And you've been mentioning it pretty aptly that it is a struggle with the radar site. We are in a bit of a hole right now. There's our lowering right there, but the trees are really obstructing our view. Just kind of getting a feel of our surroundings.
Okay, new tornado warning just popped
Jared's
up,
saying
Haley.
that some of the trees are getting better.
Yeah, it looks like you guys are included in it now. You're attacking it from the east here, I imagine, right?
Yeah, so they extended our tornado warning. I think that's definitely going to go here in a second. I feel like this is almost a tornado imminent, and I think that's a good reason as to why they extended this tornado warning. And the southeastern extension of this is another big sign. This is a great spot. We're going to pull over on the side here. You can hear the thunder. We're a little bit obstructed by trees, which is really not much we can do about it. The wind's really starting to pick up, and that's also another good sign that we're we're getting in a position. I mean, that's exactly what we saw on the Roth cell as well. The winds for the outflow and that downdraft were starting to pick up, and you could kind of feel that. And it was a little bit cooler. And then once we reoriented, you had that that warmer air and stickier air, and so that's kind of what we're feeling right now. If you step outside, it feels a little bit muggy. Our dew points are better here than they were further off towards our northeast. I'm definitely seeing some rapid rotation above us.
Not directly. It's mostly directed to our east. Just looking at it.
Yeah, mostly, yeah. But I would say maybe 5 stories up is where we have rotation above our heads. So I'm just trying to make sure I get a good viewpoint for you guys.
Haley, we're gonna have to grab a super quick break here. You guys get situated. Get situated. We're gonna come right back to you after. It looks like you got some action there. There's the cell that they're on here, guys. I got the radar up on it. This is west of Roth, east of Wynwood in Oklahoma. This is all well south of Oklahoma City, by the way. This guy's doing an amazing job jumping from storm to storm in a messy storm mode. We're not done with this yet. We still could have some tornadoes.
I feel like
we'll be right back.
Try and stay ahead of all the convergence, but
behind this curtain is an outdated bath and shower. Imagine transforming this eyesore into a beautiful jacuzzi bath remodel in as little as 1 day.
Are there a lot of design options?
Yes, Jacuzzi has stylish shower walls, designer colors, and premium features like soft closed doors.
Call right now and Jacuzzi will waive installation costs with no interest and no payments for up to a year.
Just step right into your easy entry shower by Jacuzzi. We have durable grab bars, grab shelves.
This is a great safety feature. I love this.
It's really beautiful. The quality of it, I'm blown away.
Best of all, it's from Jacuzzi, the most trusted name in water for